We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street. It's a lovely day today. Beautiful sunny morning. Lovely morning for being out and about. And it's the final day of Durham against Leicestershire. And I imagine any minute now we'll be hearing news of a Durham declaration. Can't see any reason why we shouldn't, because there's no reason at all for them to bat on. Our build-up will begin officially in about 5 minutes' time, and you'll be hearing from Matty Potts in that preview, following his 6-wicket haul yesterday, his best figures in a county championship game. So good morning and welcome to the final day of Durham against Leicestershire here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester. Martin Emerson and Richard Ray with you again on this day 4. It's a beautiful morning here in Chester Street. A nice sunny day, very pleasant conditions. Actually might be quite batsman friendly. And hopefully we'll not be seeing any more batting from Durham because they have a massive lead in this game now of 394, and they were aided, I suppose, yesterday by the fact that Leicestershire have lost Buren Hendricks and Chris Wright to injury. They're two frontline bowlers, so Durham came out in their second innings. They already had a lead of 155, didn't force the follow on, came out and forced the issue. They got off to an excellent start with some aggressive cricket from Sean Dixon, who went on to get 84 to add to his century in the first innings. Michael Jones went on to make his first 100. He finished on 108 when he was eventually out LBW to George Rhodes. The partnership 152 for the first wicket inside 30 overs, and then by the close of play, after Jones had put on 85 for the second wicket with Keegan Peterson, Durham were 239 for 2 and 394 ahead. So absolutely no reason whatsoever to bat on, and probably they could have had a go at Leicestershire last night. And we were saying on commentary, why not declare and at least have 8 overs against them, but they didn't do that. They batted through the evening. Now, earlier yesterday, the hero of the hour was Matty Potts, who took a career best 6 for 58. And the first of the wickets to fall yesterday, just after tea, was that of Azad. Sorry, that was lunch, wasn't it? Azad went for 66 in the morning session, and then Kimber for 4, Welsh for 2, and he came back later in the day to get Swindells, caught in the slips, and he caught and bowled Davis as well. So after the day's play, I had a chat with him. A career best 6 wickets. I think that's probably the best spell of bowling I've seen from you.
Yeah, obviously 6 wickets, nice. Nice to make a big contribution to the team. First 5-wicket haul for the first team, which is nice. But no, it was just a case of trying to get the wickets for as little runs as possible to try and give us half a chance going into day 4.
Yeah, last night it looked like the wicket had flattened out. Hassan Assad and Colin Ackerman had put a really good partnership together, and I think the talk when we were talking to David Bellingham was the new ball was 13 overs away, but it turns out you didn't need that in the end. You had instant rewards this morning. Yeah,
well, I mean, they credit to them, they played really, really well yesterday. They put a nice partnership together, but I actually thought we bowled very, very well. We dried the scoreboard up quite nicely, which as a bowling unit, which is one of our strong points, and we kept it quite dry, and we knew that we might get our rewards. It was just a case of going very hard. We said get 1 wicket with the old ball, which opens up an end with the new ball, and as it happened, we got 3.
And key to get Assad out first thing as well. He was the big wicket, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, look, he doesn't really hurt you in terms of a scoring rate, but he eats up a lot of balls, and that can tire you out as a bowler. So we knew we had to try and dislodge him, get an end, and once we got him, we just saw a sniff and we just went for it.
155 run lead. Colin Ackerman got 81 as well. It was close as to whether you would be in a position to enforce the follow, and if you wanted to. There was 5 runs in it in the end, but you chose not to, I think probably because there'd been 111 overs out in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a bowling unit, we actually felt as though we could potentially go again. It's just a case of the best chance of winning the game for us is if we get a substantial lead on the board, we come back tomorrow with fresh legs and we can give them all hell for 96 tomorrow.
Well, you've got a massive lead, 394. One thing I don't think anybody would expect to see is a Durham batsman in the morning.
Well, we'll leave that. They might see it. So we'll leave that to the captain and the coach to decide.
96 overs then to try and bowl Leicestershire out. They held on for a full day last week in Worcester. I would imagine you'll be aware of that, and you know what Hassan Assad achieved on that occasion as well, batted through the entire day.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, they obviously played well to gather a draw out of that game, and we also played well to get a draw down at Glamorgan. But all I know is, as a bowling unit, this is our home ground. We know how to bowl here. We know how to hold the scoreboard and create pressure. So I think looking toward tomorrow, it's going to be a very interesting day.
Tell us about the innings tonight then, because they came out with intent, helped by the fact Leicestershire are 2 bowlers down, but Sean Dixon and Michael Jones attacked from the off, a cracking opening stand from them, another half century from Sean and a first century from Michael as well.
Yeah, well, we talk about kind of playing for the team, and the team being put before personal goals. And I think Jonesy and Sean got their rewards for playing for the team. The team needed us to go out and score at a decent rate in order to give us the biggest possible chance going into tomorrow, because if we didn't have a substantial lead, we've then got to bat a lot tomorrow, which then draws out the game, so we only have 60-70 overs to try and bowl out a team, whereas if we have a 96, I mean, we bowled them out inside 110, just inside of 110, so we should have plenty of time tomorrow.
What's the wicket doing now, though? It's looked a fairly, decent batting track, to be honest with you, for the last few days.
It's pretty mundane from a bowling point of view. I think this is where kind of I can draw my skill set a little bit, kind of bit of roughing up and pitched up swing. But no, the pitch is offering just a little bit flatter than we normally see from the Riverside, and Leicester will probably agree it's a little bit flatter. It's a nice batting track. We know it's going to be hard work going into tomorrow, but all the boys are ready for a fight with a chance to win the game of cricket.
So that was Matty Potts, who I spoke to yesterday. Durham, by the way, have declared. And after the day's play had finished, it was then the turn of Richard Ray to talk to the Leicestershire skipper, Colin Ackerman.
Colin, a day that didn't go quite as planned with either bat or ball, really.
Yeah, I think we sort of set out today to try and bat the whole day. Credit to Durham, they bowled pretty well. Potts really got fired up, and he bowled extremely well against us. So disappointed not to bat at least T today, but credit must go to Durham.
You looked in really good touch yourself. You got a good one that just left you, just nibbled a little bit.
Yeah, I faced Randy quite a bit over the last couple of years, so I know what he's trying to do, and that one just kind of seemed away from me. And induced the cover drive, but I was always looking to the ball down the ground. It just happened to nip away and take the edge.
But a really good partnership with Haas as well, who I mean, both of you look in pretty good touch, and that's sort of promising going forward anyway.
Yeah, touch with that continues. Obviously Haas had a brilliant inning against Worcester last week, so hopefully he can do, replicate that tomorrow. We know what we have to do. The equation is pretty simple. We just have to set out our stall and bat for as long as possible and keep all the good balls out.
Were you surprised at all that they didn't enforce? It didn't really look likely that they had to bowl a lot of overs.
I was very surprised.
You were?
I thought that, if I was in their position, I probably would have tried to get 400 as quick as possible and, have a dip tonight. We were kind of expecting to bat
but
at least 8 to 10.
Declaration.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Not to enforce the follow-on.
Yeah.
I was talking about, trying to have a bowl of us tonight. I thought they would have done that. Maybe have 8-10 overs at us tonight, but obviously it didn't happen.
Yeah, we thought so too, but obviously you were 2 bowlers down as well. First of all, obviously Chris injured himself in the first innings, then Bjorn's picked up a hand problem.
Yeah, he got struck on the arm whilst batting, so luckily there's no fracture. But credit must go to Will Davis and Ed Barnes today, the way that they just kept running in, but in 14 overs each on a flat wicket with a soft ball and the whole field out, so top effort from them.
Pitch hasn't deteriorated at all, has it, out there? It looked pretty flat towards the end of the day.
Yeah, it's still pretty flat. I think the odd one might just bounce a bit more with the new ball. I think we'll see tomorrow if there is any variable bounce. Normally that's the case with a harder, newer ball. You see the ball either taken off or staying a bit low. So we'll have to assess tomorrow morning.
Expect an overnight declaration, but you never quite know. Maybe
you never know. We'll have to see in the morning.
But you would expect, hopefully, to save the game on a pitch like this.
Yeah, we'll try our best. I think if a few batters get in, they must just be ruthless and not give them a sniff.
Colin Ackerman there, ruthless, let's not give them a sniff. That is his take on things. So Durham have declared, and basically that's it. 395 easily done in 96 overs.
I don't think it will be Leicestershire's first priority. You never know. See what they'll be at. Tea would be their preferred course of action, I would anticipate. Good morning, Martin. Good morning, everybody. Another lovely day up here in the northeast. I don't think the weather is going to be a factor, other than the fact that the sun might make the pitch, which has played pretty well throughout, even flatter. You heard Colin Ackerman say, though, that the new ball can just sometimes exacerbate any sort of slightly variable bounce in the pitch, and that's what Durham and Matty Potts, I suspect in particular, will be hoping for this morning. The odd delivery did keep low, particularly from this Finkel end of the ground, and a couple of those at his much improved pace, but he's certainly sharper than I've seen him before, and he bowled quite beautifully. Actually, on days 2 and 3, didn't have any luck on day 2, but he bowled really well, and he got the rewards on day 3. Can he double up this morning? Durham fans will be hoping so. Leicestershire fans will be hoping the batsman managed to blunt him.
Well, it's a perfect day for cricket. It is a really gorgeous morning. Beautiful on the river this morning when I was getting up. River Weir was like glass on the Roca Riviera, and just the sort of day when you'd expect to see lots of paddleboarders out on the water.
There were a few scullers out.
Were there this morning?
Yeah, this morning around the river, or on the river in Durham itself. I think 4 or 5 of them, and one chap with a sort of old-fashioned canoe with a single paddle. Open thing, you know, it looked like it came out of Last of the Mohicans.
Yeah, well, they're called kayaks, aren't they, here? But they call them canoes in Canada, or the way, I can't remember. But me and my wife did a holiday in Canada when it was about 2006, and we did a lot of kayaking across all the big lakes, the Muskoka River region, beautiful, about 2 hours north of Toronto, the old portage routes. Perfect weather for it today, and there's hardly any wind either. There was a little bit of a breeze from the southwest, but anyway, will Leicestershire be left up a creek without a paddle? That's the big question today. Or will they be able to show stoic resistance like they did a week ago when drawing at home to Worcestershire? Hassan Azad on that occasion making 104, batting through the day, and the last pair were at the crease as well for well over an hour. Early wickets this morning, from a Durham perspective, will give them a real boost. Dr. Dan's sent an email with with a picture of my daughter, who just celebrated a birthday the other day. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Dan, and some Easter egg printouts to be coloured in. So I'll print them off a little later on. If you want to get in touch, of course, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or weircricket@yahoo.co.uk on email, or it's at FoxesCricket22 for tweets to Richard. So Hassan Assad opening the batting. He made 66 in the first innings and put on a 112 partnership for the 3rd wicket with the captain Colin Ackerman, who went on to make 81. But Assad was butted up by Matty Potts yesterday morning, bowled him a few short ones, and then just got one to move away from him in a sort of body line style, and it just caught the edge of the bat on the way through to the keeper. Ackerman eventually caught by Ned Eckersley, just trying to push at a ball that left him outside the off stump, and that was off the bowling of Ben Rain. And then I think when Durham started to bat yesterday, in comes Chris Rushworth with the start of the innings. The first ball through to Assad. Sam Evans is at the other end. Chris Rushworth 1 wicket away from 550 in Championship and Bob Willis Trophy cricket. Second ball, Rushworth comes in from the Lumley end. I'm not really sure what that hit there is. Let's have a look at this again. It's come off the arm guard, I think, of Assad and gone down towards fine leg. Now then, has he been sent back as for not offering a shot? They did run. The scoreboard says 2 deliveries and the score's 0, so I'm presuming the umpire, which I didn't see because I was busy looking at the replay there, Ben Debenham sent them back for a dead ball. He seemed to just be slightly unsighted when trying to play that shot there, Azad. So they've brought a short leg in. Sean Dixon at short leg. Got a mid-wicket, a long leg. 2 in the slip cordon as Rushworth bowls. Azad defends, ball runs up towards Ben Rain at mid-off. Andrew Hutchinson's emailer says, hello and happy Easter everybody. Rushworth, 4th ball to Azad, who defends. Ball rolls up to Rain again. Ironic cheers from spectators in the ground when the declaration was announced just before the start of play. Rushworth to Azad, ball played off towards point. No run. Picked up by Travaskis, who has his sunglasses on the back of his cap, so it looks like as he walks away from us he's actually staring at us. They're glistening a golden colour in the sunshine. Rushworth in, bowls, Azad back into his crease, defends, the ball drops dead right in front of him. Start off with a maiden, 95 overs left in the day. Well, Durham have quite rightly declared first thing this morning, so they've given themselves 96 overs to try and bowl Leicestershire out. Leicestershire's target for an improbable victory is 395, so I can't imagine that will happen. Some people suggesting that Durham were overly cautious yesterday and not declaring with about 8 overs to go last night to give themselves half an hour. Anyway, Durham made 239 for 2. That included 108 from Michael Jones, his first century, and 84 from Sean Dixon. And we've got commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
Matty Potts is going to open the bowling for Durham from the Finkel end. In he comes to bowl to Sam Evans, who's squared up a fraction with that foolish delivery that he pushes out into the offside, and Potts' hand started to go into the air, but plenty behind it for Evans. Morning to you all. Is it going to be a purely rearguard action? Leicestershire won't be thinking about number of runs unless they get to tee in a sort of 180 for one position or something unlikely like that. Who knows? In goes Potts and bowls, and Evans again bat in front of Pat as he pushes out into the offside. A full delivery. A happy Easter to you all. Hope you're having a very pleasant bank holiday weekend. It's a decent crowd in. I hope you found all your eggs, if eggs are your thing. 3 slips and a short leg now. So as in the very opening over, bowled by Rushworth, after a couple of deliveries, Durham decide to post a short leg. Dixon, as ever, under the lid there. In goes Potts and bowls. Evans turns it neatly out towards mid-wicket. But it's Ollie Gibson who sort of dances to his left to field. He's wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, as is David Beddingham at first slip. Everybody else in their smart blue Durham caps. Liam Travaskis bowls a gentle delivery at point. I'd be very surprised if we see him this morning. You never know. In goes Potts and bowls. Up on his toes is Evans on off stump, defending out, dropping the ball out into the offside. Potts himself picks up and hands it to Ben Rain, a very familiar strut to Leicestershire supporters. But not much polishing to be done, the ball being just 10 deliveries old. Sun not blazing, there is a sort of, as there has been for much of the game, a sort of light haze as in goes Potts and bowls again. Up on his toes, Evans dropping the delivery off middle and leg this time towards short leg, but got right on top of it. Louis Kimber and Alex Carey. Alex will have been giving Louis a few throwdowns in the nets, I suspect, as they walk back below us. Just lasted 3 deliveries in the first innings. Louis Kimber. He was bowled by Potts, looking to pull a ball that perhaps didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to, and managed to sort of drag it on. In goes Potts and bowls. Evans turns towards square leg, but it's interrupted or intercepted en route by Dixon at short leg, end of the over. Another maiden. So Durham, as they did in the first innings, keeping things very tight. Leicestershire have yet to score in their second innings. 94 overs. That's the only figure at the moment that is moving. Number of overs left in the day. 94. When and that what will become probably a famous last wicket stand for Leicestershire against Worcestershire last week. I started with 26 or so overs to go, with just 1 wicket left standing. I started counting down in blocks of 2 overs. After a few, I went down to 1 over, and with about 60 balls left, I started ticking off balls.
Like you're ticking down the end of a prison sentence at what was it, Alcatraz, wasn't it? In the
scratching it on
San
the wall.
Francisco Bay. Rushworth to Azad. He comes in and bowls. Played behind short leg and down to the boundary for 1 run.
What are your thoughts on
First
those
one of the day.
listeners on the timing of the declaration? Should Durham have had a little bowl last night? Or has
I think they
Borthwick
should have
got it
done.
right? Martin thinks they should have done. I think most people here probably agree with him. What are your thoughts? Do tweet us at Marty Cricket or at Fox's Cricket 22. The number's 22. That's probably the best way. But also you can is wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to email.
Next ball is bowled by Rushworth and played by Evans across towards short cover.
Ted's here. He's come to see the final day. Ted the Labradoodle. I think Freddie's here. Fred the Labrador. Been sitting in front of us for the entire game down there in front of the media centre.
And you will know any time anybody approaches Ted's position because he'll bark at them as Rushworth comes in and bowls, defended. I've just seen a shirt on the Durham field there which I didn't recognise. Oh, George Drizzell. The spinner from Gloucestershire is on the field at the moment. So somebody's missing. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, inside edge onto the pad there as Evans went forward to that one, and at second slip Scott Borthwick's got his hand clasped on his cheek. Jones is at square leg. Got Bedingham in the slips along with Keegan Peterson and Borthwick. There is Travaskis, Dixon's at point, Potts is at mid-off, and Rain I think is at mid-on. Yeah. Bowler comes in again, and this is pushed off towards Dixon in the covers, no run there. So who haven't I mentioned there then? Ollie Gibson not on the field?
Look for the sun hat. He was there for the first over.
Yeah, well he's
standing next to
Drizzell. They're chatting, but Gibson's off the field, and Drizella's on as a
temporary substitute.
Yeah. Rushworth to Evans. Evans cuts the ball played to Dixon in the covers. It's a dot ball. And somebody approaching Ted.
Just a minute too late. If it just barked a minute ago, it would have been perfect, wouldn't it, for you? Telling people what was going to happen, but there he is. It's a sort of greeting. It's not an aggressive bark. He's always pleased to see everybody. But I'm told he is slightly nervous still. He's quite a young dog, so.
Doesn't look young, does he? He must have had a hard paper round.
Rain and Potts in deep discussion, because Potts will be bowling to Azad for the first time in this innings. Azad goes through his routine, takes his guard, marks it, checks it again, gets the word from umpire O'Shaughnessy that it's still correct. He's not a big scraper of the crease, Azad. He just uses the edge of the bat. He sort of drags it back from the stump towards his mark, and then he tends to just look around very, very calmly. He doesn't move around, doesn't walk around too much. Leg gully has gone in. Oh, some leg slip, really. So, short leg slip, 3 conventional slips as Potts is in and bowls outside off stump. Goes through a bit low to Eckersley and stings his hand. Just dipped a little bit and shook his right hand, still shaking it a little bit. Kicks in irritation at the ground. He won't want that early to hurt you.
Paul Wilson's busy weekend of nights out watching bands continues. He says greetings from a fairly sunny and warmish Costa del Hartlepool. All set up for an interesting day's cricket. Should be with you until about 6 depending on how the game goes. Hopefully a Durham victory, he says.
Potts is in and bowls outside of some better carry and lift through to Eckersley, who takes it with the gauntlets pointing up but allowed to go through by Azad.
He says, I'm going out to watch an excellent rock band from Sheffield called Top Gun. If I don't get the chance later, many thanks for the commentary and camera work from all of those who are concerned. Safe trip back down south, says Paul to Richard. It's the Midlands, isn't it?
Much appreciated.
The middle bits.
Thank you, Paul. It's been good to be in your company, and ditto throughout the day. In goes Potts and bowls outside off stump, and again Azad is stepping forward, letting it go through. FS Creations, intriguing decision, he says, not to declare last night, but as he says, if the win is achieved, smiley face, all those comments will go away. And Paul, howay to all pies, he says. They were briefly the subject of discussion yesterday.
Joe Barrow says, hola, tuning in on the train in Andalusia, just pulling out of Cadiz.
Muy bien. Potts is in and bowls, and again it's a leave from Azad. Shapes back in just a fraction after it passed off stump, but safe leave.
He says, hopefully I'll hear a few Leicester wickets tumble before I arrive in Seville. Happy Easter, everybody. Cadiz is a big port, isn't it?
It is.
Because
beautiful
on the ship
town.
we were on a few weeks ago, it got refitted in Cadiz in 2019. So,
lovely old town, but 90% of it is newish now. Potts is in and bowling and ducking out of the way. I think that flicked the helmet as it went through. It's gone down to fine leg for 4-leg buys.
Back the helmet, shoulder.
I thought it flicked the helmet, but
yeah,
they're waving at it. It was the helmet rather than the shoulder, so it does have to be checked. But a good bouncer from Potts, whose extra pace and aggression made the difference in Leicestershire's first innings. On comes Will Garvey. I nearly chased him down this morning. He was about 200 yards ahead of me on the stretch down back towards Durham, past the university, and by the end I was going around for another circuit. I was on his shoulder almost, and
in the last kilometre you could see the finish line in sight.
Well, I was turning again to do another few, so But it was nice timing because it was in the middle of the run when sometimes you kind of relax a little bit and let your cadence fall. So it's nice.
Who
just
do you listen
pick
to
one.
when you're running?
I don't. No, I don't like music or things. I like to concentrate on the sort of technical things.
I have to listen to music so to block out the fact that I can't hear myself not being able to breathe properly.
What do you listen to? Some high cadence.
I'll tell you, there was an album from New Order a few years ago called, was it Hanky Panky or something? It was a cracking album to run to. It used to have me bouncing along the streets. Derek says, Gateshead fell, lost to Ledgate yesterday. Almouth and Lesbury beat Warkworth. Ali played well with a wicket in a day. And 2 not outs, batting at 6 and 7. So he's played in both those games. Well, busy weekend. And there's a big day of cricket at Whitburn. Tomorrow is for the Liam and Chloe Foundation. So the Northern women's team will be there in the 2020 day of action. In fact, they're expecting that many people. Whitburn School's going to be open for car parking. So hopefully a good day.
Is encouraged by that way that he didn't get out of the way of that one too well, but he got out of the way of the second bouncer pretty well as I just leant back. It was that fraction shorter, so you could see it earlier, but Potts making his intention clear. He's going to try and rattle these 2 Leicestershire openers, and he rattled the helmet of Azad during that innings. Leicestershire, after 4 overs then, courtesy of those 4 leg buys, that's what they call, but it was helmet buys, are 5 without loss.
Durham tweeted earlier, 96 overs, 10 wickets to get, time to bowl. And Ben Stokes has retweeted, away the D's.
Away the D's.
He is due to play for Durham at some point, we just don't know when. Rushworth, and how many overs have gone? 4 gone, 92 to go. Here he comes, right arm over. Bowling to Assad, that's defended.
Evans.
Sorry, Evans. Oh, something's flashing. What's flashing up on my screen?
Could do with a knock, Sam. He looks in reasonable touch, but hasn't managed to go on yet. There's an opportunity for him so to do.
In comes Rushworth. Evans forward to it. Played by him to Travaskis in the covers, no run.
Borthwick liked that one, liked the length, hands above his head clapping.
It is Easter Sunday, so if you've got some Easter eggs, eat responsibly. And of course, enjoy them. 3 slips in place here for Evans. Rushworth bowls. Evans defends again. It's around about 10-12 overs when the ball has started to do a bit in this game. Reminder, we've got commentary on BBC Radio Newcastle this afternoon of Newcastle United against Leicester. It'll be on BBC Radio Leicester as well at the traditional start time of 2:15. So the build-up on Radio Newcastle beginning at 2 o'clock. Very short build-up for the lads today. 5 without loss the score here at a sunny Chesley Street. Rushworth in. He's not appealing. Everybody else in the slip cordon is. Think bat inside edge onto knee roll. Rushworth thought he nearly had his man though. Hands clamped on chin. In a moment of reflection.
Shame the rugby teams aren't playing each other, and it'd be a massive sort of Newcastle versus Leicester, or North East versus Leicestershire day.
5th ball of the over. Rushworth to Evans. Rises up a little bit, but he gets in behind it and plays it out into the covers.
The Fonz occupying a deck chair. That's a new one actually. A black deck chair has appeared alongside your the red stripy deck chair. Alfonso Thomas, that is Leicestershire's new bowling coach.
Rushworth in once more, final ball of the over, and that is safely played away to point, end of the over. Derek sent me a tweet, and it's a link to, he's written a book called A View from Your Boundary. Up until 2020, Derek was an international touring musician playing 200 gigs a year. The worldwide pandemic forced him to put down his guitar, so immediately he picked up a pen and went back to his roots to follow his passion for writing instead. And the extra time was used to go back to where he's always belonged before the stage, on the cricket field. No longer a player, he revisits his old club, Almouth and Lesbury, as a supporter. And it's a bit of a travellogue as well.
So Potts will again be looking to discomfort Azad with that leg slip and short leg. In he goes and bowls all up on his toes. He's fending away a little bit unconvincingly. They got it wide of short leg, and leg slip runs round to pick up at backward square. Azad picks up one, but Potts won't be particularly discouraged by the way he fended that one off. He was looking to sort of move his head out of the way, and he took his controlling hand off the bat as he pushed it away from him. He managed to do so, but as I say, it didn't look entirely comfortable.
Andrews emailed to say Stokes for England skipper. That's what Michael Vaughan said the other day on the TMS podcast.
Potts is in to Evans, who's leaning forward and playing at a delivery that just holds its own, maybe even moved away a fraction, but either way, he was inside the line and it went past the outside edge into Eckersley's gloves, and again Potts looking the most dangerous of the Durham bowlers early doors. Just conceded the one run from his 2.2 overs so far, but he will have been hugely boosted by his first class sixer, his first class sixer, as he goes in and bowls to Evans, bat in front of pad as that straighter delivery is pushed back down the wicket to the Sunderland seamer. Another comment from Viper. Don't understand the lack of declaration last night, but good luck, Durham. Hope you can get the wickets. That's probably about the consensus of opinion across the board. Potts is in and bowls to Evans, who's leaning forward, soft hands, deflecting it wide of third slip, and that's going to run down to third man for four, an opener's boundary. He was in control in that he was playing it down. Might not have been in complete control of where it was going, but slightly angled bat and perfectly legitimate runs for Sam Evans. 10 up for Leicestershire. Evans' first scoring shot in 20 deliveries. Potts is in and bowling. Evans is defending on the front foot. Again, nice high left elbow. Potsy, Potto. It's every variation on the name Potts being shouted in encouragement. Young Matty Potts. Who turns broad of shoulder and beam, runs in and bowls. Good bouncer and squats down almost there. Sam Evans, chest on as he did so, but he got very, very low indeed. Went over his helmet by a good foot and a half, maybe 2 feet, into the gloves of Eckersley. Another good, aggressive probing over from Matthew Potts, but no breakthrough as yet. First 6 overs have gone. Leicestershire 10 without loss, 90 remain.
What was the match when Mark Cosgrove headed the balls in 2019?
You've never forgotten that, have you?
It's never something you never expect to see on a
good old Cosy.
Stalemate in August 2019.
19, yeah.
Leicestershire put Durham in. They made their highest score against them, 544 for 9 and declared. 181 for Alex Lees, which was his highest score for Durham until last week's 182 at Glamorgan.
Sad facing Rushworth for the first time. Just checked his guard and remarked it.
In comes the bowler. Oh, it's gone down the leg side. He had a little waft at it as well, taken by the keeper. Alex Lees on that occasion, his 4th wicket stand with Jack Burnham was worth 147, with Burnham recording his highest total of the season. He made 86. Ned Eckersley got 71 not out. The follow-on target was 395, but Bryden Cast then took a career best 6 for 63 as the Foxes were skittled out for 236 in 85 overs. Hassan Azad made 53 in the first innings and 57 in the second, while there were also half-centuries for Paul Horton and Colin Ackerman as Rushworth comes in again and Azad defends. So having forced Leicestershire to follow on, Durham ended up in the field for 230, I've got hours here but it should be overs, as their bowlers battled against a lifeless pitch. Mark Cosgrove was 107 not out at the end of the game, having faced 269 balls. It was his first 100 in 2 years and the match turned into a turgid affair. Durham started the final day with the Foxes 3 down and 155 in arrears, as Rushworth comes round the wicket again to Azad. That's played at just behind square leg for a single. They didn't get a wicket in the morning session, and by the time the game ended, Leicestershire were 368 for 8 and led by 55. Cosgrove crucially put on 104 for the 4th wicket, with Colin Ackerman, who scored 56. Will there be a repeat today from a Leicestershire point of view, and indeed a Durham point of view? Can Durham bowl Leicestershire out? What's your gut instinct, Richard, at the moment, having watched them survive all of last week against the last day last week against Worcestershire, as this one's bowled to Evans by Rushworth and played behind square leg for 1?
Well, I thought they'd struggle to save that one, and they managed to do so, albeit only courtesy of a remarkable last wicket stand. But this is a better pitch. There was a little bit in it for the bowlers last week, all the way through. It was a good cricket wicket. This is a flatter pitch, and in these conditions, I would hope Leicestershire's batsmen will make it pretty hard. But you never know. You never know.
Rushworth round the wicket now to Azad. He bowls. Played past square leg. There's a couple of runs in this one, as Ollie Gibson comes around from fine leg to cut the ball off. In fact, they're going to run 3.
Maidstone Fox has been in touch. Best of luck to Leicestershire in another heroic rearguard action. Any hope of rain? Question mark.
No.
That's. He says, is Bjoran's arm okay to bat for 30 overs? Yes, his arm is okay. It's not broken, so it's sore and bruised, but it's okay. Updates time.
Is it already? That's flown by. 15 without loss, Leicestershire. 380 away now from their target as Rushworth bowls to Evans, defended by him. And that is the end of the over. 7 gone, 89 left. Durham still looking for their first wicket of the day. Assad has 6 from 18 and Evans 5 from 24. Lots of encouragement being shouted by Scott Borthwick to Matty Potts. Be plenty of that today, I would imagine. Potts in, right arm over to Azad. It's left alone outside the off stump. Angles across the player, the left-hander. Butted him up nicely yesterday morning, gave him a few short deliveries, and then just a shortish delivery which seamed away across him, and he couldn't get out the road, and it just clipped his bat on the way through. It was a rapid delivery. He bowled some excellent stuff yesterday, Matty Potts, some real pace in what he was delivering. That's left outside the off stump. A bit of a roar from some of the players. How close was it though? That wasn't far off actually. It's angled across. Just missing the thigh pad of Assad. And just angled across and over the off stump. Not a bad ball. There's a short leg in and a leg slip. And that's dug out on leg stump out towards mid-wicket for one by Azad. Made quite a thwacky noise on the bat there. Predictions for today then, Leicestershire and Durham fans, at Marty Cricket on Twitter or wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. You can tweet Richard at Fox's Cricket 22. It's always nice to hear from you. It's the nosiness of me, always wondering what people are up to when they're listening to us, where they are. Potts bowls. Turned off towards mid-wicket this time by Evans, no run there. You're listening to us while doing a bit of DIY. Easter's always the big weekend for the DIY stores, isn't it? 7.4 overs gone then, 16 without loss, Leicestershire. If they were to win this one, it would be incredible because they're chasing about 60 more than's been scored in this fourth innings on this ground. Top total's 339 from Yorkshire in 2013, and by far a one-off that was. This is played by Evans to point, dot ball. Remember, in that innings where Joe Root got a massive score against Durham, he gloved one behind the keeper, and the umpire said it came off his shoulder. He was run out, but the umpire got in the wrong position and couldn't see it. And there was an absolute plum LBW he got away with as well. A very fortuitous knock from the Yorkshireman. Potts balls to Evans, he stands firm, gets up on his toes and plays that back into the ground, and that is the end of the over. 8 gone, 88 to go.
They were talking compost on BBC Radio Leicester.
Yeah.
It's Sunday morning.
We've got a load of these little black flies in our house at the minute, and that, I think it's because we've been growing lots of plants from seed, and they live in the damp compost.
Okay. Do you have to sort of pick your plants with care because with being on the coast and salt and things like that?
I don't know. I've got no idea.
Right. Rushworth.
My wife and my mother-in-law are the ones who
Green fingers.
do planty stuff. I cut the grass. I mean, obviously we've got very salty air, haven't we? Which I suppose is quite acidic, isn't it, to certain types of plants?
Yeah. You'd have to ask Hassan Azad about chemistry and things like that.
Yeah.
No, that's not my field of expertise. Very few things are. We had a little bit of delay while Rushworth and Borthwick just changing the field a little bit. Jones has gone in at slightly backward of squares. Rushworth comes round the wicket to Azad, bowls a good bouncer that Azad, who'd sort of stepped across the crease, had to lean a long way back. He's much more flexible than he used to be, Hassan Azad, and does manage to sort of jackknife back, but again movements looked a little bit jerky, and Borthwick comes running out with the ball, hands it to Potts, but they will keep peppering Azad, these two, Rushworth and Potts. Borthwick back at second slip now with his orange-heeled cricket boots. Rushworth charges in and bowls another bouncer, much more comfortably played by Azad, who just sort of leant out of the way of that, and there was no great exaggerated movement on the part of the left-hander. Ramadan, of course, for Azad, but he doesn't observe it. He's got a sort of pass or whatever the word is during games. He's okay. He can eat during games. Not when he's not playing a match. He observes. Fasting. In daylight hours, in goes Rushworth and bowls to him. He drops his hands on that one outside off stump, and it goes through slightly wide towards Eckersley, who sort of stops it, not particularly aesthetically pleasingly, and again he shakes his right gauntlet. A little bit of sort of variable bounce out there and dips in the air, but good volume, good theatre, as Paul Nixon has taken to calling it from the Durham outfielders, creating a good atmosphere. In goes Rushworth and bowls. That was a poor bounce, really. Banged it in very short and it looped very high down the leg side, and Azad just stepped inside the line of that, taken by Eckersley. So almost on the run down towards leg slip. Young Mr. Gibson starts to twist his back and just get his back warmed up and his quads down at long leg, from which we can assume that one of Rushworth or Potts.
Still got that strapped right elbow as well, hasn't he, Ollie Gibson?
Will be coming to the end of their spell. Rushworth is in back foot defensive shot. It wasn't quite as short as his previous 3 deliveries from Rushworth, but has had a right in line. Dropping it back down the pitch to Rushworth, who throws it to Potts to do a spot of polishing. Looking for his first class wicket for Durham. Ollie Gibson. He bowled well, I thought, in the first innings, but without obvious sort of, I don't know, some sort of self-belief a little bit. He's waiting for something to happen. In goes Rushworth and bowls, and that's pulled around the corner to Ollie Gibson. He was in control again there, Azad, and it goes straight to Gibson with the number 73 on his back, and an advert for the, is he president or chairman? Lord B. Of the
He's
club.
the chairman, isn't
he?
The
chairman.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I was asking. I saw him down at the Rose Bowl last year when we played Hampshire, sitting in his.
He mates with a Hampshire owner.
Yeah, sitting in the the restaurant's called Beefy's there, and he was in there with his
Bransgrove.
Yeah, Rod Bransgrove in there with his family. Do you see much of him up here? Is he?
I haven't seen him for a while. He was waiting for an operation the last time I was talking to him, because he damaged his back or his hips or something, and he was on crutches at the time.
He looked in good order in the West Indies, didn't he? Talking with Richards, and you know they're both in Richards Trophy and reliving old things, and he looked in reasonable health, I have to say. He wasn't. They were sitting together, so I don't know how he was moving, but yeah. Connections everywhere.
He hurt himself. He was fishing and he fell on a rock and landed back on the rock. Ollie Gibson into the attack then to replace Matty Potts.
Displaced a lot of water, I would imagine.
Well, he hit the rock rather than the water.
Okay.
Gibson then, ball in hand, looking for his first county championship wicket. Born in North Yorkshire but brought up in the Derwent side area of County Durham. First ball from him to Azad is played out through mid-wicket for 1.
Question from Maidstone Fox. He's talking about the wickets that Matty Parkinson has been taking for Lancashire this week. What do we make of Matty's comments about spinners not being played because mediocre / samey seamers tend to get the gig early on in the season? He's been quite outspoken in the Cricketer, Matty Parkinson, saying that spinners should be being played more than they are in the early part of the season. And also, do we think either of the Parkinson brothers might get a decent go with England at some point?
Gibson in, played along the ground to Potts at mid-wicket, no one there. One of them's not even in this team.
That's a valid point, I think, but that's kind of what Matty was. Obviously, he's got a certain amount of interest, given Callum is his twin brother, but it would be nice to think. I mean, Callum was the only England-born spinner to take 50 wickets last season.
Gibson again from the Finkel end. Evans behind that one, plays it up to Rain at mid-off.
And Matty had a very pleasant winter in the West Indies carrying drinks. Didn't get a go. People thought he might in Guyana, didn't they? But
the thing that's concerning me that I read today from the Cricketer is the suggestions for yet another blueprint for county cricket of only 10 matches a season in the county championship. It used to be 16, before there'll not be any. In comes Gibson, that's played up to Rushworth at mid-on. Endless messing around with the championship. Is it Colin Chalk? His book about the first 125 years.
Stephen Chalk.
Stephen Chalk. First 125 years of the county championship. He said basically it's been messed around with ever since its inception. I can't see how playing fewer games and having fewer teams is going to give you a better England side. It just doesn't add up in my head. Gibson in again. Defended. And there's a common denominator here when you look at Andrew Strauss. Took away the toss for 3 or 4 years, then brought it back. Took away the heavy roller for a few years, then brought it back. We had a situation where you had equal divisions and everybody played each other twice. Then suddenly the top division had more teams than the bottom, or the bottom had more than the top. And then people weren't playing each other twice. And all of this messing around is correlated with the downward spiral of the England Test side. And the other factor is there's Gibson bowls, and that's played away beyond the slip cordon down towards third man for 2. The total and utter concentration of white ball cricket to try and win the World Cup, which they did win in 2019, and then what happens to one-day cricket in this country after that? It becomes an afterthought and is hidden behind a new format. End of the over, 20 for none. I mean, how many of those England Test players in that series against India last summer had played any red ball cricket in the 6 weeks beforehand?
Very, very few, if any. I suppose the argument, and I'm not for a moment saying I agree with it, about the few games is sort of intensity, and then they always point at the Australians, don't they, with sort of their... They play 10 games essentially in the Sheffield Shield, each state home and away, isn't it? But
every time England go down there, they get a thumping, and then they're always surprised. Well, then it's like they never see it coming.
And then the logic of those who argue for it is that they get a thumping because the Aussies are so much readier for the intensity of Test cricket. But as I say, in goes
Rain.
Rushworth and Rainey, beg your pardon, with that Sean Head. Given up basically, and he dropped out into the offside by Azad, and there is no runs. 20 off 10, or 10.1 now. 85.5 overs left in the day. Durham 7 bonus points, so a potential 15 points if the game is drawn. Leicestershire would take 12. In goes Rain and bowls. Forward goes Zad. Big stride back down the pitch. Rain not trying to push it through too fast. Was it the period at Leicestershire when they were trying to encourage him to sort of add half a yard and you know, get it through and at a real lick, and it just wasn't him really. He was all about movement and accuracy, and that seems to be what he's settled down to here at Durham to some effect. In he goes and bowls. Azad watches as just steps inside as it goes down the leg side. There's a suggestion from Rain that it might have been quite close to leg stump. I don't think it particularly was. Eckersley not only stepped to his right, but he was continuing to move to his right.
Oh, Knott's all out for 242 at Trent Bridge, so Glamorgan require 166 to win and have 84 overs in which to do it.
Could be a good game, couldn't it? Knott's go roaring. Who's playing for? Broad isn't playing, is he? So it's kind of Fletcher and the usual suspects. Rain is in, bowls a bouncer. That just ducks underneath it, lets it go through. Little squat.
I can hear it, but I can't see it. Oh, there it is. There's Alex Lees going for a net session.
He's a tall man, isn't he? Taller than remember. Should get a good run, shouldn't he? This international summer, the way he's been playing. In goes Rain and bowls. Azad short-armed pull for 4. Completely in control of that one. Azad, and played it really nicely. Middled it, didn't try and overhit it, and it's one of the things I like about him this season.
Brett Hutton, Joey Everson, Dane Patterson, James Pattinson and Liam Patterson-White are your bowlers. For Notts, Fletcher's and playing.
Oh, okay.
They do that, don't they, Nottinghamshire, every year? They leave him out, and then he was the player of the season last season, wasn't he? Unless he's injured.
Sergeant Fletcher.
He was a Cricket Writers Player of the Year last year anyway.
Rain staying round the wicket, bowls to Azad. That one lifts a little bit more than Azad expected, and up on his toes. Played it pretty well in the end, but there was a little bit there for Ben Rain. End of the over now. Will Garvey is coming running on, Leicestershire's physio. Let's see what he's got. Azad is the man. Seeing if he's talking to them. He's not brought out anything. Talking to Evans, and now he's running back off again. So there was no treatment whatsoever. No time has been lost, because he sort of almost talked to them on the run. But I think they have to do. Do they have to do that after they hit on the helmet? After a certain amount of time, when
possibly
they go off, they have to do a second check. You still with us, Haas? Yeah,
maybe about 15 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Gibson starting his second over. His first went for 3, defended by Evans. It looks like Kent are heading for an innings defeat against Lancashire and Canterbury. They're following on. They're 110 for 7 and still 136 behind. And this begs the question as well, if you're going to reduce the number of top county sides, how do you choose who's going to disappear? You know, Middlesex last year ended up in Division 3. Sussex were down there as well, weren't they? Kent as well. So how do you decide who's going and who's staying? Gibson in, bowls. This is defended on the off stump.
Put it this way, we've got a fair idea that we might be among them.
Well, yeah, so who disappears? So Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Northants. There's a massive swathe of the Midlands not covered there. Do you get rid of Somerset? Do you get rid of Sussex, Kent, Essex, Durham? Do Durham disappear? There's, you know, after Leeds, there's 150 miles of the country represented generally by Durham, up to the Scotland. Gibson comes in and bowls through to the keeper
for the North. Mark Francis, good morning to you on Twitter. Just returned from a little walk after a week's isolating. Can we dream of a Leicestershire double today, or just settle for the boys in blue to do the business? Depends what your definition of business is, Mark. Saving this one would be good business, I suspect, as far as the boys in white are concerned.
Gibson has 3 in the slip cordon, a short leg and a mid-wicket as Potts picks that up at mid-wicket, no run there. This is going to be hard work for Durham this today, trying to get 10 wickets here.
Potentially.
Plenty of noise out there though. Essex beat Somerset yesterday by 1 wicket, chasing 84 to win. That was a dramatic lunchtime. Gibson bowls, defended by Evans up on his toes. Yorkshire, where are they? Gloucestershire now are 298 for 6 in their second innings at Bristol against Yorkshire, so they lead by 149. So maybe some interest developing there a little bit later. Surrey beat Hampshire by an innings and 17 runs yesterday. And following on, Sussex now 305 for 2. Things seem to have calmed right down there, but they still trail Derbyshire by 26.
Haynes must be on for a double century.
Defended here by Evans, bit of an inside edge across the board, short leg, no run, end of the over. 24 without loss, Leicestershire, and they've batted through 12 overs so far, 84 remaining. Haynes was the man who pipped David Bedingham to 1,000 runs last year. He's got 176 today.
Well, they're going at each other hammer and tongs again then, aren't they? Beddingham's got 180 odd, Haynes 170 odd. He's an over late.
Yeah.
So Rain with 3 slips and a short leg into Azad. Stays very low, but fortunately for Azad, who tried to pull it away, went down the leg side. If that had been straight, that would have been a horrible for Azad. And fortunately, Down the leg side. Oof.
Actually, just watching the replay, I thought it had gone down the leg side. So it's died, but it's gone low past the off stump.
He took it well down the leg side, didn't he? Are you sure?
Yeah, I've just watched it. He's tried to flick across the line and it's pitched and not got up. Interesting delivery.
Rain is in and bowling. That one doesn't stay too low, and it's turned by Azad off his legs, just past the tumbling Dixon, but Jones at backward square makes the stop.
Bernard says the wicket is too good to expect 10 misbehaving deliveries to take the dismissals, but Leicestershire will have to bat badly for Durham to win. If not 5 or 6 down by the 80th over, the likelihood of draw. Leicestershire have batted stubbornly.
So Dixon throws his short legs helmet to Eckersley, who gives it to Beddingham to put behind him. He is coming out of a short leg now, keeping the pads on underneath his whites, putting his cap on and going into mid-wicket. Rain is in and bowls on middle and leg, and Azad solidly behind it on the back foot, pushing it out to Rushworth, who's at mid-on. 24 without loss, the score in terms of the number of runs. Almost irrelevant, really. It's the number of wickets down and the number of overs left which will interest most today. 12.3 overs have been bowled and no wickets down as yet. Rain is in. Azad is squared up a fraction, comes off a thick outside edge along the ground out towards point, where Travaskis picks up. And again, there is no run. 4 runs conceded by Rain from the 10 balls he's bowled so far. Gibson at the other end, 3 from 2. Can try everything, really, Durham. Number of runs they have in hand. They know Leicestershire are not going to threaten that total. 395, I beg your pardon, is the notional target to win the game. Rain is in to Azad, steps forward outside off stump and leaves a ball that just drifts past his front pad and maybe just shapes away a fraction into the gloves of Eckersley. Keep asking questions.
Got all day, lads.
Keep
if it takes all
questions.
day, then I think you'll be settling for a draw.
Rain is in and bowling goes past the outside edge with a ball that just drifts away, and another little victory for Ben Rain. It was wide-ish and Azad might feel he didn't really need to play at it, but he did, and it could easily have taken the edge. It didn't, so 13 overs gone. 24 without loss is the score. 13 to Hassan Azad and 7 to Sam Evans.
Yeah, he was just sort of lured in a bit there, wasn't he? Time is it? It's 5 to 12 already. Wow. Be an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes. Gibson starting his 3rd over. His previous was a maiden. Comes in and bowls to Evans. Evans plays it up to Rushworth at mid-on. No run there.
Leicestershire staff have taken over the ground staff's array of chairs, deck chairs, and a couple sitting on the ground. And Paul Nixon's out there. Will Davis with his pads on. He's been having a little net. Thomas has been in the black deck chair for a good 40 minutes now.
.24 for none here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Leicester. Gibson in, Finkel end. Ball guided down to the vacant 3rd man area for 4. They've got 3 in the slip cordon to try and put pressure on, but there's a huge gap there. If I ever open a pub, it will be called the Vacant Third Man. It's Bradders at Worcestershire hates having nobody at third man. An easy controlled 4 there from Evans's point of view. You just have to push the ball wide of the slip cordon and away it went.
Double figures for him.
He's on 11 now, 28 without loss. 13.2 overs. Assad has 13 at the non-striker's end. In comes the bowler. Ball played down into the ground, short on the leg side, no run there.
He's faced Evans now 41 balls. He's played, I think it's 3 scoring shots. 2 of them certainly have been for 4 down to third man, and I think the other one might have been as well, except it didn't go all the way, but that won't worry him at all.
Gibson in. Oh! No, that's not nice. Evans has lost sight of that one, and he's basically ducked into it and nutted the ball.
Square on.
Right on the front of the helmet there.
There was an appeal, actually, for an inquiry for helmet before wicket.
He went down quite low, didn't he?
He did. He was still a little bit above the wicket as it started to rise, but yeah, he took his eye off it, ducked into it, and
might need a new helmet there.
Square on the top.
Bang on. Physio's out in the middle, having a chat with him.
Yeah, he was hit a couple of times, sort of vaguely similar style last season, Sam Evans. Surrey in particular, when he made a good 100 on a very flat track, but he ducked into one that fairly whacked him on the side of the helmet and taking his eyes off it. He said he said to the short leg, that was a good header, and he said the short leg just looked at me, he didn't say anything. Yeah.
He's just got himself unsighted there, hasn't he?
He has a little delay, so I'll go and get ready for my update.
Still the delay as he's being checked over and looking at his helmet. The similar in design really to cycle helmets and horse riding helmets. They're designed to absorb impact, but in doing so they can be severely weakened, so they've got to thoroughly check the helmet to make sure it's still strong enough, because if it has been weakened and it gets hit again, then it's offering little protection. 28 without loss. Last time the two sides met was in the Bob Willis Trophy in the COVID year of 2020, and they played each other in a T20 at neutral Headingley because Leicestershire were in restrictions, and it looked for a while like Durham would actually play Leicestershire in Leicestershire's home game here, and then at the last minute they gave the go-ahead for the game to take place at Grace Road, so that was in the August. But a lot of terrible weather about, particularly some pretty nasty thunderstorms that week, although it was warm, some big downpours. Durham batted first, and having been put in humid conditions, they made 291 for 8 before they declared. Alex Lees scored 64 and David Bedingham 96. But the innings was spread over so many days because of the bad weather, and to try and work out a position where there could be a winner, both sides forfeited an innings. Only 22 overs was possible on day 2 and less than 10 on day 3. Sam Evans made 85 and Colin Ackerman 61, but the Foxes were 208 for 3 when the match eventually ended in a draw. That was Durham's third game of the campaign and the end of the Bob Willis Trophy season without a victory that year. The physio has left the field after a delay of about 5 minutes there. Gibson then bowling once again to Evans. It's another short one. Evans up on his toes, fends that down one-handed into the short leg area. 28 for none. Evans is on 11. Last ball of the 14th over. Evans once again is firmly behind that one and plays it safely out into the covers. No run. So the 1-4 through third man there, and everything else was a dot ball. Leicestershire, in theory, have another 82 overs to bat out today. They can shake hands going into the final hour, which is 16 overs. If they were only 4 or 5 down at that point, that may be something we might see. Another 367 if they're going to win it, which is not really something that's going to happen. Ben Rain starts a new over round the wicket to Azad from the Finkel end. That's left alone by the batsman. Pitched in a foothold and swung a long way there. Well, Durham have declared this morning, which means that if they're going to win, which won't happen, Leicestershire have to score 395. But what they do need to do to save this game and get a draw is bat the entire day out. So 96 overs at the start of the day. So far they've batted through 14.1 and they're 28 without loss. Hassan Azad has 13 of those and Evans at the other end has 11. Commentary on the BBC Cricket website and via the Sports app. Ben Rains moving Gibson more from long leg to fine leg. He's feeling down in front of our commentary position now. Dixon is about 20 feet away from the batsman at short leg. That's gone down the leg side. I said, watch it go through, and that, judging by the reaction from Ben Rain, was either extremely close to the edge of the bat or more likely just missing leg stump. His hands on his head there. Might have looked closer to him than it does on the camera.
Trying to get into Azad's mind a little bit, I think. Rain is in, bowls a bouncer that loops rather over Azad's chest as he leans back and lets that one go through. To Eckersley behind the stumps. It's interesting when Gibson restarted his over, having hit Evans on the helmet, one of the encouraging cries, it's only going to start, it's only going to get lower, it's only going to get lower. So,
I think Liam Travascus is just sat in there, balling round his legs really. Going round the wicket to do that's going to be...
In he goes, and bowls goes past the outside edge, outside off stump.
We just now, aren't we,
a little bit of movement.
15 overs in, I said about 12, 13 overs, ball starts to do a bit. The delivery when you were doing your update and I watched the replay, it pitched around about a foothold and went off at an angle. That was a good ball. Corridor of uncertainty business going on there, and Assad playing at it as well.
One ball left in his third over for Ben Rain, who is in and bowling, and Azad is playing in front of his front pad, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Rain and then quickly hopping back into his crease as Rain picks up and threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps. And our little terrier friend in the baby carriage is...
I don't think the dog needs to be in that. I think the man who's pushing it is using it as a type of...
Yeah, as a sort of stroller, isn't he? But I think the dog's just taking advantage, perhaps. But he kind of looks keener to be out, really. Bless him. He looks quite young, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The dog. 28 without loss after 15.
Gibson so far none for 7 from 3 overs. One of them a maiden. He went for 4 in his previous over as he comes in and bowls. That's gone off towards long leg from Evans. 1 run. Jones fields. Jones getting 108 yesterday, his first century. And I'm presuming that was why Durham ended up batting through to the end of the day, because by the time he got to 100, I think there's only 3 overs to go.
If it is, I'm not sure. It's great for him, and maybe going forward it'll be great for Durham, but in the context purely of this game.
I said on strike, there's 3 slips in place. There's a point. We've got short leg still, Dixon under the helmet. Long leg. Got a square leg as well as he bowls. And that's out through mid-wicket. A diving attempted stop from Rain. It bounces off his hands. They will get 2, but Rain chases after it and retrieves the ball from long on. Not too far from the pavilion steps. Because of where they're playing, they're way up the left-hand side of the square towards the pavilion, so short pavilion boundary of maybe only about 65-70 metres, and that means they're quite a distance from the County Durham stand on our right-hand side, so a lot of people who would normally sit in there have decamped to the stand in front of the health club instead. So this one's played away by Azad for 4, over-pitched from Gibson, and he's met it on the bounce and just steered it back past the bowler and up to the long off boundary.
Nice shot from Zad, didn't try and over-hit it. Maidstone Fox is looking forward to a trip to Lords next week. Leicestershire away at Middlesex after the game, obviously next week again, or this week I guess. Week starting on a Sunday against Derbyshire.
A message from, as Gibson comes in here, a short one, from Barry, who says, "Wasn't cricket such a lovely peaceful day out, sitting in the sun, applauding a good shot or fine bowling, and now the noise from the players shouting just about every ball at fellow players with so-called words of encouragement. It's like a Sunday morning football game. Or am I just being old-fashioned these days? I'm glad I played when I did."
Yeah, I know what he means. Sometimes in club games that don't matter at all, you get all sorts of sledging, and it's ridiculous.
Gibson in, pulled towards long leg by Assad for 1. There's a fielder down there. The scoreboard's gone off, but they are 36 for none.
Right.
Assad's got 20 and Sam Evans has 12.
Talking about Leicestershire spinners, Maidstone Fox asking about Rian Ahmed, who's got a 100 contract. Leicestershire lose all 3 of their spinners, Colin Ackerman, Callum Parkinson and Rian Ahmed, to the 100 later this summer. I'm wondering about him in terms of red ball cricket.
Gibson to Evans, pushed away towards point, no run.
Saying how good he looked in the Chris is saying how good he looked in the under 19 World Cup. He'll certainly play in the Royal London Cup when he can, Rian Ahmed, but he might have to wait for slightly more favourable conditions to have a run in the red ball side. Scoreboard's in trouble.
Yeah. It's 36 for none. The TV screen's not working, is it? One report suggesting that Rob Key is to become the new England managing director in the next few days.
Ray
Kent man
is continuing from the Lumley end in round the wicket to Azad. Raises a little bit of dust there, Azad, as he goes back and defends a ball that rises up a little bit towards him, drops it out towards square leg and no run.
Durham's director of cricket, Marcus North, was linked with that job, but then ruled himself out the other day for family reasons.
Chris thinks the Foxes should make, quote, Grace Road a dust bowl. Play 3 spinners and let them give it a rip. ECB wouldn't like that. In goes Rain and bowls, and forward, leaning forward goes Azad to a fuller delivery. Bat in front of pad. Chris says Northants used to be a dust bowl when they had Panasar and Brown. used to take a lot of wickets.
I also had that other spinner who played for England, didn't they? Who then retired during the Ashes series. Elbow injury. Families from the northeast of England. I never remember his name.
Rain in and bowls a bouncer, just leans out of the way of that one. Azad.
His brother's a journalist, cricket writer.
Swanee.
Swanee.
Oh,
yeah,
Graham Swan.
Graham Swan, yeah. Never remember his name.
His brother is now a match referee.
Is he?
Mm.
Did his brother play cricket, county cricket as well?
No, I don't know if he played county. He played to a very good club level.
I know he played club level around.
I don't know if he ever actually played county cricket. I don't think so.
Their grandmother was from Newcastle, so they're all Newcastle United fans.
Rain is in and bowls. Azad is pushing him off his legs out through mid-wicket. Rushworth is in steady rather than frantic pursuit, knowing that there was always going to be two, whatever he did. So he rather followed the ball, running at roughly the same pace, picks it up around 2/3 of the way back, and Azad picks up a couple. The score moves on to 38. Azad into the 20s now, on to 22 in fact. The other electronic scoreboard continues to work happily. But the big black one has died a death. In goes Rain and bowls. Azad is looking to play down the leg side. Now let's see what the signal, it looks like the hand is going to come out, so it's going to be buys. He didn't get anything on it as he looked to turn it down the leg side, and buys it is. So Eckersley, who dived away to his right, got a gauntlet to it and slowed the ball down, fielding complete ed by Gibson, running around from sort of long leg to fine leg. 2 buys taken. Borthwick rolling his arms over at second slip. Wonder if he fancies a little trundle. Early days. You never know. 40 up for Leicestershire as Rain is in to finish his over bowl. Squares Azad up a fraction, but gets plenty on it. The ball runs out towards backward point, and that indeed is the end of the 17th over of Leicestershire's second innings. So far, the odd alarm, but nothing too concerning. They are 40 without loss, with Azad on 22 and Evans on 12.
Alex Lee's net session has come to an end. He's walking back round with Alan Walker and Will Gidman. So Oliver Gibson still looking for his first wicket, comes off. Matty Potts replaces him. Gibson none for 15 from 4 overs earlier, 1 maiden. Potts in, and vacant third man welcomes what looks like another 4, and it is off Evans's bat.
So will your pub, will you give a pint for every time that happens? You'd lose money quickly, wouldn't you?
Yeah. The amount of people who come in, why have you called it vacant third man? Probably think it's something to do with the film. Potts is none for 10 now from 4 overs. 2 of them were maidens. Ben Ray none for 6 from 4 overs, 2 maidens. Keegan Peterson at third slip, Borthwick is at second and Beddingham at first. Potts right arm over from the Finkel end. Evans defends. And so far so good from Leicestershire's point of view. They've batted 17.1 overs, they're 44, and importantly without loss. 96 overs to go at the start of the day. Could be just 80 though if the game is in stalemate and they get to the final hour and can shake hands on a draw. Durham looking for wickets. Where are they going to come from? Here's Potts to Evans again. Evans forward to that one, plays it up to Rushworth at mid-on, no run.
Eddie Barnes has been frenetic, he's wandering back in front of us.
Where's the ball?
It's in the hands of Ben Rain.
Rain's not happy with the ball, is he not? What's he?
Mid-off.
Wondering whether to talk to the umpire about the ball. What's he looking at?
Umpire Shaughnessy's he's wandering over now. Rain shows
Umpire
it to him.
don't like this ball that hasn't given us a wicket in 17.3 overs, so they get the magic hoop out.
There is something of that about it. Worth a try, Rainey.
Quite early in the ball's life to be changed already. Magic hoop, it hasn't gone through from one direction. And it's not going through from the other either. Where's the box of balls, lads? Is he going to change the ball?
Looks
like it. That's the earliest ball change I think we had in this game.
I think you're right.
No silver watch for that ball. 17.3 overs.
.29 in the first innings, so yeah, that was the first change. And then again at 36.
Well, Azad's got 22, Evans has 16, and the ball is being changed. Not even 18 overs old.
Did you say it could
Might bring a wicket though.
Yeah, it could be a pivotal moment, that. So no hurry this morning. We've had a few delays, haven't we, one way or another. But the timings are on the last day essentially set in stone, aren't they? In terms of the intervals. Maidstone Fox, another 88 of those boundaries through third man, and we're home. Yeah, might get a third man set before then.
Called in at Maidstone once, been on a holiday in France in 1996 and happened to get back on the ferry quite early on the Saturday morning, and Durham were playing at Maidstone against Kent, so popped in for a few hours. It was before I'd actually joined the BBC. Just working it out, this is the 23rd year I've been covering Durham now for the BBC. Covered a few games before that, every now and then for newspapers. So 23 out of 30 years, quite a chunk, isn't it, really? And Tim Wellick, until he'd retired about 2 years or so ago, had probably seen a lot more of Durham than anybody else. Northern Echo reporter. Change ball. Potts bowls. It's defended by Evans out towards the covers. Trying to think who's still on the circuit from when I first started. Clive Eakin was covering Yorkshire in the summer of 2000, but he's with Coventry and Warwickshire these days, and has been for a long time. I think he was on attachment to Yorkshire for a season or two. Bradders would have been around then. That's probably it, I think. Oh, Ed Bevan at
Kevin Hans's.
Oh, playing a miss to a ball that pitches fractionally short of a length and then leaves Evans outside the off stump as he tries to play at it. Lured in there. I think I first met Kev, I think he started covering Middlesex about 2005. There would be Nick at Radio Essex and Eddie Bevan.
Gibson's going across 2 point. Deepish.
Potts in. Oh, Evans plays and misses at that one. He's looking to cut a rising ball there, and he's just lost his concentration for a moment or two. End of the over. 18 overs gone, 44 for none. It was a maiden.
First really poor shot from Sam Evans. Fortunate to get away without the nick. Survives 44 without loss. How time is it? 12:20, and we've had 18 overs. So
we've had 3 concussion checks.
We have
Change of a ball.
Ball change. be a long old day if we go the distance. 78 overs potentially remain. If they hurry, well, I was going to say, well, no, it is going to be 78 now, even if we get loads of overs from Travaskis or Borthwick. I don't think Durham would sort of catch up with the 96. In goes Rain and bowls. A very slow delivery and waiting for it. Azad just drops it out into the offside, out towards Potts, who's coming in from wide mid-off. Trying to cover both that position and extra cover. In fact, he is really extra cover. 44 without loss remains the score. Rain's 5th over. Potts has bowled 5 now, 4 and 1. Dixon takes off the helmet at short leg. Throws it to Eckersley. He's going to go out 2-leg slip. Eckersley just beckons him. Finer. It's pretty fine. A genuine leg slip. Now as Rain is in and bowls. Forward goes Azad, guiding it through the gully. Travaskis athletically leaps after it. Doesn't grab it first time, puts in the slide. Didn't grab it, had to sort of pick himself up and go again. But it was only a foot or few feet later when he was able to pick it up. So just the single to Hassan Azad, and somebody's managed to get the scoreboard going again. The big electronic one. Telling us 45 without loss is now the Leicestershire score. Azad on to 23 with that single. Evans on 16 with a right-hand, left-hand combination. That sort of slowed things up a bit with changes to the field. Keegan Peterson goes to 4th slip. So we've got Beddingham and Borthwick 1st and 2nd. Peterson at 4th. Rain over the wicket to Evans, who's turning a delivery off Midland leg down towards fine leg for 4. Lots of oohs and ahs out there, so suggesting had he not got to close his bat face on it, it would have been a shout for leg before, but he did and played it neatly. Neat little leg lance, and he picks up a boundary. Beginning to catch Azad. He's on to 20 now, Sam Evans, 49 without loss. Sunglasses are relayed to Dixon, who's gone out to point. He is getting a little bit of movement. He's in and bowls. Oh, that one bounces back and hits Evans. Not was it a midships, as we say?
I think so. I would say that might need a bag of peas. Frozen
He's gone
ones.
for a walk. Wasn't sure whether it was on the box or just on the inner thigh. Either way, it will have stung, but he's not down on his haunch. Well, he's just bending over now. Sometimes wears numb initially, but yeah. Well, as I say, Rain is getting...
Oh, it's still hurting that.
Getting movement.
Yeah.
He's back, taking guard again now. Evans. Rain is in and bowls, and that one's clipped down to fine leg as well. So he's moving it back into the right-hander, but sometimes he's not quite moving it just as he wants to. Rain has a little word with Evans as he walks back past him. That brings up the Leicestershire 50, the second boundary in the over. Evans moves on to 24, one ahead of Azad now. That's at a scoring rate. Those 2 4s, a power of good. But with those shots down through fine leg, Dixon, who was at backward point, is being moved to leg slip again. Rain moving it back in off the seam to Evans, the right-hander. He is in and bowling. Evans is forward, head right over the ball as he gets to the pitch a bit, plays it back down the pitch to Ben Rain. End of Rain's 5th over, none for 15 for the former Leicestershire man. 19 overs bowled, Leicestershire 53 without loss, potentially 77 left in the day.
So into that 18.5 overs was the 50 up?
Was, yeah.
Stuart asks, which do you prefer, the BBC or the papers? Different worlds. I mean, you worked in the newspaper industry as well, didn't you?
Oh yeah, long time. Sunday Times, Guardian, Indie. It was fun, but now it's a different game because of the internet
these days. Yeah. Potts in to Azad. That's left alone. I started off in my local newspaper when I was 18, the Shields Gazette, having just left journalism college. Hadn't quite turned 19. Did 3 years there. Then I did about 7 years or so at a press agency in Newcastle, writing for all of the national newspapers every day. Every story we wrote went to all the nationals. But that was a hard business. Could be absolutely anywhere, door knocking, most days of the week, anywhere across the north of England, really. The BBC's a different world entirely compared to those days. As Potts bowls, this has gone off towards backward point. No run. I used to do hospital radio as well, and I enjoyed being on the radio and chatting to people and whatnot. I think the thing with radio, certainly compared to television, is the immediacy of it. We're broadcasting all day. For instance, if there's breaking news, we can bring it to you instantly. And this every summer was just fantastic, travelling around talking cricket for 6 months. Potts comes in and bowls to Assar. That's a bouncer, which he just kneels down and watches go over his head. Stuart says, which do you prefer anyway? Having you on BBC for Durham is a real bonus for us non-drivers in the remoter northern region, so thanks for sticking with it. I think Stuart is Sedbury.
I was glad to move into sport in the end. It's good to be grounded with news. You kind of have to go through it, but it's tough. You have to be. I remember I covered a murder case for the Yorkshire Post that haunts me to this day. To be honest.
In comes Potts bowls, defended by Assad. He looks to see if Evans wants to come through for a single, but they decide not to. I covered some horrendous murder trials and quite a lot of sadness, really. And I don't think now, the person I am these days, particularly with 3 children, I could do half those stories that I did back then. I think when you're young, stuff washes over you quite easy, but as you get older, you think about things more, don't you? Assad's on 23 as Potts comes in. That's through to the keeper, left alone. It's beyond the off stump. 12:30, Richard's off to do an update for Radio Leicester. When's mine? Next update will be at 1, and then there'll be updates on Radio Newcastle this afternoon during the football commentary as well. Remember, 2 o'clock they're on air for the build-up to that one. It's a short build-up because the match kicks off at 2:15. Newcastle United against Leicester City at St James's Park. Razor and Ando bringing you commentary of that one on Radio Newcastle. There'll be commentary on Radio Leicester on their FM and DAB frequencies as well. So this has been a maiden so far, and this is the final ball of the 20th over. That's gone down the leg side, and that is the end of the over. It's taken by Ned Eckersley. Quite a long way across, actually. He's ended up, by the time he's rolled, having finished taking that and stood up, he is at the edge of the next strip across, the far edge of it. Potts just angling that ball down the leg side of Assad. They obviously feel he's susceptible to his leg side. That's what they've been targeting, but so far so good from a Leicestershire point of view. They've now batted 20 overs. There's only 76 in theory remaining in the day, and they are 53 for none. Chris Rushworth's going to replace Ben Rain. There's half an hour to go to lunch. Tea will be at the fixed position of 20 to 4 as well, because it's the final day. And it's a gorgeous, pleasant day here in Chesty Street. The sun's shining. It's fairly warm out there. You can't get vexed. Rushworth back into the attack. None for 7 in his 5 overs earlier. 2 of them were maidens. That's over pitch though, and that's turned nicely by Evans out through deep mid-wicket and away for 4 to the Health Club boundary. Just straying off his line there, Chris Rushworth. 57 without loss. Evans has 28 from 57. At the other end, Assad 23 from 64. 2 slips and a gully for Evans as Rushworth bowls. Evans turns this towards square leg. Travascus chases after it, 1 run. He picks it up about 20 yards from the boundary in front of the members area in the pavilion. 5 off the over so far, 58 for none. This change ball is about to be 3 overs used. Assad looks around to see where the fielders are as Rushworth prepares to come in to bowl. Just down in front of our commentary position, Ollie Gibson's at long leg as Rushworth comes in. And again they're targeting the leg side, and again Assad has a little poke at it, and it's gone to the keeper. It is Paris-Roubaix day today. The women's race was yesterday, and it is one of the best one-day cycling races in the world. It's brutal over all the cobbled roads of northern France, which were built during the First World War. And on his back, in front of me, Ollie Gibson has number 73 as his squad number as Rushworth comes into bowl. And that's gone down the leg side as well. There's clearly a plan here. They're hoping there's going to be a nibble from Assad at some point soon. In front of me, on my Twitter feeds from Cycling Archives, Eddie Merckx riding to victory in the 1973 Paris-Roubaix. Picture by John Pierce, but I have to ask Ollie Gibson why he's got 73 on his back. I think it might be linked to Sunderland, but that is just a guess, could be any reason. As Rushworth comes in from the Lumley end and bowls another one down the leg side. That was quite a way off the leg stump that time. Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, recently ruled himself out of the England Director's job, and James Franklin, the Durham coach, wandering around the boundary in the sunshine here in Chester Street. A lovely, lovely Easter Sunday. 58 for none, Rushworth, and that has come down the leg side again and drifts down towards fine leg about 30 yards from the bat, and it's a leg bye signalled. So Assad keeps strike, that is the end of the over.
Did you get an Easter egg?
There's a couple in the house, but I've not touched them because I presume one of them's meant for me, but I don't know. So.
Yes, you better not, and just until you know for sure. Dad, you eating my egg? Ah.
There's a photo that came up on my timeline the other day, possibly from lockdown 2 years ago, lockdown Easter, and the girls were just surrounded by eggs.
Not this year, though.
They're in the lakes. So
of course, yes. So
I presume they've taken a car full of eggs with them, I don't know.
Potts.
Probably in the roof box melting.
Potts will continue. He's going to go round the wicket to Assad from the Finkel end of the ground. He's got his leg slip in, charges in and bowls. Assad just does fend delivery off his sort of hip leg stump area down towards long leg, but he kept it down. Picks up a single.
This is a repeat of 2019, isn't it? Leicestershire batting through the morning session, not losing a wicket. They had started that morning session on the final day 3 down, but then batted all the way to lunch unscathed.
I'd be delighted to get through to the interval here, which is still 25 minutes away, so another 6 overs possibly. Potts is in, bowls, and Evans lifts his bat out of the line of that one as it lifts past his left hip, steps inside the line, and not tempted to have a little fend at it, push at it down the leg side. Potts scrapes at the crease. 6.2 overs, none for 11 for Potts. 6 wickets in Leicestershire's first innings. First time he's taken more than 4 in an innings. It was a super bowling performance from him, looking to replicate that this Easter Sunday. In he goes, and bowls, and Evans, thick inside edge onto the pad, I suspect, runs out to backward square, picked up by Gibson. There is no signal from umpire O'Shaughnessy, so it was that thick inside edge onto the pad. Picks up 130 for the first time this season for young Evans. It's only, it's only his fourth innings, I beg your pardon.
What's 50 clicks an hour in miles per hour?
About 31, 32, something like that, is it?
That's the pace they're going at the moment in Paris-Roubaix. On dry roads this time.
It is fast. Round the wicket, in he goes. Potts leaves Azad outside, off stump. The Italian one, didn't she, for the women yesterday? Lisa Bognini. But it looks dry there, doesn't it? It's not as much fun when it's all when they're not getting covered in mud. She looked fresh as a daisy. You could see, there wasn't
long old
on her.
Borghini yesterday.
Yeah, her kit was relatively clean and unmarked. No skids and falls. In goes Potts and bowls a bouncer outside, off stump, and easy for Azad to just step out of the way of that one, lean backwards.
I got interested in cycling in the summer of 1987 when I left school for my 16th birthday. My mum bought me a racing bike, and that just happened to be at the time when the Tour de France started, and it was on Channel 4. It was the year when Stephen Roach won, beat Pedro Delgado, and I just got hooked on the colour and the noise and the atmosphere, and thought it was fantastic.
Potts is in, bowls another bouncer, better one, straight one. There's an appeal for a catch behind. It flicked the chest for me, and he did drop his hands, and umpire O'Shaughnessy is walking away, saying
I was wondering, grill of the helmet there, just judging by the angle his head went back. But
good bouncer, nice straight one. And it did flick something, but not the bat or the gloves. That's the key point, and Durham take it well. The end of the over, 61 without loss, 22 overs. Azad 24, Evans 30.
Ended up writing for Cycling Weekly for a few years as well. That was my first paid journalism job, actually, writing for them when I was at journalism college. Used to pay quite well. That I bet there's they don't get the same column inches payments these days in the magazine industry. 61 for none then. Can Chris Rushworth do something about this partnership? This is over number 23. He's coming in from the Lumley end. Bowls to Evans. Evans plays the ball up to mid-on. You were saying a lot of the teams train around where you live in the winter in Spain.
Yeah, indeed.
Do you see any? Have you seen any? Been to any of the big races?
No. There were a couple of. There's a tour of Alicante.
Yeah.
No, I'm a little bit north of Andalusia, sort of the Alicante province, and the tour of Valencia as well.
Yeah.
So we've seen both those, but it's, to be honest, there's no great caravans that sort of go like the Tour de France that sort of follow, that will precede them all.
Rushworth in to Evans. This is defended,
and they go so fast. So they go past so fast that it's.
Well, it's all the build-up, isn't it? 2 or 3 years ago we took the girls and we went up to the borders and we watched a stage of the Tour of Britain, but it came in a sort of big figure of 8, so we could watch them in one section, then go and watch a climb here and see the finish in Kelso and that kind of thing. It's coming to Sunderland this year for the first time. It's hosting a stage finish. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. Good ball. And Evans tucks his bat inside the line of a rising delivery there as it goes through to the keeper. But I've been liaising with Sweet Spot, who run the Tour of Britain, suggesting climbs and finish points and whatnot. There's an awful lot has to be taken into it. The perfect place to finish it would, from an aesthetic point of view, with a helicopter shot, would be on the hill at Roker with the lighthouse in the foreground and the beach, but there's too much road furniture there. So they're going to finish outside the new City Hall in Sunderland city centre, just across the river from the Stadium of Light, as Rushworth bowls. This has gone off down towards fine leg, 4-4 from Evans. Just turns it round the corner. There's no fielder there. So far, so good from a Leicestershire point of view. They've had a decent morning here, and these two look in control. Evans has 34, Assad 24, 65 for none. That stage, by the way, is actually going to start in front of Durham Cathedral, and they'll come down the cobbled hill, and then they're going out through Teesdale and Weardale before swinging back to Sunderland. And then the next day there's I think it's Redcar across to the North York Moors as Rushworth's in. Played off towards mid-wicket. No run there. But I will be in Derby with Durham, so I'll miss all the extravaganza and the colour and the noise.
That said, there's a good indoor...
The velodrome, yeah.
Velodrome at Derby.
I think it's been used as it was being used as a vaccination hub, wasn't it, recently?
Might be something going on there.
Rushworth comes in. Evans on his toes fends that one away. The ice cream man's arriving just in time for the lunch break. End of the over. And it is 65 for none here on BBC Radio Newcastle. There was a 4 there down to fine leg, and then every other delivery was a dot ball. But talking of the year 73, the number 73, the minimum remaining overs 73. Here's the ice cream man coming through the gates. Steward's directing him to his spot just behind the TV screen, which is working again.
He might get a bit of business this afternoon. So it's not blazing sun because of this sort of slight haze in the atmosphere, but it's a very, very pleasant indeed. Matty Potts is looking to make life not at all pleasant for Hassan Azad. 3 slips short leg and leg slip still in as Potts roars in and bowls a bouncer that just bends the knee and leans back from. Azad lets it go through. 73 balls he's faced for his 24. Evans has caught up and passed him. He was behind him for a long time in terms of both number of runs scored and strike rate, but Evans 34 off 66 means he's scoring at more than 50 just. Azad, as ever, when he's in this sort of mood, at about 32, 33. Potts in again and bowls and forward solidly, not to the pitch of the ball Azad, but trusting his eye and the pitch, and that trust justified it. Jumped a little bit, hit the top part of the bat, but down into the ground it goes. I might pay a visit to that ice cream.
I'm just thinking it must be warm on the ice cream van because he's been reversing in there. He's got the roof skylight open, so because obviously it's got glass sides, isn't it? So plenty to heat up. Bigger glass sides in the car.
Potts in bowls. Fuller, good delivery. Thick inside part of the bat as he's looking to press forward there. Azad out towards Keegan Peterson, who finds himself at mid-wicket now.
You got me thinking about that 99 now.
Sadly, is it Neil who used to have the ice cream franchise at Worcester? Yeah, he was big friends with Brad, as used to send stuff over.
Send a big bowl of ice cream round at tea time.
Yeah, bless his heart.
Yeah, Worcestershire decided to do their own ice cream instead, their own ice cream stall, and that was the end of him.
Potts is in bowls, and everything together from Azad dropping the ball down directly at his feet. Niall O'Brien ordered a whole round of ice creams for Leicestershire there one day from Neil to be sent to the dressing room at tea. He sent the 12th man round. He said, go and get a tenner out of my wallet. I think it was probably more than that, actually.
Probably would have been.
But it was a while ago now. It was a blazing hot afternoon. Potts is in and bowls, and Azad with a lot of time is forward to a good length delivery down the pitch on the onside. Peterson again picks up.
Might have been a €20 note if it was Niall.
Throws the ball to Chris Rushworth. The theatre isn't quite as vocal as it was. Changes to the field though. Peterson, who had come out of third slip to go in at mid-wicket, is jogging back in that direction now. Leg slip goes to leg gully. And mid-on goes to short mid-wicket. In goes Potts and Bowles. Back foot defensive shot on the off-stump this time, working it out towards point from Azad. That is the end of the over. They're trying, Durham. They're trying all sorts of different ideas, trying to make the batsmen think, trying to unsettle them. But at the moment, Azad and Evans are not to be unsettled. Azad has 24, Evans 34, Potts 8 overs for 12. Rushworth 7 overs for 16, and Leicestershire are 65 with that loss of 24.
I was just about to say, will we see any spin anytime soon? And lo and behold. Oh. Is he going to bowl or not? Yeah. I was writing his name in my notepad there when I heard Scott Borthwick say, "Don't take it off, not yet," which I thought he was saying to Travaskis, "No, it's not going to be you just yet." But no. He was talking to Sean Dixon, who's come in at short leg with the helmet on.
Tim Wilton-Davies. This is where a really fast bowler with accuracy and or reverse swing would come in handy. I think every county captain would agree with that.
Travaskis then, left arm round from the Lumley end with his sunglasses on, bowling to Evans. Big stride forward from him, snuffs that one out. Sussex is still batting.
Haynes?
They're 345 for 2 following on that. So they lead by 14. That's defended and rolls back to the bowler. I had them written off, didn't I, yesterday? Haynes 194. Pujara's batting as well. 94 he has as well. So the last wicket fell at 145 for 2. So 300, put 200 on. Third ball of the over, played out towards the covers there, no run. Kent is still in existence against Lancashire and Canterbury. They're 145 for 7, but still trail, following on by 101. Played to short leg this time, bounces into the hands of Dixon. And Glamorgan chasing their target, need another 123 to beat Notts at Trent Bridge. They're 43 for 1. Leicestershire here 65 for none. Travaskis bowls, Evans forward. Ball rolls out towards Borthwick, who's put himself in the covers. Good morning from Leicestershire's point of view so far. They've only got a few minutes to get themselves intact to lunch, 11 minutes to lunch. Brought in a silly point now instead of a silly mid-off instead of short leg for the last ball of the over, and that is a maiden, but it now means the 70 overs left to bat out, in theory. Possibly minus 16 if they shake hands on a draw.
It's just occurred to me that if we'd thought about it at BBC Radio Leicester, I could have got the football boys to give me a lift back after. They'll be going back past the ground at roughly the time the game might be finishing, won't they? What time do they
Quarter past 2 start?
2, well, sort of 5-ish.
Quarter past 3, 4.
Half past 5 by the time they've done all their interviews. Yeah. What is it, 20 miles north?
No, it's not that far.
10. Got to get out of the city
now,
haven't they?
It's just over the hill.
Got to get out of the city.
Yeah, but the match traffic will have gone by then.
So they could have popped into, maybe they'll pop in to see a few overs.
Who's the team, is it Ian?
No, it isn't at the moment. It's Owen is the lead commentator. Owen Palmer-Atkin. We're jabbering on because there are changes to the field. Chris Rushworth's coming on to replace Matty Potts from this Finkel end of the ground, but he's got a similar field, although Peterson has gone to gully really rather than third slip. In goes Rushworth and bowls a bouncer and almost on his bottom there Azad as he leans backwards and picks himself up again. Umpire Debenham marches from square leg and he's going to go with 2 point instead because there is a short leg. A couple of pitches back, Dixon. He's not sort of right in there. He's almost there for the deliberate push. as the thick inside edge, maybe off the pad or body. Rushworth is in and bowls another bounce that is pulled past Dixon down towards wide long leg, and Azad takes the single.
Chris Sharp's tweeted, enough of the ice cream chat. We've already done back-to-back trips to Thornton Dale ice cream shop, and we're trying to resist making it 3 in 3 days. But he's
good there.
Sent us a picture of him and his wife snuffling an ice cream yesterday.
Good there.
It's a nice village, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's where that
the garage with the old-fashioned cars is in Thornton Dale.
TV series about that, you know, Bangers and Cash.
Oh, is it?
In goes Rushworth and forward goes Evans. Yeah, it's into its about 8th series. It's very popular. Yeah, they auction about every month classic cars by the dozen.
Did it get? Was there a nasty flood there, or was that further along towards Pickering? Pickering used to flood, didn't it? Whenever we had a mega storm.
I used to live at Broadby near a river there. The Dove and that used to flood fairly regularly. Tends to be a bit lower down, so it could well have been. In goes Rushworth and bowls. Evans is sort of reaching forward. He's got a lot of time. The wicket is benign.
Yeah, we stayed there a few years ago in a farm, in a cottage in a farm at a village called Eberston, which was just underneath the Dalby Forest, and we could cycle up into the forest and go on the trails up there. It was great. Lovely area, and the steam railway from Pickering up towards Gromont's nice as well.
Yeah. Rushworth is in and bowls. Evans again is forward, hopping slightly, having played the shot. So much momentum has he going forward. Remains 34 not out. Azad 25 not out with that pull. One delivery left in this over from Rushworth. His 8th. And the 26th of the innings, 70, therefore remain potentially to be bowled after it. 7 minutes until lunch, so 2 more probably after this. Rushworth is in. He's a little bit shorter this time. Up on his toes is Evans, just outside off stump, pushing it out to Jones in the covers end of the over. Another survived by Leicestershire with, from Durham's point of view, a concerning degree of comfort, I think. The pitch is offering the Durham seamers nothing at the moment. 66 without loss.
Thought I'd better send a little update to BBC Online just to explain that there's not really much going on. In that Leicestershire are doing exactly the job that is required of their batsmen. Durham's still looking for that breakthrough, 26 overs on.
Declan on the feed is quietly confident about Leicestershire's upcoming season. He says we have talent in all formats.
Travaskis, Assad takes 3 or 4 steps down the track there to play this one away.
Maidstone Fox has had England qualified. He just plays for the wrong county. Leicestershire could sign Joe Root and England would drop him.
Travaskis again in his sunglasses. Ball trickles into Assad's bat and trickles away from it again. He takes quite a stride to defend that one. Got a leg slip in place, a short leg and first slip is there as well. Keeper standing up to the stumps for the spinner, left arm spinner. Assad cuts. Doesn't time it well though, and the ball trickles out this time in towards the covers. Bobbles to Chris Rushworth, no run. The video highlight of today will be issued shortly as 1001 dot balls. This is flicked away towards square leg this time.
Bernard. The wicket is too good to expect 10 misbehaving deliveries to take the wickets.
4 dot balls now. 4 minutes away from lunch. Task nearly completed by Leicestershire. Oh, he's bowled him round his legs. Unbelievable. All of the pace bowling where they targeted Hassan Assad's legs, nothing doing, and then Travaskis has bowled him round his legs. With about an over to go to lunch, toiled away. It's gone through his legs.
Yeah, he was trying to pull a slightly short ball away, got a bottom edge, and it nibbled through his legs. He's walking, he's dragging himself. I was disappointed with himself, Hassan Azad. Just tried to sort of pull it away, and little bottom edge, and somehow it went between his legs and onto the stumps. Is that the break? Well, it is the breakthrough Durham have been searching for. Is it the lucky break that they needed to open the gates? It's a big wicket. It's Azad, and he's gone for 25. 66 for 1. That will lift Durham going into lunch. Another one, because there are still 3 minutes to go. George Rhodes wandering out to replace Azad, and everything will taste a lot better, even if just that one wicket, as far as Durham are concerned. You'll have to write to send BBC Sport another.
I haven't sent the first one yet, so I'm going to change the title from Nothing Doing to Durham Get a Wicket.
Faced a lot of balls for his 25.
How many? 329 to win.
He faced 85 balls and hit 2 fours. And he occupied 98% of a session, but not quite 100%. So Rhodes very much surrounded. There's Travaskis with 1 ball to go in his over.
Here he comes and bowls. Rhodes forward to that one. It's defended end of the over. So the pressure of surrounding the bat, leg slip, short leg, slip, keep standing up the stumps, paid in the end.
Rushworth will bowl the final over of the session. Rhodes and Evans have a chat. Couldn't quite believe what had happened. Azad is one of those that somehow gets through. Could so easily have gone on to the pads, went between his legs and onto the stumps. Rushworth changing his field. He's sending Dixon back from point to wide third man. 3 slips go down behind Evans as Rushworth goes in and bowls. Evans is forward, thick inside part of the bat, pushes the ball out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Gibson. No run. Bang, bang is the shout from the skipper. The eternal cry of the county cricketer in the field. But it does happen frequently, and if it does on this occasion, Durham will be really lifted. In goes Rushworth, bowls. Evans leaves outside, off stump, taken low by Eckersley. Evans goes for a little walk. £1 top of the hour. I'll do one more delivery and then nip across to do an update. The news. Rushworth turns into his 9th over and bowls. Evans leaves outside off stump again, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, slightly short of a good length, bounces through to Eckersley, 66 for 1.
Rushworth in. Ball fended away this time by Evans. 1 run just beyond point. Rhodes on strike, Rushworth bowls, it's left, it goes through to the keeper. 1 ball left before lunch. Rushworth and last ball before lunch, cracked away for 4 by Rhodes. He's off the mark. 71 for 1 at the break. About to do an update for Radio Newcastle, and we'll take a break for 40 minutes and see you at 20 to 2.
Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because
Of the day eventually fell, Durham declaring overnight and bowling them out, the target for victory for Leicestershire.
Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because thanks to Votu Motors, I'm here today to be tested in every way possible by ex-New Zealand international James Franklin. And yes, I will be going up against some of the Durham first 11. Just how does this coaching staff get the best out of their players? We're about to find out. So I've only been here for 5 minutes. Durham have already given me an Apple Watch and the shirt, but what I really hope they give me is a box, because first challenge is batting. The players are going to arrive shortly, so I'm going to go and pad up. Let's go. Well, James, lovely to see you. I feel like the guinea pig today. What are we going to be up to?
We've got a few things planned for you, Max. You can jump in with me and do a little bit of batting with me, and then we'll finish with Cole Pearce, who's our fielding coach. So it gives you a bit of an insight to what the guys do on a daily basis here, particularly through the winter. And yeah, we'll see what you got.
Let's do it.
you're actually really fluent with the way that you hit the ball, but just once you hit the ball, just try and stay still.
Stay still.
And then you get a better understanding of where your movements are, what your balance is doing.
Okay.
So I'm going to be coming over arm, okay? Same sort of thing. Lovely, 6 runs.
No.
Weight was a little bit back there, Max. Try and get your weight coming towards me. That's better, nice.
Right, let's have some fun. Are we ready? That is fast. Oh, that's fast. Oh, I nicked it. Jeez Louise. Yeah! Stokesy, what do you think about the performance?
Stick to what you do throughout the day.
Stick to the day job. So I've done batting and now it's fielding. We've got the mats out. Let's do it. I've got Cole Pearce here. You brought out the mats as well.
Put out the match for you.
Are you ready? Can I just jump?
Absolutely, go for it.
Get warmed up. Let's go!
We want a quick release, pick up and go. Here we go, you ready? So in, set, done. Oh, yes. Ah, good effort. Try and get your head as close to the ball as you can. Good. Yes, good catch. Yes, that's a good one. Yes. Perfect. You're just going to throw it, take the catch, pop it back up to me. All right?
Yeah.
Good. Good.
That's quicker than you think.
Good. Okay, this time we've got 2 balls.
2 balls.
All right? Red ball,
Yeah.
you've got to catch it with your right hand.
Okay.
The white ball, you've got to catch it with your left hand. You ready? 1, 2, 3, good catch. 4, good catch. 5, that's a great catch.
Yeah!
Well done. Brilliant.
High five, Goldie.
Brilliant. Excellent, that mate.
Next time around, I'll be meeting Durham's coaches to see how my bowling stands up against the rest of the team.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
And the Leicestershire batsmen Sam Evans and George Rhodes.
Welcome back to Chester Street then for the afternoon session of this final day of Durham against Leicestershire in the County Championship from BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester. And Durham getting a breakthrough when it looked like it wasn't about to happen just before lunch. 5 minutes before lunch, Hassan Azad, the big scalp, as he was bowled through his legs, trying to pull Liam Travaskis down through the leg side. He got himself, he went back into his crease. The ball went between his pads and through his legs and hit leg stump. So he was bowled for 25, 66 for 1 at that point in time, and still 329 runs away from the target, which is incidental really, of 395. It's all about Leicestershire trying to bat out the day here and saving a draw. George Rhodes is on 4, and he's just come back out to the middle with Sam Evans, the opener, who is on 35 from 80 balls. 71 for 1. And after lunch it will be Ben Rain to start bowling from the Lumley end, right arm over to Evans. Evans defends the first ball, rolls back towards Rain. So we've got a slip cordon of David Beddingham at first slip, Scott Borthwick at second, and then Keegan Peterson, the South African debutant, is in the gully. We have at point Sean Dixon, still got his shin pads on from earlier. Michael Jones is in the covers. Rushworth and Potts are at mid-on and mid-off. Travaskis is at mid-wicket. This one's gone to Peterson via the ground. And we have one fielder. I think it's Ollie Gibson down on his knees at the moment, tying a lace. He is in front of the pavilion steps, so he's at long leg. In comes Ben Rain and bowls. Oh, it's squeezed through the hands of Peterson. In the goal, he just rolls about 15-20 yards behind him for a single. Off the bat of Evans, he moves on to 36. Rain, ball in hand. Going in from about a 25-yard run-up. Bowling to Rhodes. Right arm over to the right-hander. Rhodes jabs his bat on the ball. The ball comes off his foot and rolls away to point, no run. Freshly fortified by lunch. What did you go for?
Macaroni cheese.
Any good?
We've been looked after royally, and the first 3 meals were brilliant. Today's of the 4. I'm still very grateful for anything I get, to be honest. So, enjoying a nice real cup of coffee though now.
Rain in and played away by Rhodes up to mid-off. No run there. I've just
But you had lamb, didn't you?
I went for minced lamb with came with vegetables and mash and a Yorkshire pudding as well.
Somebody's waving at you down there. I don't know if you saw them. A young man sort of looked up and waved. Don't know if you know him. He's sitting down now.
No.
No. Oh, okay. Maybe waving at me, but I don't think so. I'll wave back just in case.
Going to put the helmet on here, Ned Eckersley, and run up to the stumps. He gave away 5 penalty runs in Leicestershire's first innings when the ball went through his gloves and hit the helmet, and that was the first time Durham had done that in 30 years of Championship cricket. Rain comes in. Keeper's standing up. Ball played back to Rain by the batsman, and that's the final ball of the over. They have been the recipients of 70 penalty runs over the years.
Yeah, a little moment of history. Every game's got something.
How many more matches will you watch before you see Hassan Assad bowled through his legs?
Yeah, again. Who knows? Who knows? Hopefully plenty, because if he continues with his sort of rate of progress,
he's a good batsman, isn't he? He's
he's
nice
going to
to
score
watch.
thousands of runs for Leicestershire in years to come. Matty Potts.
It was a bit of a sort of freak dismissal at the time. Initially I thought he'd sort of been bowled round his legs, but when we watched the action again, it went right through them, didn't it?
Yeah, little bottom edge, and one of those that just gets through everything. Potts, 8 overs this morning, none for 12, is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot on the off stump, even from Evans, as Ben Mike runs athletically past, up on his toes. That's a lovely running style from Ben Mike. He's been in the nets doing a little bit of work. Didn't make the 11 for the game, Ben Mike. Potts turns in and bowls. Evans is forward very correctly, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the offside. Rushworth at wide mid-off stroke extra cover gets across to make the stop. Alfonso Thomas, rather less athletically with respect to Alfonso, is walking sedately, carrying the various kit he's been using in the nets. He's been in the deck chair most of the morning, hasn't he? The Fonz sitting down now as he's behind the bowler's arm. In goes Potts and bowls. Evans is forward again, half forward, and it just shapes back into him a touch, takes the thick inside part of the bat and trickles out towards mid-wicket, pursued by Sean Dixon, who's in there at short leg. 2 slips Gully, the close catchers along with Dixon. Beddingham and Borthwick first and second. Peterson in the gully as Potts turns in and bowls, and it's a little bit shorter this time. He stays on the back foot and dabs it down towards Gully. Evans, that is, and Peterson makes the stop.
Was how long's Alfonso Thomas been with Leicestershire?
Just joined at the start over the close season, at the start of this season.
So
obviously.
they'd already agreed to sign Hendricks before Thomas came then?
Yeah, I think so. Whether he'd been consulted, obviously, I don't know.
Yeah.
Claude Henderson, with his contacts in South Africa, I think was instrumental in that particular signing, as Potts is in. Evans back foot to a slightly shorter ball, solidly, again pushing out into the offside. Again, there is no run. But obviously, it makes it easier for Thomas to work with him, a compatriot. Well, you assume. You never know, do you? But one assumes that they have a few things in common they can talk about. But he's moved, and he's already sold his house in Taunton, he was telling me. And his wife, I think she's quite a senior nurse. In goes Potts and bowls forward this time. Evans carefully deflecting it out towards point from outside, just outside off stump. The end of a solid maiden over from Matty Potts. Her family are from the sort of Staffordshire area, so it's moving back up to sort of Leicestershire. I think she's quite pleased about their, she's back closer, much closer to family. And Alfonso, he says he has no particular ties in Taunton, so move they have. Or in the process thereof, anyway.
I was listening to a report on the radio the other day about how the cost of homes near the seaside's gone up quite dramatically since COVID came along. As Rain comes in and bowls now. This is played by Rhodes out through square leg for 1.
Good news for those of you on the Roca Riviera, or
Well,
is it? I don't know. It
unless you
depends on
want
your
them-
attitude. If the
Not if you're not
kids-
moving anywhere, but with more and more people now working from home, lots of people have supposedly chosen to move to the coast. I mean, there were some days during lockdown when it was busy down the seafront, and we basically never left the garden, you know, or I would go inland up the river.
I suppose if you could go out early, the beach would be
Yeah.
a bit less.
Rain to Evans from the lovely end. It's guided down towards the gully. One-handed stop from Peterson. It just runs slightly away from him. Borthwick chases behind to get it. No run. Have you stayed on the coast at Roca? Have you stayed in the Roca Hotel? No.
No. Haven't.
No, Andy Wilson and a few of the other cricket writers came up and stayed there. He loved it because he likes to go running, but he's also a bird watcher. So jogging along the seafront, along the pier.
Next year, if we're in the same, if we're both still here, if we're spared and the counties are spared.
Rain once more. It's just pushed off towards mid-wicket.
Are there good hotels then down
Yeah,
there?
there's a few hotels on the seafront and guest houses and
You'll
things.
have to send me a few recommendations or links. And
The manager of the Roca was we used to have a pint with him in the pub, and I mentioned about the fact there were varying people visiting here every now and then for 4 days, so he did a deal with them, but he's now moved on down to Suffolk or somewhere.
But it is nice to stay in Durham, obviously.
Yeah.
You kind of get to know a place a little bit with staying at places to run and what have you, and eat.
Rain in. Ball played up towards the covers. No run there. There's quite a lot of camera just seems to have gone out of focus on my tablet here. I don't know what's happened there. There's quite a few guest houses and hotels along the seafront. There's a new one just been built as well at Seaburn.
Scoreboard's not quite. It's got an
integrated something.
Yeah,
written on it.
something's gone quite a little bit awry.
Rain balls. Oh, taken down the leg side. Bails are off, but Evans had his back foot planted in the crease, even though he's leaning a long way forwards there.
Yeah, could have toppled. Neat work by Ned Eckersley.
I'm going to refresh that because that's gone funny there. Oh, that's come back good. Thought something weren't quite right there. Another over about to be eaten up here. Last ball of it. The 31st. Rain. Oh, that's gone well wide of the keeper, and he's hurt himself diving across to try and stop it.
Good effort to get there at all, really, by Eckersley.
He's picked himself up, but he was across virtually on the other strip, wasn't he there?
Yeah, I bet Beddingham was quite pleased he got there. First slip.
Yeah.
End of the over.
I remember you talking about, facing the fast ball and keeper getting it rather than the slip, but Graham Fowler in his book Outfoxed was talking about the principles of dealing as a batsman with fast bowlers with his student cricketers at Durham Uni.
Potts is in, and bowling solid forward defensive press from Rhodes, pushes the ball out past Potts, and Rushworth picks it up.
And the principle was he would have them fielding against the fast ball.
Right.
And so they get used to that whole process of this fast ball's coming into my hands, and then, right, we'll put a pair of gloves on and some pads and a bat, and surely it makes the situation easier.
Potts turns in from the Finkel end and bowls. Rhodes is driving pleasantly. He's got it away in front of Point, who's in hot pursuit. Travasky slides. Everything goes over the line, including the fielder. Bless his heart.
It's gone behind him.
Yeah. The whole works. He did his very, very best to chase it down, and it was a spectacular effort, but it is a short boundary over there. So Rhodes picks up his second boundary. He crunched one away in the over before lunch, which is when he came in, and he is an attacking batter. He hasn't had so many opportunities against the red ball for Leicestershire, former Worcestershire man. This is a big one, really, on a good pitch. See what he can make of it. He's moved on to 9 off 9. Potts in again, short ball. He got in position to hook, but dropped his hands. Knew it was too soon. Let it go through. 77 for 1. Scoreboard's doing all sorts of. It's showing 227 for some reason.
Yeah, something else has come up on the screen, hasn't it? Which is it looks like the name of a computer program or something.
So we're looking to our right towards the castle to use the little electronic scoreboard.
It's the new screen. They've got rid of the old scoreboard, which kept breaking down.
Potts is in, and Bowles goes past the outside edge. It goes between first and second slip. Now, did it take the edge? No. Yes, it did. So nobody moved. Bedingham has his hands on his knees in disbelief at first slip. Well, normally you'd say that would have been Eckersley, the keeper, wouldn't you? Eckersley sort of, it went between the two of them. I'd love to see a replay of that one if it comes up, but that was a very curious circumstance. Here it comes. Let's have a look-see.
There's a gap. There's really.
He's standing quite wide, isn't he?
Yeah, the sixer at slept
1.5, isn't he?
Second
almost.
and third, and there's nobody at first. It's gone straight through that gap.
Goodness me, at very catchable height.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, a bit of a let-off, a heck of a let-off for George Rhodes. In goes Potts and Bowles to him again. He's forward this time, getting everything behind it, pushing it out to Rushworth at extra cover. That was very strange. Just nobody moved.
No. It bounced along quite a long way behind them, mind. You know where that advertising thing is.
Flew, yeah, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, whether they didn't pick it up. Well, Borthwick moves across the captain from that, well, second slip position.
I just don't think
just to see. No, nobody seemed to pick it up. In goes Potts and Bowles. Rhodes is driving, but it's a little bit edgy along the ground all the way, but goes straight to Travaskis at point, and that is the end of the over, in which Potts can be a little cheesed off. He created an opportunity, and he'll get a few pats on the back, but that won't make him feel any better. End of the over, as I say. 81 then for 1. Rhodes 13. The last 4 of which are slightly fortuitous, and Evans 36.
Cheteshwar Pujara has his first 100 for Sussex.
So have any wickets fallen there today?
I don't think so. It's now 377 for 2, so no. Following on, they now lead by 46 against Derbyshire. The one that got away. Durham down there at Hove in 2 weeks' time. Notts here next Thursday. Final day of Durham Leicestershire today as rain starts a new over. Bowling here and bowling into the gloves of the keeper who's standing up to the stumps.
I hope you get weather like this down there. It'd be grand down at the seaside.
Staying on the seafront. Last time I was down there was last summer for the one-day cup.
The Grand? You have a suite at the Grand?
I think we've stayed there before. As this is defended by Evans. Is the Grand the Hilton or not, or are they separate hotels?
I think they're separate. Whether they bought it, I don't know.
Stayed in the Hilton a couple of times.
I wouldn't know because I never get to stay at places like that.
No. Well, there's a cracking little pub in the back lane next to the Hilton car park. I think it was called the Marquis of Granbury or something. And,
that's a Leicester pub, the Marquis of, funnily enough, of Granby.
Well, the man who owned it was a massive fan of music, the old music halls and shows and things. Rain comes in and bowls, played off towards point, and he had lots of the original photographs of like megastars of the 40s and 50s show business world on all the walls. It was a treasure trove, and he said he used to buy them at auction. He had lots in his down in his cellar as well. But I think the last time I went in last year, it had changed hands and it had all been refitted, and there was no sign of any of that anymore.
What a shame. I wonder where all those photos have gone.
I think he retired and moved away. In comes Rain Balls. This is defended by Evans. Runs up towards Minon. Plenty of characters in that pub. Plenty of characters in Brighton. It's,
I was going to say, yes, if
there's not really anywhere else like it, is there? Really?
No, I like it very much. It's got that sort of slight edge, hasn't it? Brighton. And,
it's a funny place.
Loush.
Yeah. There was I remember going away quite a few years ago now on a golf trip for a few days, and we were staying up in the Borders, and one of the lads who was playing golf with us drove a car transporter. He's played off towards Point, and they call them trampers, don't they? When you sleep in your cab, there's a bed in the cab. So like a lot of the long haulage drivers, they sleep in their cabs and whatnot, and that's what he does. And he'd start off on a Monday, and he'd have to go and collect a load of post office vans from, I don't know, Liverpool, and drive them up the Isle of Skye. But by Thursday or Friday, he could be down on the south coast delivering vehicles there. He just went anywhere he was told to go, really. And Rain comes in and bowls, defended again, and he said there were 2 places in the country where he would never stay in his lorry near them, and I was surprised to hear Brighton was one of them. Glasgow was the other, but he said he'd been sleeping in his lorry one night in Brighton when somebody started taking shots at it with a gun. So he tends to stay. His choice was to stay away from there. It's a big town as well, actually.
City, isn't it?
Yeah, city. If you come along from the beachy head end, and because you're up on the tops of the cliffs and you're looking down on it, it's a big place. I stayed in Worthing one time. That was quite nice, just along the coast.
Yeah. Potts to continue. He's into his 11th over, and he comes from the Finkel end and bowls. Rhodes is forward, and he's going to pick up 4 runs there. Slightly angled bad. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but his head was over it, and he played it down wide through gully, and another pint at the bar of the vacant third man served.
One of my mates from Sunderland, Neil, he lives in Worthing now, so I met up with him last summer, and he took me to a pub just round the back from where the hotel was, called the Cricketers.
Okay.
Which is quite a nice pub, actually, and we were sitting in what was obviously a cobbled courtyard, where I presume they used to bring horses through at one time. Maybe the stable block or something like that.
Potts bounds in and bowls. Again, Rhodes is forward, and again he's going to pick up runs. Not going to go all the way this time. Travaskis chases back from backward point. It was wider, and he pulls it back around about 10 yards inside the rope in there in front of the Health Club, and Rhodes indeed settles just for the single. As it turned out, he moves on to 18. 86 for 1. The run rate at the moment is 2.6. They'd need to score at 5 and over from here on in to get close to the target.
Rob Key is the new managing director of England men's cricket.
Right.
What plans does he have for the county championship?
Potts is in, bowls, and allowed to go through by Evans. Certain glibness with, well, I don't know, qualifications are, but, you know. There have already been a few sort of trawling through his various social media posts over the years, which...
Have there?
Yeah, don't necessarily suggest the sort of level of analysis and perspective that will necessarily make the greatest of heads of English cricket, but anyway. Potts is in and bowls. Evans is forward, bat close to pad, out into the offside. It goes. He's on 36 off 102 balls, setting out his stall to bat on and on and on.
Well, anybody who's coming after the county championship and wants to lessen it and reduce fixtures and the number of games and the number of clubs, well, I can't find myself being supportive of any of that, I'm afraid. I don't know what his mandate is, what his plans are.
Potts is in. Bowles goes past the outside edge. I'm pretty sure it was slightly short of a length ball, held its own, and Evans wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. He went back, but it looked to me like he was playing at that one. Went through to Eckersley.
As a commentator, I like listening to him when he's on TV.
That's why he's got the job, essentially, isn't it, really? He's not no other qualifications that I'm aware of.
Well, he played captain Kent for years, didn't he?
He did. But does that necessarily make a great head of in an administrative role? We shall find out, I guess. In goes Potts and Bowles. Evans is turning him full delivery off his toes, off down from middle and leg down towards deep backward square. Running up from wide long leg is Michael Jones, the new Centurion. Yesterday evening, and Evans takes one and keeps the strike. He moves on to 37, 87 for 1. 62 overs potentially remain to be bowled, and Leicestershire would need to score 308 from them to win the game. That isn't going to happen. I think that's reasonably safe to say. 9 wickets from those 62 overs is what Durham need.
Rain then to start his 9th over, none for 17, comes in and bowls. This is off towards mid-wicket. Jones chases it, and there's a bit of hesitation between the batsmen before they eventually decide to go for a single. Kick-off 10 minutes away at St James's Park. I've got an update to do at half-time into that game on Radio Newcastle at 3:10.
Yeah, ditto. There you go. That's no coincidence. Not.
Ted's found somebody else to bark at. It's the little
our
man
friend.
with his dog in his trolley.
Yes. I'll take a picture of it just so that people know what we're talking about, really.
Raining. That's through to the keeper. He's standing up to the stumps.
There we go. One man and his dog in a baby carriage.
There's a woman who lives around our way who pushes the dogs in a pushchair. It's not really taking them for a walk, is it, if they're not walking? Leicestershire 88 for 1, 34.2 overs gone. That one's into the keeper's gloves again. Importantly, 61 overs left, and I am looking at this and thinking, how on earth are Durham going to take another 9 wickets this afternoon? If they do, we're in for one heck of a climax to the game. Just the track's just flat, isn't it? It's like we've seen the last few seasons in Durham. It just flattens down as the match goes on. Defended this time by Rhodes. Retweeted it.
I have. For those who wish to see it, at Fox's Cricket 22. Get in touch with us at Marty Cricket.
So are you running that Twitter feed then?
At Fox's Cricket?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Right,
that's me. That's the old at Rich Emray account.
So does Rich Emray still exist somewhere in the ether? You've renamed it, have you? Rain again, dug out from around about middle and off, played to mid-on.
It's an interesting point, really, because I stopped tweeting on it over the winter to have a break as much as anything, and deleted it so that I stopped getting a lot of the various.
See, I already follow Foxes,
but it disappears after. It doesn't just stop after 30 days on Twitter. It deletes everything, and it deletes all. So
what does this new account?
Again. No, if you tell it to, it only holds it for 30 days.
Rain bowls that one slightly wider of off stump. Keeper takes it. That's the end of the over. So 1 run from it, and now at the end of it, 61 overs to go. Unless, of course, they shake hands on a draw. Oh, there we are, one man on his dog. You see, I follow, or have done, Foxes Afloat.
Afloat?
Yeah,
okay.
who are a couple of guys who were living on a canal boat and did some absolutely beautiful documentaries of their travels around the UK.
There's a lot of canal boats around Leicester.
Yeah.
Around there.
Well, my daughter first, a colleague first spotted them. I think they were originally on one of the, like Amazon or something like that, on the TV during lockdown. And then my daughter found them on YouTube, and they've done hundreds of episodes, but they've recently sold the canal boat and moved to a small holding in the Highlands of Scotland. So a complete change of location and circumstance.
Potts continues from the Finkel end in and bowls. Evans is reaching for it, but getting there, stroking it out into the offside, into the gap in the covers. Travaskis runs around from point to pick up, and Evans settles for one. There was only one to be had, really. He moves on to 39, 89 for one.
Aren't the Hatton locks in Leicestershire? Is it with a windmill at the top of the hill?
I must admit, I'm not sure. I know the River Soar sort of goes into a sort of interlinks with a canal at one stage. Potts is in outside off stump. Rhodes steps forward and watches with interest as it travels through to Eckersley.
Well, the River Soar, when it gets to Trent Lock, that's where the Olrewas Canal starts there. But I think the River Soar meanders alongside the Grand Union in places, doesn't it? The Leicester Arm.
I bow to your knowledge of the inland waterways of the country. I'm not sure, I'm afraid.
I just love the canals, just such a peaceful pace, 3 mile an hour, 4 miles an hour, chugging along with the engine purring away.
They're good to run alongside. In goes Potts and bowls up on towards the hip, or trying to get it to rise up towards the hip of Rhodes. Doesn't too much, he just turns the bat face on it, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Have you jogged along the Regent's Canal from Lords up to Camden Lock?
No, I
That's a nice
tend to use the park there, you know, just go
around
do circuits around the...
Jogging along there, being watched by giraffes a few years ago.
Ah, okay.
Because you go right past London Zoo.
Yeah, but you pass it, but I've never seen any where I've run. You know, it's kind of all fenced off, so I don't see any animals. Now, the Potts has sent mid-wicket back to deep-ish mid-wicket. He comes in and bowls. Rhodes is forward, looking to guide it past Peterson, who dives across from goal. He gets a hand to it, slows it, and Travaskis completes the fielding, moving back from point. So he had to wait, Rhodes, to see if Peterson was going to get there, and by the time he realised he was only going to get there in part, so to speak, it was too late to take the run. He leans on his bat, George Rhodes, and waits for Potts to walk slowly back to his mark. Slowly, because it's hard work out there at the moment. In he goes and bowls, and Rhodes is looking to on-drive, not timing it. So, although Evans hops out of the way, it's comfortable enough for Rain to get round behind Leicestershire's opening batsman and make the stop at straight mid-on. For 1 from 35.5 overs, around 60 left after this delivery. In goes Potts and bowls. He hits him on the back pad, but it was going down leg side, and the appeal rather peters out as he turns and realises, Potts, that nobody behind the stumps really is supporting his appeal. End of the 36th over, so it's exactly 60 to go. The equation, or the equations, Leicestershire need 306 more runs to win, Durham 9 more wickets. If neither of those two things happen, it is 8 points apiece for the draw, plus bonus points, so Durham would get a pretty good return, 15 from the game. Leicestershire would take 12. I don't know about these extra points for the draw. I know we've had them before, but whether it'll make captains a little less likely to risk, if risk is involved. I don't think it would have been if Borthwick had called it a day. I heard some interesting rumours, incidentally, from the Leicestershire supporters here about that lack of a declaration. Maybe I don't know whether I should be allowed to be mischievous about it as the away commentator.
Well, what was the... Travaskis replaces Rain. Left arm round from the Lumley end. First ball is played back to him.
The suggestion, and they got this from various Durham supporters, so it's probably entirely a rumour. Well, certainly is.
Travaskis again comes in and bowls. Defended.
was that the Durham players, and indeed the skipper, were very keen on the declaration. The management weren't, and said no, we back the day out. Now that's pure rumour.
It's bowled by Travaskis again. No run.
They tried switching off the scoreboard again, but it's still doing those funny things.
Travaskis bowls. Oh, slammed into Keegan Peterson, who's feeling its silly point.
Missed out a bit there, didn't he, Evans? He got 2 on the full.
Two balls left of the over. There's the first of them. Dot ball rolls towards Gibson at point. That John Darwin canoe thing's on tonight, isn't it, on ITV? 4-part series. This is played away towards mid-off as well, end of the over. So, the score is 89 for 1. 37 overs have gone the journey. 59 remain. I am envisaging handshakes. What time do you reckon?
Well, the earliest thing to do is 5:10, isn't it? Is that not right?
Yeah. Oh, one of the cameras has gone a bit... Oh, there it is.
They've gone wonky. You never know.
Sam's out there checking it over.
He's listening as well. He's grinning up at us. Potts continues his marathon labours. He is in and bowls. Rhodes is solidly forward, pushing it out to Rushworth at extra cover. No run. Young Mr. Gibson does a few stretches. His namesake Otis was again linked to the England coaching job, but apparently he said no, no chance basically. And who can blame him? Formerly of Durham, formerly of Leicestershire,
Now
Otis
at Yorkshire,
Gibson.
isn't he?
Now, yeah, as you say, head coach at Headingley. In goes Potts and bowls, and it's clipped in the air. Is it a catch? Did it come off? He's waiting for the decision.
not out.
He got his hand underneath it. He took it cleanly, but Rhodes is saying he hit it into the ground, I think, basically.
I think Rhodes has hit that off his pad.
Very hard to tell, wasn't it? It was sort of foot pad, and umpire assurance is certain that ground was involved as well. Rhodes too. He's the way he's sort of behaving. And but good work by Dixon to fling himself forward, get his hand underneath it. But one of those that you have to be pretty close to it to have any degree of certainty about what actually happened. And umpire O'Shaughnessy was pretty adamant. And Rhodes too, in fairness, that it was the ground was involved as well.
You can see it sort of flashing across the shin high, and then you lose sight of it.
Potts is in again to Rhodes, a bounce, and Rhodes goes down on one knee very adroitly and watches it fizz through. Helmet height to Eckersley, dies into the gloves of Eckersley though, as it wasn't helmet height when it got to Ned, it was around about shin height, an indication that the short ball is dying a little bit, doesn't really gather any pace. Trying so hard with that new scoreboard. Potts is in, another bouncer down the leg side this time. He tensed a little bit of that one, Rhodes. Potts working up a head of steam as he did in the first innings. But the pitch is 2 days older, essentially. A day and a half older anyway, because it was yesterday morning, wasn't it? And trying to flog some life out of it is Matty Potts. They've kicked off at St James's, haven't they? In goes Potts and bowls. Oh, and that one wasn't too far away from the short leg. Up on his toes went Rhodes to the short ball. Fended out, pushed it away, and it was in the air. It was well wide in the end of Dixon, but it was in the air, and Potts, as I say, just slightly miffed at that previous appeal being turned down, I suspect, is getting angry, and that's what Durham want.
Tina's emailed. Tina in Pocklington, near the canal head. Hello from Pocklington. We came home last night because we had church today, muttering all the way about the non-declaration.
Potts is in, forward solidly is Evans, back down the pitch on the onside end of the over. 90 for 139 to Evans and 19 to George Rhodes.
And she says, pleased we are here and watching the TV, looking forward to the Notts game. Tina and Stu, who last time I heard from them, they were isolating, so thankfully they're over all of that.
My first proper job was in Beverley, so that
Beverley,
wasn't too far from Pocklington.
The Press Association ended up based there for a while.
Howden.
Yeah, Howden.
So a little bit further away. I bet they would have liked to have been in Beverley.
Because Philip Buckingham,
Hull City correspondent,
worked for the Hull Daily Mail. He lives around that area. He's a mate of mine. His wife works for the BBC as well. He's now writing for The Athletic. Travaskis starts a new over from the Lumley end. Philip's dad's from Whitburn originally, you see. So
okay.
Lived at the bottom of me Nana's Street.
Had a few seasons of glory in the Premier League, Phil, with City.
90 for 1 they are here. 57.5 overs left in theory to bat out. This is defended again. Yeah, he started doing rugby league with them, didn't he? And then moved over to the footy.
There were some good days because I used to get Hull City when they were in the Premier League.
Burnsy on Radio Hull.
Yeah.
On Radio Humberside used to cover Hull as well, didn't he?
Oh, he does, yeah.
He still does.
City's, yeah, commentator.
Pushed away this time by Rhodes, who's on 19.
The first season Hull City were in the Premier League, Hull had been named City of Culture.
Yeah,
They'd
beat
won
Sunderland,
that.
didn't they?
And it always made me laugh because they played Arsenal early on in the season.
Travaskis in again, all that skids through and is kept out just by Rhodes.
And the City fans put up the chant, here for the culture, you're only here for the culture. The amusement throughout the City, and indeed the Arsenal fans, was considerable.
Travaskis in again. That's played back to him by the batsman. Sunderland didn't lose to Hull, they lost to Coventry. So when Hull was the City of Culture and they were announcing where the next one would be, that was when Sunderland were in.
Okay.
Because I think they announced it in Hull and Sunderland lost. But then there was an explanation which followed that, as Travaskis is about to finish this over. Bowls and played out towards the covers. End of the over to Maiden. 90 for 1. And it was decided by the judges that actually there was already so much going on in the Sunderland area that it didn't really need the boost of City of Culture status, whereas Coventry would benefit more from said title. So Coventry won it. I mean, they are developing a cultural quarter in Sunderland now. You've got the Empire Theatre, and then across the road to it you've got the new Fire Station Theatre, which holds about 600. I've been to a couple of gigs there already. There's a dance school in there as well, and they're going to build more premises around there for culture and the arts. So it's good plans in place.
Potts, ever willing, charges in from the Finkel end and bowls, and Evans is leaning forward. He's tickling it round the corner. I think that's going to run down to fine leg for 4. In fact, he didn't get anything on it. It came off the pad. He tried, flicked the pad, and it runs very fine down to the boundary for 4. 94 for 1.
They have added these 228 runs in 74 balls.
We're into the 40th over of 39th, now 40th over of the day, 39.1.
Said yesterday it was going to be difficult to try and win this one today on this track, and it is proving exactly like I thought it would be.
Potts into his 14th over is in. Bowls. Evans is driving, thick inside edge, and good work out there by Gibson at mid wicket, running across towards square leg, picks up, so just a single for Sam Evans, but he's into the 40s now.
Double 100 for Tom Haynes for Sussex. And a century for Pujara, which we mentioned earlier.
All these April green tops, eh?
And a 3rd wicket record partnership for Sussex, which beats the one that they'd got against Durham then a few years back at Hove.
Potts is in, and bowling goes past the outside edge. Perfect for defensive, with one problem. He missed. George Rhodes. But no reaction at all from the perspiring workhorse, Matty Potts. Or indeed from behind the stumps, really. Oh, Borthwick's clapping now. 2 slips. Again, Beddingham's quite wide, isn't he?
It's Luke Wright and Ben Brown got 335 against Durham in 2014.
Potts is in, steps forward, Rhodes this time leaves the bat raised. Got a leg gully in at the moment.
That was for the 6th wicket though.
And it's Travaskis who's in there.
They had a massive 3rd wicket stand, I think it was, against Durham a few seasons back, 2017, 2018, something like that. 376, Luke Wells and Stian Van Ziel, that was it.
Potts over the wicket. Bowls, clipped off his toes by Rhodes, down 2 long leg. Jones picks up and a comfortable single is taken. Rhodes on to 20. Evans 40. Potts none for 30. I like all these noughts. Travaskis has bowled 4 overs and he's bowled 4 maidens and has 1 wicket for none. Incidentally, he can expect a bowl most of the afternoon, I suspect, on that basis. Not giving away any runs, and he's picked up a wicket. In goes Potts and bowls. Evans is forward, seeing it fairly well now, as you would rather expect, having faced 116 deliveries. Blocks it out in the offside, and that is the end of the 40th over. 56 remain to Durham if they take them, and less than 300 needed to win. 299 now.
Sam Northeast's just been dismissed for Glamorgan at Trent Bridge, hooking the ball down to Dane Patterson at long leg off James Pattinson for 23. So Glamorgan are now 92 for 3, chasing 166 to beat Notts. Notts started with a win at Sussex. Glamorgan started with a draw against Durham last week, a game in which Durham were really on top throughout, but they lost 108 overs to the weather.
Just reading this ECB press release about Rob Key, a rigorous recruitment process. Yeah. Key will relinquish his current role on television and be responsible for the strategy, I'm quoting here, behind the England men's cricket teams and the performance pathways leading into them. And he will also take a key role as part of the high performance review, which will begin shortly.
Well, if he talks to Michael Vaughan will tell him that the red ball reset is nothing but PR twaddle. That's what he said on the TMS podcast the other day. Basically an admission that they've got the red ball approach wrong. Travaskis, yet to concede a run, starts his 5th over. And that's a dot ball, goes to short leg along the floor. Rhodes on strike on 20. Temperatures are around 19 to 20 tomorrow as the ball is played through the legs of Dixon at short leg and out towards the square leg boundary for 2.
Tom Harrison, ECB Chief Executive Officer, said following a thorough recruitment, they keep stressing the fact that it was a quote thorough recruitment,
yeah.
Suspiciously stressing this. Rob stood out in a very competitive field, a proven leader with an approachable nature.
Travaskis in. Just conceded his first 2 runs. That's played back to him.
With fresh original thinking and a resilience, it says, which will stand him in good stead.
Why didn't they not think of a candidate like that before? In comes Travaskis. That's defended. Rolls gently back towards the bowler. Does it mention working in silos or anything? Or thinking outside the box?
It doesn't. That's about the gist of it.
Comes Travaskis again outside the off stump. No run.
A vigorous and thorough recruitment process. All right.
Travaskis round the wicket, bowls, and it's played up to mid-off for 1 by Rhodes. He moves on to 23, and that is the end of the over. 99 for 1, 55 overs left to bowl. What?
I've had a tweet from Ali, who I suspect might be Louis' mum. She said she's enjoying the commentary. Just need to correct you. Louis Kimber was born in Lincoln, not Scunthorpe. I know. I was there. She says. So
she claims.
So well, we'll have to correct his Who's Who entry then, Ali, because it does say born Scunthorpe, Lincoln's. Yeah, that's better.
Ollie Gibson back into the attack for Durham, replacing Potts from the Finkel end. Still looking for his first wicket on his debut.
Steve Roberts tells you that Hatton Locks are in Warwickshire. So
Foxton Locks, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah,
there you
Foxton Locks are in Leicestershire on the Leicester arm. Yeah, Hatton Locks they were just near the boatyard where we picked our boat up when we went on the Grand Union Canal and the South Oxford Canal.
Picture of the dog in the baby carriage has gone down well. Seems to be popular. Right, change of bowling. Ollie Gibson is replacing Matty Potts, who's laboured hard pre and post lunch without reward. Gibson, still looking for his first class wicket, is in and bowls. Rhodes' back foot defensive shot back down the pitch and it hits the stumps. It rolls into the stumps.
There was one national newspaper where it was claimed a year or so ago the staff were instructed that each day they had to try and find a story about a cat or a dog, because they always did well in shares and retweets and whatnot.
I would imagine that after a while that could become challenging. Short mid wicket, 2 short mid wickets, that's always a sign that nothing much is happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
In goes Gibson and bowls. Up on his toes is Rhodes. Well, he's on his back foot anyway. On the off stump, playing it firmly out to mid off. No run. Sign of a captain scratching around, trying to make something happen, because nothing much is really. 2 short mid wickets. Potts, the wider of the 2, literally, judging by the way he's standing at the moment. Legs akimbo. In goes Gibson and bowls down the leg side. Is he caught down the leg side? He is. A strangle. Gibson has his first wicket. He won't mind how it came. It was down the leg side. Rhodes tried to help it on its way. He kind of did in a way, got something on it, and it was a comfortable catch for Eckersley, hopping away to his left. So they won't mind, Durham, how the breakthroughs come as long as they come, and that one has. Rhodes misses an opportunity, really. He'd got in, he was 23 not out, it was a flattish track, and unfortunately for him, one of those, well, it was an unfortunate dismissal. So many batsmen have a little push at deliveries down the leg side, don't get anything on it. He did get a little something on it. Eckersley took the catch, and Leicestershire are 99 for 2.
Well, that'll do. Gibson's enthusiasm, the world of good, won't it? His first wicket.
You'll remember it fondly. It was not in its manner, just the fact of it being taken. And as you say, we'll lift him now, and it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward. Key man now for the Foxes, the captain, who played wonderfully in the first innings for 81. Will be very determined to see this one out.
So what's the, I can't see that now. Is it 256? 296, the target.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that bit.
I just like to write in how many runs were needed when each wicket fell.
54.3 overs, min rem. Maybe the key stat at the moment. Rhodes is 23, occupied 48 deliveries and included 4 fours. Gibson is in. It's turned by Ackerman calmly through mid-wicket for 1. really would be celebrations if Durham get Ackerman quickly. $100 up for the Foxes, 100 for 2. Keeping in the 2 short mids for Sam Evans is Gibson is in on off stump. Evans very solid in defence. Plays it out to Rushworth at mid off. Yes, Potts is the wider of the 2. Dixon just sort of stepped across from short leg to stand alongside his rather beefier teammate. 2 slips and a gully complete the close field. Gibson is in. That one rises a bit, but Evans is up on his toes, playing it around the corner down towards long leg. In comes Jones, and Evans takes one and keeps a strike.
Look, man has scored.
Oh,
Newcastle 0, Leicester 1. Lookman 20 minutes in.
safe enough though, aren't they, Newcastle now?
Yeah, 13 points clear or something, aren't they? Yeah. The relegation zone.
Watford keep losing, don't they? And Burnley.
Well, Norwich up or down at the minute this year. Is this the year for coming up, or are they ever going down?
They're going down. They lost
down,
yesterday, didn't they, too? They gave Man United a bit of a scare, but everybody does these days, don't they? 101 for 2.
Eurosport were running a story this morning claiming Ronaldo's now exercised the clause in his contract in which for every goal he scores he gets £100,000.
Wow. Had he not activated it before then?
I don't know. But
you think you would, wouldn't you? Automatically. But anyway.
Maybe he had to wait till Easter weekend to be able to do it.
He'll be getting £500,000 a week anyway, won't he? So these figures are just beyond comprehension, really.
They've taken Liam Travascus out of the equation now and brought Chris Rushworth back in to have a go at Evans. He's on 41. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's the Ronaldo statue in Madeira, isn't it, which everybody mocks. But when we were in Funchal a few weeks ago, we forgot to go and look for it, so I couldn't really say how bad it was or not.
Is it not a very good representation of the young man, or?
I think it looks more like Rocky than Ronaldo.
Okay. There's some great sporting statues around.
Rushworth in bowls, pushed off towards point, no run there. There's a cracking new statue in Sunderland city centre. It's done in like rusty bronze of a Vaux dray horse pulling the dray. It's across the road from where the Vaux brewery was. I watched the Lonely Tower documentary about Vaux brewery the other day, and Mark Thorburn had made it 2 or 3 years ago. He came in the studios on my afternoon show one day, and then I never got the chance to see it because the cricket season started. Rushworth in bowls. This is turned away towards long leg for one by Evans.
Who do you think? Who would be the first Durham statue to go up? I appreciate it's 30 years is a relatively short time, but who? Rushworth maybe, or who?
Jeff Cook.
The spirit of Durham cricket.
Jeff Cook.
Yeah, that's.
They now have the
a
Jeff
reasonable
Cook room.
shout.
The members' rooms now called the Jeff Cook Suite. Collie's got a pavilion next to the Don Robson pavilion.
But a statue is something else, isn't it? You can rename pavilions or what have you in the end, but statues, you can't reshape a statue, even if Ronaldo would like his reshaped. So you reckon Jeff Cook?
Rushworth bowls. Played up to mid-off this time, no run there.
What about Leicester supporters? Who do you think the Leicester statue? George Geary, perhaps? So, thousands of runs and wickets, literally, and almost, and England representation.
Is there a Geary lounge or a Geary stand?
There's a Geary bar now. There was
a
Geary stand for a while, the little one alongside Milligan that runs alongside the
Milligan
manual
Road.
scoreboard on Milligan Road, but it isn't a stand anymore. It's a bar and dispenser of excellent curries during T20 games.
Street food. Rushworth comes in, keeper standing up. Played away by Ackerman, who's on 1, up 2 bowlers in. Do you go for a curry there or not?
No. Well, you know what T20s games, and you've barely got a chance of going anywhere, have you?
Can you smell them from the commentary box?
Yeah, but they have. It is one of the team sponsors, and you can go to their restaurant or indeed takeaway. So there are plenty of opportunities to go and try it if you can't get to the Geary bar during T20s.
Rushworth bowls and played away again by Ackerman, up 2 mid-off this time. It's no ball. The food hall at the Great Yorkshire Show is fantastic because you get quite a lot of the curry companies from around the Yorkshire area coming there, and you can try all the different dishes, and then you can buy them in packs to make them at home.
Oh, nice. Leicestershire have got a fair few candidates who make a nice statue, actually. Les Taylor.
David Gower.
Nice, I think so.
Late cut. Rushworth into Ackerman. Ball played down into the ground and back to the bowler. It was on a roundabout off stump. It was a fairly straightforward ball to defend, to be honest, despite the brilliant rush. Shouts end of the over. 104 for 2.
Do you think to be a candidate for a statue you have to be at one club? You have to be a one club player.
Oh,
do you know what I mean? Because that rules a few out, doesn't it?
Have you seen the Fred Truman statue at Skipton Marina on the canal?
I haven't. No,
I was down there a few weeks ago and I took another picture of it. It's a great. Yeah, he's in full flow. His hair flowing. Because what do you call the castle? The abbey at just near Skipton. Bolton Abbey.
Gibson is in to Evans, 2 short mid wickets in bowls, full defensively played back down the pitch. There's no run. 104 for 2 remains a score. Evans a painstaking 42 so far.
One of the most amazing stories from the world of showbiz.
Don't tell me Fred and Raquel.
Fred and Raquel Welsh, at the wedding at Bolton Abbey, wasn't it? My wife used to work there in the hotel at the Abbey in the pub.
Right. In goes Gibson, and bowls a bouncer, just leans out of the way of that one. Evans lets it go through outside off stump.
So Damon Welch, who was Raquel's son, married Rebecca Truman. But then I think they later got divorced and cited the pressure of having famous parents.
Blame the parents, it's always their fault. Mind you, Fred probably was. Gibson turns. He is in and bowling to Evans, who's guiding the ball from outside off stump off the front foot down towards backward point. No great force to the shot though, and Travaskis gets to his left to cut it off before there's any chance of a run. Is there a
split up after 15 months, apparently.
Oh, that wasn't long, was it? I told that it wouldn't last, lad. You can imagine Fred, can you?
This is a quote here.
Hang on. Gibson is in and bowls outside off stump. Again, Evans is leaning forward, and again, Travaskis is the fielder at point.
I hope they found happiness elsewhere. Apparently, Fred was quoted in 2006 as saying that marriage didn't last as long as my run-up.
There you go.
They split up after 15 months. Anyway, the statue of Fred in Skipton is the last thing you expect to see when you're among all the canal boats in the canal basin is him.
Gibson is in, a bouncer. Evans ducks right beneath it, bends right over at the back. Helmet almost touches the floor as he bends down and rehearses the duck. Ducked into one this morning.
He ducked into a duck?
He ducked into a delivery that absolutely hit him square on the nut, which a good job he had a helmet on, that's for sure.
the statue of Bob Stokoe outside of the Stadium of Light, and it's him running onto the pitch to celebrate the FA Cup win in 1973 at Wembley. That's a good statue.
Gibson is in, reaching for that one a little bit, but steering it wide this time. Of Travaskis for 4 is Evans, moves on to 46, 108 for 2. Presume there's one at Newcastle. Milburn or something.
Well, you've
like
got there might be a Jackie Milburn one, but there's a Sir Bobby Robson Memorial Garden. I think there's a statue there of him, and Alan Shearer's on the main road leading up to the ground, but wasn't in the precincts of the ground when Mike Ashley was the owner, and is apparently going to be moved to within the precincts of the ground near Sir Bobby Robson's statue.
So I'm not sure when players have played at other, I mean, developed at Southampton really.
Rushworth to start his 11th over, none for 25, 2 maidens, comes in and bowls. Played away by Ackerman out towards square leg. It's another no ball. Second no ball in 2 overs. Rushworth's next wicket is his 550th in the championship.
Who would Middlesbrough have? Alan Foggan.
Alan Foggan.
I don't know. I'm being silly, really. Jack Charlton
well,
took
Wilf,
them a long way, didn't he?
was it Wilf Mannion? Don't they have a statue outside of
I don't know. I could well have done.
I think there's a statue outside of Borough's ground of maybe Wilf Mannion. Rushworth in. Forward comes Ackerman, plays it up to mid-off. There is a statue outside Borough's ground, because I was there with my daughter for an FA Cup tie about 3 or 4 years back, and we had our photograph taken next to it.
Who was their top scorer? George Mansell or someone like that who scored thousands of something like that. Middlesbrough supporters.
Bernie Slavens, a sort of modern day hero. Janino.
Yes, yeah, they've got a few options.
Rushworth in. Into the keeper's mitts it goes. He's right up to the stumps as well. Nice take down the leg side there. Gaza played at Borough, didn't he, for a bit? And Ravanelli, Emerson. They made 2 cup finals in '97, lost them both and got relegated. The local BBC where I worked, they did a documentary called 2 Wembleys and a Funeral. 110 for 2 as Rushworth comes in and bowls. Ackerman stands firm, the ball trickles away towards point, no run.
Must be a statue of the Charltons somewhere up in near
Ashington. Yeah, there is. I think so. But, and their mum.
I was going to say, yes, she was
Winnie,
almost as famous.
Charlton?
Almost as famous, wasn't she?
She ran kids
in
football
a penny.
teams.
Yeah.
Rushworth bowls. Defended by Ackerman again on off stump. Ball back to the bowler's end. 51.2 overs left.
Yeah, well, not so very far.
Newcastle have equalised. Guimaraes 1-1.
From the halfway point of the day. Another couple of overs.
Two balls to go of the over. There's the first of them, played by Ackerman into the covers to Jones, no run.
What about Harmison?
Steve Harmison here.
Arguably Durham's most famous international success.
He had that year, didn't he? In when was it? 2004, when he was the leading bowler in the world. Took 7 for 12 at Sabina Park.
That's right. And he's very much a man of the club, and only Durham.
Well, it sort of fizzled out in the end. He signed a new 4-year contract, but didn't then play much, and then eventually ended up on loan at Yorkshire. Rushworth into the keeper's gloves it goes.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? So that kind of rules him out on my one club man.
Well, it was only a loan,
definition,
I suppose.
Yeah. Yes.
Colley got the most centuries for Durham. I think it was something like 33.
And he was a one club man, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So,
but he was away a lot with England. I mean, there were quite a few years from about 2005 where he wasn't really seen much right up until about 2012. Well, that's because he was representing Durham in an England shirt.
Ollie Gibson, 1 for 21 from his 6 overs, is in and bowls. Evans is reaching for it a bit. He got there though and drives it away without any great power into the offside Travaskis, who's got a good arm, comes in and throws, but could be overthrows. No, Ackerman was interested, but I'd say it was a flat, hard throw, but it bounced horribly for Eckersley, who couldn't get there, but it went very quickly down to long leg, and Jones came in to meet it, and Evans was on the back foot rather at the non-striker's end, so not a second to be had. Evans on to 47, Ackerman back on strike. Gibson, his fair hair glinting in the light sunshine. It's not, as I say, blazing away. In he goes and bowls. Ackerman is forward. Back into the offside it goes. It's still a most pleasant afternoon. T-shirt and shorts for many sitting out there in the sunshine, but there is that just light, high, hazy cloud that just taking the edge off it at the moment. 111 for 2. Remains as cool as ever in here. So it was lovely sitting out.
They've opened the window to try and let the warmth in.
Yeah. Just doesn't seem to get the sun.
Doesn't, does it?
This room at any stage. In goes Gibson, bowls outside off stump, allowed to bounce through.
The only time you really get the sun on the front of here during a game is during the T20 in the height of the summer, when it eventually gets round.
Ah, okay. When you probably don't want it in a way.
No, but can you remember the porter cabin we used to sit in at the far side? We used to melt in there, didn't we? Because we used to face the sun there.
I remember the sort of rocked carpet in there. I don't know how it had happened, but one or two interesting places to report on the cricket here. In goes Gibson and bowls a bouncer, just bobs at the knees. Ackerman.
That new press centre at Derby faces into the sun as well, doesn't it? So they have these big blinds that they have to draw down. But yeah, we used to sit in that thing over in the corner, and the worst part was at certain points of the day when we had the little vented windows open, the batsman would complain that it was causing a reflection. We'd have to shut them, so we'd have to try and wedge the side door open. It's like being on the set of Tenko.
Gibson is in, bowls. Ackerman is on the back foot, defending, registering determination in every inch. Leicestershire's captain as he plays it out into the offside, and Rushworth is the fielder.
Had aluminium steps. We were about 4 or 5 steps up to the cabin that we were in, and you could always tell who was coming up the steps, judging by the way the whole building rocked, the whole structure rocked. When they built this new press centre about 2006, 7, something like that.
Gibson in and bowls. Ackerman is driving, but along the ground straight to Travaskis at point.
The cabin that we'd been in was towed away and went up to the Grange in Edinburgh and was used by Cricket Scotland for a while.
Oh, okay. It'll end up at the Upton Steel probably soon, alongside the meet. Which was at the Aylstone Road ground originally, and is now probably, I would suggest, one of the oldest buildings still being used in.
To me, it just looks like it's been taken from a Second World War airbase.
I think it was an old railway building of some kind.
Right. It would make sense.
Which, as you say, so it would have been steam trains when it was first built. That's for sure.
Corrugated steel roof. 111 for 2, 50 overs to go. That's what you need to worry about. An edge down into the ground, stopped well by Scott Borthwick, diving to his right, got a hand on it, stopped it going away for 4. Yeah, it's got that sort of curved roof, hasn't it? And it's all corrugated iron.
I hope it is corrugated iron.
Not asbestos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think it looks...
It's stable enough.
It looks ironish, because they've painted the big Foxes logo on it, haven't they?
They have. Yeah, and I'm proud to say that was my suggestion.
Was it?
It was supposed to be in red, but the red paint ran, so it had to go in on black.
Rushworth bowling to Evans. Evans plays the ball behind point and will get a run as Jones comes to collect it.
Yeah, I suggested it to Chief Exec at the time, Wasim Khan, and
wasn't there?
He liked it.
There was a guy at Leicester, wasn't he, from Sunderland or Durham? He was an chief exec or something, or
Mike Siddle, he's Manchester man. He was a Manchester man. He was the first.
there was a guy I remember.
There've been a few.
Here.
But you go back further than I do in that respect, so you might have known of one or two.
Got 3 slips in place now. There's quite a gap between them. Beddingham, Borthwick and Keegan Peterson's joined them. More at a sort of gully than a slip, I suppose. Ball though is played by Ackerman back to Chris Rushworth. There's every chance to think at the end of the day these two teams will have played 2, drawn 2. 46.3 overs gone, 49. Is that 49.3 to go?
It is, yeah.
Not quite at the halfway stage yet then, but nearing it. Rushworth bowls. Played up to mid-off this time by Ackerman. The runs are not the issue here at all. I mean, there's no way whatsoever that Leicestershire were ever going to try and go after 395 runs. That's just daftness, but it's purely about batting out the overs, ticking off each over and still being out there at the end of the day. Glamorgan are closing in on victory at Trent Bridge. Marnus Lavishane 37, Kieran Carlson 25. As Rushworth bowls, this has gone behind point again, down towards the third man area. Peterson slides in and collects it 1 run, and they've taken the visitors to within 35 of the win at 131.43, so it'll be a good win for Glamorgan, who drew his rather chilly Cardiff last week against Durham. First afternoon and the second afternoon badly affected by hailstorms. There were intermittent storms on day 1, and then day 2 it absolutely larruped it down. There was a big thunderstorm as well. The whole ground was covered in hail. The outfield went white within minutes, and that was that for day 2. So they lost 108 overs. Rushworth bowls. Played 2 point, no run. And then yesterday in Cardiff, 21 degrees, only a week too late. And 13 for 2.
We're there in a couple of weeks' time. We're getting all our sort of long or distant trips in early, it seems.
Yeah, well, Durham, Glamorgan away, and then Sussex away. When at Durham at Leicester, how is that? Any time soon or not?
I don't know. I don't think you're one of the sort of games probably towards the end of the season sometime. But I'm sure we'll have T20 fixtures at which we'll see each other at various times. Second slip goes Borthwick's had a word with Gibson, who comes in to bowl to Ackerman on off stump. Ackerman leans forward and again very correctly out to Rushworth at mid off.
Well, Durham's next match after Sussex is Worcestershire away as well. Then they play Glamorgan here and Middlesex away, and then you. Oh no, that's the start of the T20. So Thursday the 26th to start the T20, Leicester away. A little 3-day tour of the Midlands for Durham then.
Gibson in. Bowls up on his toes is Ackerman, and he's dug that one in a little bit, trying to get a little bit of life out of the ball on the pitch. Played out to point off the back foot by Ackerman. No run.
So they've got Leicestershire away on the Thursday, Northants away on the Friday, then a day off, then they play Warwickshire away on the Sunday.
Gibson turns in, bowls. Ackerman very careful again, very correct. Out to Rushworth off the front foot. Straight delivery.
Your next update's 10 past, isn't it? The same as mine?
It is, yeah. So we're okay for 10 minutes or so. Yet a half time update for both of us. We bow to the timetable set by the footy. Up the road. Newcastle as Gibson turns Halfway through his 8th over in and bowls. Ackerman drives, but it doesn't really get hold of it fully. It's wide of Rushworth, who has to run 10 yards or so to his left, so a single there for Leicestershire's skipper, his third. 3 off 24 balls for Ackerman, 114 for 2. Evans approaching what would be his first 50 of the season. Dr. Karen, as I'll retweet that one. As, the iconic meat with its black fox on top of it now. In goes Gibson, bowls, and up on his toes is Evans on off stump, dropping it out towards point. No run. Ben Rain starting in rather desultory fashion to warm up. Hard work for the Durham seamers at the moment. Gibson is in. Past umpire Shaughnessy bowls well wide and steps forward Evans and ignores the ball. Lets it go through to Eckersley. End of 8th over for Gibson. 1 for 23 for him. He did pick up a wicket a few overs ago. That of the somewhat unfortunate George Rhodes. Delivery down the leg side, at which he just pushed and took a faint edge and a comfortable catch for the former Fox Ned Eckersley. Behind the stumps, made 23. George Rhodes, I say, will be really disappointed because it was an opportunity to really have time at the crease and establish a claim on that number 3 slot in the Leicestershire side. Rushworth's going to continue from the Lumley end. Borthwick has been up there talking to him. He's directing traffic. He's sending Peterson out from gully to a very short straight mid-wicket. Rushworth is in, bowls. Ackerman is trying to whip it away down the leg side, thumps into the pad. There's a few strangled appeals out there as it runs about halfway down towards long leg, with Beddingham in pursuit, picks it up and a single leg bye is taken. 115 for 2. Brings Evans back down on strike. Last season, Sam Evans, 591 first-class runs for him in 18 innings, 3 centuries in there and 150 as in goes Rushworth. Bowls to him. You heard the call of no as he leant forward, getting to the pitch fit, just pushing it calmly out towards point. Michael Jones moves to his left, I'm sure still buoyed by his 100 yesterday. His first in first-class cricket. Rain continues just to sort of kick up his heels a little bit at mid-off. You wouldn't say it was a comprehensive warm-up routine for Rainey. Rushworth charges in and bowls, and turned off his legs, or turned off the body, by Evans. It's slightly misfielded at mid-wicket, but Travaskis, covering behind, makes the stop, and there is no run. Borthwick's sort of wheeled his arms a few times as though preparing to bowl, but no real sign at the moment. We are over the halfway point now in terms of overs bowled today, or overs that have to be bowled today, or should be bowled today. In goes Rushworth and bowls, very straight, but Evans equal to it with a straight bat, pushing it out to Peterson at that short straight mid-wicket. But the way Borthwick is stretching now, quads, and has been wheeling his arms, he does look serious about potentially bringing himself on, about spelling his seamers. This is Rushworth's 13th over, 49th of the innings, and indeed the day. Durham having declared overnight. In goes Rushworth and bowls forward carefully. Almost politely goes Evans, really. He's a unfussy player, and he doesn't sort of impose himself on the opposition. He just relies on his abilities, and he's such a pleasant young man, well brought up young man. 115 for 2. As Rushworth is in and bowls, Evans is turning one off middle and leg out towards the wider of the two short mid wickets, and that is the end of the over.
Email from Paul Bennett called Statue. He says, my mum's maiden name was Hardwick, her grandfather was the mayor of Darlington, and George was his cousin, George Hardwick. Did he play for Borough? George Hardwick?
It rings a bell, I'm afraid, but I'm not. Yeah, we'll have to look him up on interweb.
Ben Rain. George Hardwick was a footballer, manager and coach.
And is there a statue of him or something? Is that what Paul's
that's
saying?
that's the statue. I had
There
my
you go.
photograph taken next to it with George Hardwick, right? All makes sense now. Yeah. Born in Saltburn by the Sea.
Now that's Cleveland, isn't it?
Yeah.
Saltburn. Well, Middlesbrough's Cleveland, isn't it? Or whatever.
Yeah, well,
the
it's a
county is.
unitary borough now, isn't it?
I don't know.
Some people try to claim it's in North Yorkshire, but it's clearly not.
It was for many years.
It isn't anymore. It hasn't been since 1974.
That's not given. It was North Yorkshire for hundreds of years, I suppose. Before that.
Hardly in my lifetime.
No, but in the context of history.
I went to school in South Tyneside. We still had Durham County Council on our school books, but there's rain balls that's left alone outside the off stump because they were still in the storeroom spare, I think. But South Tyneside hadn't been part of County Durham since 1974 either. I mean, the traditional boundaries were.
I mean, Yorkshire used to play there, didn't they?
Up to the south bank of the Tees, and then anything north bank of the Tees up to the south bank of the Tyne was Durham.
Geographical boundaries are important. I like. It makes sense, but anyway.
Rain balls. All played upfield to mid-off to Rush with no run.
I'll say something controversial.
Isn't it romanticising things though when you say you're in North Yorkshire?
Controversially, I'll say that. I bet there's a few in Middlesbrough wish they still were in North Yorkshire.
Well, do you know what? York's not even in North Yorkshire, is it?
Well, it's again you're talking about that authority
Yeah.
business, but you try telling anybody in York that they're not in Yorkshire, and I think you'd get short shrift.
2-dot ball so far at the start of this 50th over. Defended this time again as well. So we're now past the halfway stage in the day, aren't we? Just.
We are, well, yeah. Beginning to tick off the overs.
I think if I was describing a Durham victory later, I would be mildly surprised. That would be my thoughts, but they have to keep plugging away in the belief that the wicket's not too far away. But the overs to go compared to those gone is now counting down and is less. Another dot ball from Rain.
There will of course be
half time and the footy they've just handed back to the studio.
Right, got a couple of minutes. They'll be analysing all the various. Was it 2 goals, one each at half time?
I think so.
Replaying
half time and it's level. 1-1. Two balls left of this 50th over. Rain with the first of the two. On a length defended. 1 ball left.
Ackerman will be hugely determined not to get out for the second time in the match to his former teammate, who obviously at least bowled him a few times in his Durham colours as well, of course, but obviously also in the nets and what have you at the Upton Steel. What was it? Would it have been? It would have been the Fisher County ground when Rain and Ackerman were together. Better go and just see, in case they're a few seconds early.
Last ball of the over, and it's into the keeper's gloves. So 50 overs gone. 46 to go. T is at 22-4 on the final day. Glamorgan 144 for 3 at Trent Bridge, need another 22 to beat Notts. Scott Borthwick's bringing himself on for a twirl. Going to bowl some leg break from the Lumley end. Evans is on 48. And he's on strike. Borthwick bowls. And that's gone down the leg side. Bounces off the keeper's pads and ends up at short leg. Evans was out for 16 in the first innings. And he's pulled this out towards deep mid-wicket for his 50. And comes back and he's done it in 140 balls. And 8 fours. Forward to this one, defends it. So he's got 400s to his name and now 3 half-centuries. He got 300s in 2021. Scored 85 against Durham in the Bob Willis draw in 2020 in the rain. Ball from Borthwick off towards backward square leg for 1. Ackerman plays the ball and it ends up at square leg, 1 run. That is the end of the over. 119 for 2. Well, the chase is not the issue here, really. It's all about just eating up the overs, which they're doing very nicely. There's only 45 overs left in the day here, and I'd be extremely surprised if I was reporting on anything other than a draw. It could be that come the final hour with 16 overs left to go, the two teams will shake hands on a draw. That would be around about 10 past 5. Durham have taken just 2 wickets. Assad bowled through his legs by Liam Travaskis when he was on 25. It added 66 for the opening stand with Sam Evans. Evans has just gone on to get his 50. He's on 51 from 143 balls. His 50 included 8 fours. The other wicket to fall, that of Rhodes after lunch, caught by Ned Eggersley down the leg side off off the bowling of Ollie Gibson to give the Durham debutant his first wicket in the county championship. But the pitch is flat, there's nothing doing, and a draw looks the likely outcome here. So 44 overs to go, plus 3 deliveries, and it's all about just batting it out and gaining their second draw in a week for Leicestershire, who batted out the final day against Worcestershire and did the same thing a week ago. So both of these sides look like they'll start the season with 2 draws. Rain. 3 balls in, hit to this over, as I was doing that update there for Radio Newcastle. This is turned off towards deep square leg for 1. So the first 3 balls were dot balls. So Colin White on our sports update at Radio Newcastle says that wasn't the best best sales job Martin's ever done for listening to the rest of his commentary, but facts of life, isn't it?
One can only tell the truth.
Yes, can only describe what's in front of me.
Unless you're in marketing.
Yes. Or some other careers we could think of.
There'll be a few who'll be questioning us about journalism in that respect.
Well, Rain in. Defended by Evans. Wasn't there? They do these surveys every now and then, isn't it? And journalists are up there with
not generally trusted,
estate agents, politicians,
something like that. But
some people think lawyers don't tell the truth.
Journalists are crucial to the operation of democracy, folks. As you know very well, the ground staff have retaken their deck chairs from the Leicestershire players. In fact, actually, it's the Durham, some of the Durham staff there as well, aren't they?
Where's that gone?
Just behind the stumps.
Off side of the ball there. He's played at it and it's rolled back behind the stumps. And the over, 1 off it. I think they're all just ground staff there.
Ah, okay. So they have managed to,
in a pincer movement,
regain their territory.
They crawled underneath the covers and took them by surprise.
Because those sort of games are still played, those sort of territorial, like Risk and Diplomacy and things like that.
I've got Diplomacy. I've got Diplomacy in the house. I thought it was a brilliant game.
Yeah.
Never played it with the kids.
We used to play at school.
Where was the first one you always went after? Was it Ankara?
Depends who you were, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which country you were representing. It was best with, I think, 7 players. In goes Borthwick and bowls, clipped away by Ackerman. Behind square, down towards deep square. It trickles rather than rolls particularly quickly. Out there to Ben Rain, and the single is duly jogged. Ackerman on to 6. I think he's proceeded completely in singles, Ackerman. 37 balls, which for an attacking, positive batsman, an indication of his mindset. Evans on 51 off 145. Borthwick is in. Evans goes back, plays it firmly down into the ground, past Dixon, who sort of stood up, anticipating a rather firmer shot, and runs out slowly to mid-wicket. Another single is taken.
With Diplomacy, you used to fight the World War One, didn't you?
Correct.
You had armies and navies and the map of Europe, and you had to write orders for your troops.
Borthwick is in. Ackerman is turning his wrists on that one, just clipping it along the ground past Dixon out towards Rain. Singles been taken off each ball thus far. You did, but you didn't know what the other players were writing down, despite the point of the game being that you'd said, well, I'll support you doing this or that. And you could either agree, or in goes Borthwick bowls. Evans again. No, not this time. Isn't going to. It's too close, he thinks, to short leg, who's pursuing it, Dixon. So not a single off that ball. The point being that orders were then handed in and read out, and you could find out whether you're
being stitched or not.
Ally was indeed an ally, or had been telling fibs. Borthwick is in. Again, it's just drifting onto leg stump, and again Evans can work it away down towards Rain, past short leg, and take 1. So 4 singles from the first 5 balls of Borthwick's second over.
I lost the rules for the game, how to play the game. The instructions and the rules book.
Borthwick is in. Back goes Ackerman. It goes down the leg side. Eckersley takes neatly. End of the over. 1-2-4 for 2. Ackerman has 7. Evans 53. 271 more runs needed, but that's kind of irrelevant. 43 more overs left to Durham to take the 8 outstanding second innings wickets for the Foxes.
Wow, it's retailing these days at about 37 quid.
Is that inflation or just?
I don't know. The 2022.
But it's still out there then.
Edition, yeah.
22. I wonder if they've redrawn the map of.
Oh, well, they might have done, mightn't they?
Well, yeah, I don't know really, because it was based when it was based in before the First World War, as you say. So probably hasn't. Austria-Hungary. That was.
Yeah.
They were in brown. What
That's
were the
right.
colours?
Turkey was yellow, wasn't it?
I think so. What else was there? Black was Germany was black.
Britain was pink, I think.
Britain was pink. France was blue.
Stokesy's on the balcony somewhere, apparently.
Spain was neutral. Always taken over by France very quickly.
Yeah.
Italy was green.
Was it?
I don't know.
I thought it was it was blue. Azuri blue.
No, that was. I'm sure France was blue.
43 overs remaining. Rain starts anew over here, bowling to Evans. Diplomatically played back to the bowler's end.
Russia was in as well.
Yeah.
Were they purple?
Yeah, it might be.
Dark purple. Boo.
Yeah, it could last for days, the game, couldn't it? But then you got bogged down as well, because if you were writing orders to go and take over somewhere else and you came under attack, you had to stay. In comes Rain. That pitch is low, short, but then it goes over the key of the batsman, but only because he ducks. But it didn't really get up that high, and he nutted one earlier, didn't he? Wasn't it Evans who got one in the helmet earlier?
Yeah, diplomacy was one of those games where you all started enthusiastically, but 3 hours in, you were going to flag a bit, wasn't it?
Boxing Day, put it away.
Yeah.
3 slips. There's only 2. It doesn't matter. The ball's gone to mid-wicket. They've taken this slip out and put him in. Keegan Peters have got 3 close in on the leg side. They've got a short leg, short mid-wicket, and a short mid-wicket.
Ben Compton is 1 wicket away from carrying his bat twice in the same game, apparently. Which, in that Otis Gibson game, Michael Brown very nearly did for Hampshire. I seem to recall. I think it was Brown.
Were you here for that match, then?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I covered that game for the Grawney ad. That's why I've got the scorecard signed by Otis up on. That's the only cricket scoreboard I've got. Scorecard.
Yeah.
Up on the wall.
Rain bowling to Evans. Evans leaves that outside the off stump. It's gone to the keeper. Now then, I've found the Wikipedia entry for diplomacy, and I think it's got a picture of the map in here.
It's a long one, isn't it? Jeepers. Yeah. You want a picture of the board though with the colours
Yeah, well,
on,
I thought
you?
it did have that. That's why I clicked on it.
Goodness
My
me,
Lord, there's acres of stuff in here.
if it's got the
There's
rules,
there's
then if it's got the rules, then yeah, it will be acres of this stuff. It was a.
Italy's green.
Yeah.
In comes Rain, defended. That's a screenshot from a computer screen.
That's not the board that I remember. Cause, yeah. That says Paradox. It says, is that? It doesn't say diplomacy.
Screenshot from the Paradox computer game of diplomacy.
Right. Okay.
But
so you can play
there
on
you
computer.
are. Turkey is yellow.
Yeah. No. We were right. I think all the colours we called were correct.
Yeah.
Ooh, you can play it on computer.
Rain balls. Played up to mid-off, no run. So did you play that at school, did you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that would be prep school, so 75, 76, that sort of time.
Where was that at?
74. There's a little place called St Martin's, near, not far from Aberforth.
Wasn't in a field, was it? St Martin's in a field. Ben
Felt
Stokes
like
is
it
on the
sometime.
players' balcony, talking to some of the lads up there, and a white top. Talking to Alan Walker and James Franklin by the looks of things.
Chuntering away because not too much is happening out
Nothing's
there
happening.
in terms of
The overs are ticking down every few minutes.
That's what's happening. Borthwick is in to his opposite number Ackerman, who leans forward, turns it past Peterson at mid wicket, and a single is comfortably taken. As Potts fields and then runs off back to his mid on position. Ackerman on to 8. 1-2-5 for 2. Borthwick into Sam Evans, who is 4, just calmly turning a delivery out to Peterson at mid wicket.
I think when the kids are back from the lakes, I might dig all my board games out once I've blown the dust off them and stopped sneezing.
Yeah.
So there's that one, Game of Life.
So there's something to look forward to if you're Martin's daughters. Goes Borthwick and bowls and back foot defensive push. They won't come back now from Evans, fielded by Borthwick and his followers. Oh God, Dad's got the
sometimes
out.
play the tabletop cricket game, which is a bit like Subbuteo, but
well, there was Subbuteo cricket. Oh,
yeah,
Test match
yeah,
cricket. In goes Borthwick, bowls, and forward goes Evans. Runs out towards points, hence the oohs and the ahs, a little bit sort of thick outside edgy, but it was along the ground.
So the fielders have a little hoop between their legs, don't they, to catch the ball, and the bowler has an arm which comes over, and used to come down a long tube, didn't it? Play that with
Borthwick. Bowls, drops a little bit short, cut away by Evans through the offside, used his feet well. It's a bit of a chase for the unfortunate Gibson. I think he's going to pull it back in. He is. He's a long way from... They could run for it. Could be one for it. No, Ackerman is interested. Evans isn't. 3 then to Sam Evans on to 56. 1-2-8 for 2. Subbuteo cricket never worked. It was just didn't work. You had to he had a hoop behind him, the bowler, and you knocked his head, and he sort of the ball went everywhere but at the batsman. And you had the bat yourself, didn't you? You had it on a sort of little handle. It was awful.
Yeah, that's roughly about the thing we've got, yeah.
Borthwick is in, swept by Ackerman for 4.
Nice shot.
Drifted down the leg side, and it was full enough, and Ackerman tucked in his first boundary of his innings, goes into double figures on to 12 off 41 balls. Evans 56 off 158, 132 for 2. Just 41 overs now remain.
Yeah, the library guy says risk and diplomacy are still very popular in the school library I run up here in Dundee.
Yeah, good stuff. Good.
Game of Life. Have you played Game of Life? It's like the American version of Monopoly.
Play it every day, mate.
You start off in a car and you drive through life on this track and you spin a wheel and you earn money along the way, and then you get hit with a tax bill and all kinds of things.
Ends in disappointment.
Yeah. Arguing over who gets the dog. 132 for 2, even when you don't have a dog. Rain. Coming in now to bowl. Oh, popped up in the air there off Evans's bat.
Off the ground.
I think he's played it in the ground, hasn't he? It's Dixon leapt in front of him, so it's obscured my view of quite what happened there. It's nearly tea. 13 minutes to tea. 40 overs and 5 deliveries to go today. Evans has faced 159 balls for his 56. Ackerman 41 for 12. Rain, slow ball out the back of the hand, through to the keeper.
I think we're looking at a handshake around about 5:10 at the moment, unless
early lows
unexpected happens.
Yeah. It's just not that wicked, is it? Wicket's flat as a pancake.
Paul's trying to work out whether Durham will be ahead of Notts, assuming Glamorgan beat Notts, even with a draw. I think they might be, because they're getting a good return from this game, whatever happens. And if Notts lose...
Rain in. Oh, what happened there? That's gone right through the batsman.
Stayed really low.
It stayed low, didn't it? Let's have a look. Yeah, well, keeper's fallen over backwards. Managed to take his gloves on.
7 more runs for Glam to beat Notts, so Notts are beaten, essentially.
Yeah.
Great win for
What's Labuschagne got, because he wasn't playing against Durham last week?
I think he's seen them home, so I'm not quite sure what the scores are.
Rain comes in. Evans plays the ball to Rushworth in the covers. What, Sussex is still 2 down. What the heck's happened there? Battered all day. Tom Haynes, 229. Cheteshwar Pujara, 149. So they're now 440 for 2. The last wicket fell at 145.
Fletcher, there's a few records being broken surely there.
Well, it's their highest 3rd wicket stand it was. Rain in. And defended once more by Evans. Out into the covers it goes once again. There's an email, the excitement of an email. Paul's leaving us. He says, as the result is now clear, I'll be leaving you shortly. I used to live in Herne Hill. The cycling track at Herne Hill. And work in Croydon. The 68 bus went past Selhurst Park, so I'll see if Palace can emulate Brentford. I also live 5 minutes walk from the new ground. In beating Chelsea, he says, emulating Palace.
I suspect the neutrals might be with you, Paul.
Rain in. Defended. Yeah, probably. And that's a maiden over from Ben Rain, 132 for 2. It's an outdoor velodrome at Herne Hill, isn't it? It's a bit like the one at Gypsy's Green in South Shields. And the last time I went on there, I was on my mountain bike, and I'm glad I was, because it's in the right state. Where are we going here? The most interesting dip country to play by.
Diplomacy country to play?
Is Austria.
Yeah, I agree.
But I choose England. I used to design variants.
Because you always got 3 straight away with Austria, but then it was difficult thereafter. Borthwick is in, drops a little bit short. Ackerman goes back, works it out to mid-wicket. Peterson is the fielder. He's got a leg slip and a conventional slip, Borthwick, but it ain't turning.
There wasn't much you could do with your navy in Austria either, was there?
You had to get out of the Adriatic, didn't you, into the Mediterranean if you possibly could. In goes Borthwick and bowls down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Eckersley. It's all gone rather quiet out there, understandably. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, then goes in and bowls. Fullish, clipped neatly by Ackerman, only as far as Peterson, who sort of had to scramble to it and jarred his left knee rather, and raises, limping off as he runs around, but he's fine. Durham supporters, don't worry. Borthwick is in, back goes Ackerman, plays it back down the pitch on the onside, out to Potts at mid-on. Grunt of effort from Borthwick when he releases the ball. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, is in and bowls. Forward goes Ackerman, turning his wrist on it, and out to mid-wicket it goes, and Borthwick's reaction is that of a man who utterly convinced that that was going to go through Ackerman. It didn't at all. A bit of theatre. In he goes and bowls again. Fuller, and driven out to mid-on, and a very clipped South African no from Ackerman. And normally his accent it sort of softens with each year that he goes past, that he spends more time. But he has just come back from winter in South Africa with the missus and little Michaela, so they're obviously here with him in England as well. But I suppose might just have regressed, if that's the right word, his accent in that respect. End of the over, 132 for 2, and 8 minutes until tea. 39 overs left in the game. I don't think we'll have them all.
I don't think I've played Risk. Does that involve throwing a dice or something?
It's still a sort of geographical territory taking over games, but it's still a good. There is a fair amount of strategy involved. You've got to get the right numbers. It's an outnumbering sort of game, which it kind of is what it is in diplomacy as well. But it's a slightly more. There's chance involved in Risk. No chance at all in diplomacy, which is one of very few games where there's no element of luck.
Liam Travaskis is replacing Ben Rain from the Finkel end, left arm round, and Evans defends. From Leicestershire's point of view, this day has gone wonderfully. They've only lost the 2 wickets. They'll be more than pleased with that. In comes the bowler again. Oh, that one skids through and is played by Evans late out into the covers, no run. They lost their first wicket right on the cusp of lunch, and then Rhodes went midway through the afternoon session. Big stride forward here from Evans to snuff that one out. Kent are about to lose to Lancashire, but their opener Ben Compton is having the game of his life. 104 not out in the first innings, 89 not out in the second, with 1 wicket to fall. This is played by Evans, short on the leg side, no run there. Lawrence Booth for the top spin goes on to say, I can't imagine too many have carried their bat twice in the same game.
Angus has been doing the sums. Morgan will have 34 points with this win, and will be top, it looks like.
Played out through the covers this time by Evans, chased all the way towards the boundary. 1 run.
Notts will have 29. He says Durham 22, but we'll pick up more for the draw.
8 for the draw.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where he got to 22 from then. Is he just added the bonus points so far? I guess.
Oh, he's out!
No, he's not.
It's a bump ball. I didn't see the ball and it just sort of smash into Keegan Peterson. He leapt up in the air
holding it
as if he was trying to...
A bit of theatre again, as they say.
I didn't see it bounce. He just slammed the ball towards Peterson, who was at silly point. He leapt up in the air and it stuck. And he shouted, how's that? But
5 minutes, 2 overs then with the 2 spinners bowling. First of them until tea, that is. First to be bowled by the Durham skipper, Scott Borthwick. 4 overs, none for 16 for him at the moment. In he goes and bowls to Evans, who is bunting it back past Borthwick out towards mid-on. Potts picks up, no run. Leg slip and slip, still in place as Borthwick is in. Bowls down the leg side, or leg stump-ish. Comes off the pad, I think. It was in the air for a while as it rolled out towards Rushworth at slightly backward of square leg. Strength and conditioning coach Alex Cowie of Leicestershire heads for the nets via a friend in the crowd. He's going to have a chat to Ted. You see Ted. I wonder if we'll hear Ted barking. He's just wagging his tail at the moment.
it's quite a breeze got up this afternoon, Richard, isn't there? The flag's fluttering away now.
Borthwick is in. Back goes Evans and strokes it most pleasantly away through the offside. No, it won't go all the way. It's slowing up rapidly at deep extra cover. Now, if they sprint, there'd be 4, but Evans looks to be flagging a little bit. He did push a little bit on the third, but only ever going to be 3. He moves on to 60. 136 for 2.
The wind in the trees at the far end of the ground all of a sudden. Billowing away they are now.
Tell you what has changed in the time we were here. The leaves in those trees, they're markedly more green over there now, and blossom on some of them. But picture, they are. In goes Borthwick and bowls Ackerman very carefully forward. Borthwick's reaction brilliant. Hands to the head. Oh my word. How close was that? Well, middle of the bat close. But he did it. Draw Ackerman forward, tries to do so again, drops a bit too short for that though. Grunt of effort notwithstanding, Ackerman stayed back, turned it out to Peterson at mid-wicket. So I think it'd be Glamorgan 34 points, Durham 30 points, Notts 29. I think in goes Borthwick, and the ball is pushed back to him by Ackerman, and that is the end of the over. There are 2 minutes until tea, and so we'll have one more over. There'll be 36 left theoretically in the day. Callum Parkinson, and it looks like George Rhodes is going to throw the do some throwing for him. Heading for the nets.
It'll be 20 overs before they can shake hands, won't it?
Depends how quick they bowl the overs, I suppose, until the start of the final. Uwer.
Last over before tea then, Travaskis bowling to Evans, who's on 60. Ball is played to Rushworth at mid-off. It's another dot ball. Travaskis left arm round. Evans back into his crease, plays the ball into the ground and back to the bowler. Two dot balls so far in this last over before tea. Balls again. Defended. Still crowding the bat. They've got a silly point, slip, keeper standing up, short leg in there as well. Travaskis in, defended by Evans. 2 balls to go. And runs. Places up towards point. Diving stop from Gibson, 1 run. There's a gull riding the thermals just around about the health club roof. It's like one of those kites farmers buy to try and keep pigeons and stuff off their land.
I'm never sure whether they work really, because they tend, yeah, maybe.
Last ball. It's played to point, and that is the end of that. So then, 36 overs to go. And there is absolutely nothing doing out there for the bowlers. Nothing at all. From a point of view of Leicestershire, I think they could probably bat till tomorrow morning and still be safe in the knowledge of getting a draw here. If something's going to happen, it's going to be pretty remarkable, and it's going to have to happen quickly. 36 overs left, and that is tea.
And an alert photographer, I suspect John from Leicestershire, has managed to get a snap of Ben Stokes, and it is already on BBC Cricket website. So we'll be back with you here at the Emirates Riverside for the final knockings of the game. You never know, there could be a final twist. It doesn't look like there's going to be. It looks like it's going to rather peter out into a draw, but that's part of hard red ball cricket, and we'll find out in around about 20, well, the start finding out in around about 20 minutes time. So from Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle, myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, it's a ta-ta for now. Have a cup of tea and we'll be back with you eftsoones.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Well, good afternoon again from the Emirates Riverside Stadium for the third and final session on this final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Durham and Leicestershire. Brawl by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, as it does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the season. Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester have been your commentators in the game and will be for what we anticipate, never know, but we anticipate to be the sort of final hour or so of play. Durham will have essentially one last ferocious burst at Leicestershire, who are about to resume their second innings on 137 for 2. Well, they still need a ridiculous amount of runs to force victory, 260 or so, but 8 wickets is the Durham target. They'll have to go some to get them on a pretty flat track here at the Riverside that's basked under the spring sunshine here up in the northeast over the last 4 days. Not an over lost to the weather.
Ben Compton's got a century in the second innings for Kent.
Good on him. No doubt he'll be being put forward as a England's certainty before too long. In then from the Lumley end goes young Ollie Gibson, bowls onto the off stump of Sam Evans, who plays it out into the offside. A sort of tumbling stop out there at extra cover by our old friend Ben Rain, and there is no run.
Apparently the over rate's -3, so Durham are going to have to think about that in this next hour.
I guess Travaskis and Borthwick will bowl a few. Hello, Jeff Coe and Rosemary. Robert letting me know that they've both got COVID at the moment, so hopefully you'll get better soon. In goes Gibson and bowls. Evans defends on the back foot, drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. Nice to see another county rearguard action, says Robert, who's having a lazy afternoon on the sofa as still, quote, recovering from a few days in Eindhoven. And obviously had a good time over there, and his first outdoor net yesterday. Club cricket underway in perfect conditions, I would have imagined. In goes a Gibson and bowls, back foot shot, looking to force it out into the offside, doesn't time it off the back foot. Evans rehearses the shot, it rolls out slowly to Rain at extra cover, and there's no run. Few hands in pockets out there, as though the Durham players are kind of slightly resigned to the pitch being the winner of the game. In the end, in goes Gibson and bowls. Up on his toes is Evans, in place in so much time because it's not gathering any pace off the pitch. And he'll want Scott Borthwick. You would have thought, though, as I say, Durham going to be in a good position with the 2 high return draws thus far this season. They'll be in a decent position in the table, but he might want a little bit more life in the pitches going forward. Gibson is in, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Evans. And there is no run, obviously. With the football, they tend to sort of have a live table. They update it as they go along. Now, I don't know whether they do that in cricket on the BBC website. Let's have a
No,
look.
I don't think they do.
Well, they've updated it to the extent that, as Evans defends that one again out to Rain, to the extent that games have been completed.
Yeah. Cricinfo adds in the bonus pointers matches going, yeah.
And on that basis, the Glammies are top on 34 with Nottingham on 29. Durham sitting nicely in third, having played one with 15. So I make it they'll be second on 30. Would that not be correct? 7 bonus points.
Yeah, hang on, what did they get last week?
15 points from the game.
15 last week, yeah.
15 from this one. They'll be second.
Mm-hmm.
With 2 very solid draws, so that is a pretty decent position. you would have thought, in the circumstances for Durham.
Potts from the Finkel end bowling to Ackerman. Ackerman getting the ball wide of Rain at mid-on for 1.
Leicestershire took 12 last week, so they'd take 12 from this, they'd be on 24 points. It depends on all the other results as to where they would be in the table. Not last, because Sussex will be last, having been beaten last week. They'll be last, whatever. That will be their game will be a draw anyway. It looks like.
To continue batting until tomorrow morning. They're still only 2 down. 454 for 2.
They could go through the day without losing. That would be something special.
Potts, short one, left alone by Evans on 61. So what was the eventual, was it 7 wickets for Glamorgan at Trent Bridge?
Not sure, to be honest.
Let's have a look. Oh, what have you got?
They've got 5 of each in terms of batting and bowling bonus points, but that's over 2
yeah,
games.
7 wickets.
Great win. And it keeps the division nice and concertinaed.
Evans facing Potts, turns the ball into the ground and to short leg. David Griffin, the Derbyshire photographer and statistician, Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara have now established a partnership record for any wicket for Sussex against Derbyshire, overtaking the 310 by Ed Joyce and Luke Wells in Derby in 2016. Potts in, played away behind point and off towards the scoreboard boundary between the Health Club and the Pavilion for 4. So they've added 310.
Must be getting on towards some sort of national records. You would have, not just for Sussex against Derbyshire. You would have imagined Sussex against all counties.
Yeah. Daniel Norcross says only 2 players in the history of first-class cricket have carried their bat twice in a match while scoring centuries in each innings. C. Wood, Leicestershire against Yorkshire 1911, S. Cook, Somerset Notts 1989. So Compton might be about to be the 3rd in that game between Lancashire and Canterbury. A lot of the wickets seem to have flattened out today, don't they?
As I was saying, all this guff about green tops in April.
Potts round the wicket this time to Evans, who goes for a quick single, pushing the ball out into the covers.
Good running. Ackerman responds. Travaskis closes quickly on the ball, but not sufficiently so.
Marnus Labuschagne unbeaten on 50 for Glamorgan at Trent Bridge.
That's what you want from your overseas, to steer you home.
He was there last week, but he was in the nets. I don't think he arrived until partway through the match.
He said he was looking forward to facing Stuart Broad, but Broad was not allowed to play by England. Nonsense.
In comes the bowler. Oh, played a miss. Gone through to the keeper, and he did play at that. That wasn't far off. Ackerman's looking at the bottom of his bat there. Pied Wagtail flies up onto the roof. That's the end of the over. 34 to go. What's the over rate say there? -1, alright.
-1, yeah.
It's been massaged back then during tea.
The spinners did bowl in tandem, didn't they?
But one of the things I was saying upstairs, well, we did have 3 concussion breaks at one, and then the ball was changed.
They should be allowed 4, Sue was telling me. They was the scorer. Gibson is in and bowls. Defensive shot off middle and off from Evans, pushes it out to Rain.
Should be allowed what?
Allowed 4, as in immediately, if you see what I mean. So if there is a concussion break, then it should be an immediate adjustment by the scorers rather than at the interval.
Right.
But so maybe ours did it We'll check with the Durham scorer and Paul Rogers, the Leicestershire scorer, to see how they do it. Gibson is in, bowls, half forward, goes Evans, steering it out towards, just in front of point, but without any great pace, so Jones can get to his right to field. Beddingham and Borthwick and Eckersley in conversation. In the slips, we have short leg Dixon. We have Peterson at shortish mid-wicket. He's got the pads on underneath his whites, but he's quite a long way back. Gibson is in, bowls. Again, Evans is forward, but almost lets ball hit bat rather than bringing it forward, and so it rolls slowly out into the covers, picked up.
I won't spoil who won Paris-Roubaix for you.
Okay, no, yeah, I'll catch it. Well, I won't catch it
but
tomorrow.
We do own a bottle signed by said cyclist that's in our house.
Was it a lone break or was it a sprint?
I'm not sure. There's been lots of crashes as well, apparently.
Oh, jolly good. I'll catch it. Hope everybody's all right. In goes Gibson and bowls and pushed out. This time with a little bit more force by Evans into the cover, so he's going to pick up a couple as Jones pursues the ball back around about 45 yards towards the extra cover boundary, and Evans picks up a couple, moves on to 68. Well, he's 33 overs and 2 balls to go. If we get them, we suspect we won't, but thoughts of 3 figures might be beginning to cross his mind.
I remember this rider's name was written on the top of the bottle in gold lettering.
In goes Gibson bowls, and on the back foot tries to work it out into the offside. Doesn't quite time it. Evans, and Jones is the fielder again.
There's no Tour de Yorkshire again this year, is there? They're talking about bringing it back next year.
I thought it had done really sort of well in terms of
but
attracting.
then it was just COVID, and then the local councils were hit with such hefty costs. So
the council's sort of involved in sponsoring it. They prep, well, I suppose so. In goes Gibson bowls, straighter this time, and meets a straight bat from Evans up the pitch on the onside.
Guimaraes has scored again for Newcastle right towards the end of the game. They're leading 2-1.
Scenes in central Newcastle. Well, they're kind of safe, and obviously Leicester aren't going to qualify for Europe via the Premier League. Their hopes lie with winning the Europa Conference Shield, whatever it's called. End of the over. 145 for 33 overs. Potentially remain to be bowled. When's my next? My next is 4:30.
I'm done, me.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
Right.
Potts round the wicket. Pops up off that delivery to Ackerman. He fends it off away. Comes off round about the sort of bottom of the glove on the handle. Shoulder of the bat. Just drops on the offside. 90 plus 3 minutes for that goal.
Oh, I think it's probably safe to say they will have been pleased, the Newcastle fans. Away.
They only had 1 win, didn't they, going into the transfer window in January? Quite the turnaround. The Yorker length ball there, dug out by Ackerman. Lots of dust coming up as he played that.
Yeah, there'll be a few Durham bowlers who'll be suggesting the pitch ought to be dug up, won't they? At the end of this. Difficult.
Well, this top end of the square where they normally start each year is generally fairly docile, and I noticed somebody was saying the wicket they're going to be playing against Notts next week is just 2 further down from where they are. That's pulled by Ackerman out over mid-wicket and up towards the boundary. The ball's gently rolling and going to come to a stop with rain chasing it hard, and they run 3 right in cow corner.
Tell you what, watching that ball going over the outfield, it looked very not shiny, as they say. It's been. It did get changed, didn't it? It got changed at 17.3 overs, but it looks pretty hopeless, really, from a bowling point of view.
Halfway through this over, and then 32 to go. Potts in. Evans pushes that one to point. It's a dot ball. just grayed over a little bit in the last few minutes. Yeah.
Evans, 1 and 11 in the first game, and 16 in the first innings here, so steady improvement. Now on 68 not out for young Sam. Leicester boy, has bought a house not far from me.
Potts bowls. Played away to Rain at mid-wicket, no run there. Bernard says, I think the placid pitch has eventually taken any chance of winning away from Durham. Yep. I felt that this morning, to be honest with you, Bernard. It would take something monumental now. I mean, A, for the ball to start doing a bit, and B, well, they can take a new ball in 16 overs. No, I don't think that's going to make any difference.
Derby have now bowled 111 overs without taking a wicket.
That's through to the keeper. That was the entirety of Leicestershire's first innings, wasn't it? 111 overs.
Something like that.
Newcastle have won.
Newcastle, well done. Well, I'm sure congratulations were in order from the Leicester players. Any last lingering fears, I'm sure that's extinguished. From the Magpies. Mines. 148, so 32 overs to go. Over 8, as Martin has said, is now back down to -1, so no worries on that score for Borthwick. No deductions likely. Gibson will continue. Has got his first class wicket, that of George Rhodes. Shortly after lunch, caught down the leg side by Eckersley behind the stumps. He's going to be bowling to Colin Ackerman on 16. Gibson is in and bowls. Ackerman strokes it pleasantly, firmly, straight back down the pitch. It bounces up towards Gibson, who stops it, not cleanly, as he comes to a halt, and then he picks it up from the pitch, throws it to Rushworth to use a sweat, the honest sweat from his brow to it's Rain actually, that's why he's sweating a bit, to give the ball a little bit of a polish. Rainey probably carrying a fraction more timber than Rushworth these days. In goes Gibson and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Ackerman. This time they cut out the middle. It cuts out the middleman. It runs straight to Rain. No run. Come on, Gibbo. Is the somewhat plaintive call of encouragement. Jones swinging his arms. I don't know if he bowls, but he might get a chance. In goes Gibson and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Ackerman. Just turns it away through backward point. Lovely piece of timing. Galloping after it is Jones. Gets there. Gets his throw away. And again, it's going to be 3 runs. It's relay work by Borthwick, who sort of went out to meet the ball just to make sure a fourth wasn't to be had. The 150 up for Leicestershire. Ackerman on to 19. Off 60. Oh, I have to wait, Mr. Gibson, because umpire O'Shaughnessy has lost his hat. It's blown off, and he's had to go and retrieve it. Does so. The breeze, then getting up. Perhaps the tide is coming in or something. Perhaps it's just the end of day breeze or end of afternoon breeze as Gibson walks back philosophically to his mark and then charges in again and bowls to Evans, who's upon his toes, defending out to Jones at point. Travaskis and umpire O'Shaughnessy exchange words. Two balls left in Gibson's 11th over. He's in and bowls. Again, Evans is up on his toes and it bounces down off the bat just past off stump. Borthwick was beginning to leap into the air in the hope that it was just going to trickle onto off stump and dislodge the off bail. It didn't. Gibson turns and charges in and bowls to Evans, who is again up on his toes, defending the short of a length delivery, which gets up to around about just above waist height, dropping it out towards Jones at point, and that is over. 31 remain, 151 for 2. Leicestershire need another 244 to win at 8 runs and over. That isn't going to happen. Durham need another 8 wickets, and that is looking increasingly unlikely to happen.
Looking?
You're going to say is?
Has looked all day. I think they needed to declare yesterday lunchtime to give themselves a chance to get 10 wickets on a year.
Yeah, I think the way the pitch has played will lessen any potential criticism for Borthwick in terms of the timing of his declaration.
Here's Potts bowling to Ackerman from the Finkel end, round the wicket. Ackerman ducks out of a short one. The fastest race in Paris-Roubaix history at an average of 45.7 kilometres an hour.
When they pass you on the road, you suddenly realise just how fast they go.
Especially the Tour de France. We were in Killinghall near Harrogate in 2014. We were at the roadside, and because that's such a big peloton, the vacuum they create as well. Puts in. Spits up and goes off safely to point. Fended away one-handed by Ackerman there.
The delivery that got rid of Will Davis yesterday, the day before yesterday.
They've now gone to tea late at Canterbury because, of course, Kent have been 9 down for most of the day, so they've had the extra half hour and it hasn't worked. Port's third ball of the over to Ackerman. Short one, and Ackerman plays it safely up to mid-off.
I was attacking one of the Spanish climbs called the Laguar this winter. Not too far from.
Is that up in the mountains where the that big dam is in the lake up that way?
Not quite that far. It's in the Valencia province.
Right.
But Alaphilippe
Did he?
Yeah. Shot past me.
In comes slower ball out the back of the hand, and the lack of pace took Ackerman by surprise. He nearly nibbled that to the keeper, but it didn't quite carry through.
He was doing sort of training reps, so he was attacking it hard. But you would have thought I was giving it everything. And
Did you say hello?
Didn't have time. He was
away.
Past me in no time. I think he shouted something, probably like "get out of the way" in French or something.
Is he world champion at the minute?
He is.
Yeah.
He had his world champion jersey on.
Did you have yours on? Puts in with a short one again. Doesn't actually get up much off that short length there, and it's played away safely by Ackerman. Have you got a World Championships jersey? Does wearing the rainbow bands make you ride faster?
My wife bought me one because she thought the colours were nice. She didn't realise what it actually signified.
Last ball of this over, and then 30 to go. The over 8's -1, and that is the end of the over as the ball's played back to the bowler by the batsman Ackerman. He's on 19, Evans on 68 to win 244, so that's absolutely just a pointless column to tell you about, really. Minimum remaining overs 30, that's the one we're looking at, and the other important column is the wickets down. There's only 2 in that column. So they go out there, the teams, to do the warm weather training in the winter.
Essentially, yeah. The roads are very, very good. There are some good climbs and not too much traffic, and it's kind of accepted, much more so, as you know, on the continent in terms of other road users. Gibson in and bowls, and forward goes Evans, pushing it out into the offside. It's been repeated a few times that in this spell from young Mr. Gibson.
We had our relatives had an apartment on a golf complex at Alenda, which was about 10 miles to the north west of Alicante. I went cycling around there once, and the good thing is all the new motorways and all the new roads they've built in Spain.
Gibson is in, Evans is forward defending.
They leave the old road adjacent to them, so they're really good cycle routes, aren't they? Where were we cycling around? Montfort del Cid, that's where we were, and Agosto. Elche is slightly inland from there, but you're further up the coast, aren't you?
Yeah, Elche is near, just below Alicante. In goes Gibson, bowls a bouncer that just about gets over the ducking Evans.
Oh, Calpe's up that way as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
we're
nice
quite
one,
close to, that's not so far away, Calpe.
I think the Embassament de Guadalest is the big dam up in the mountains that I was thinking of. Castle de Guadalest.
Gibson is in. Evans defends on the back foot. There is the world champion wearing his world champion jersey, and there is me trying to look like an idiot.
Did you go a bit bright?
This is when all his teams burst out, and the managers in particular, they laughed a lot.
Very good.
But he was very nice about it.
Very good. So that was in a cafe somewhere near you,
That's,
was it?
yeah, that's funny enough. A lot of them are Belgian-owned, the cycling cafes around there, as you might expect. Gibson is in and bowls up on his toes goes Evans, defends very solidly. But there are some super play, because of the so many cyclists out there, some really good cycling at cafes. It's a sort of a lot of it is dedicated to Eddie Merckx, of being Belgian, of course.
The Badger.
That's Hino, isn't it?
Was Eddie Merckx not the Badger? What was Merckx's name?
I'll have a look. You might be right. I'll check that after this over. In he goes and bowls, and that's a line and length delivery. Evans is forward, back down the pitch to Gibson. End of the over, 151 for 2. A good maiden over. I suppose this is all good experience for young Ollie Gibson. That it can be tough work. First class cricket.
Just gone past the 50 partnership, these two as well. 52.
Cannibal, Eddie Merckx.
Right, yeah.
And Hino was the Badger.
I think Merckx retired in 86 and I started watching in 87. So.
The only man who has ever looked good in flares.
Eddie Merckx?
Yeah, you see the pictures of him, he's quite a style. Big flares, but he kind of looks okay, and the only man I've ever seen who can sport a pair of flares and look anything other than ridiculous.
Borthwick back into the attack from the Finkel end. Leg spin. First ball turned towards square leg. Evans sets off for a single, and Ackerman says get back. Interesting stat from Andrew Sampson, the Test match special scorer. Compton today, who looks like he might carry his bat, has already batted more minutes than anyone else in a championship match. This one's flighted right in towards the front foot of Ackerman, and he toes it along the ground to Rain. Comes in again. It's played back to him. The clock is nearly at 4:30. The over rate remains -1. Minimum remaining today 28.3, unless of course they shake hands on a draw with 16 to go, which they will. This one's gone off down towards third man. for Ackerman. He'll run 2. $153 for 2. Borthwick bowls, and Ackerman plays the ball to mid-wicket to Keegan Peterson. He was wearing number 29. That's the last ball of the over. It's played back along the ground to Borthwick. Tries to flick it up into his hand with the outside of his right foot. Gets his cap off the umpire and heads off into the field.
It's past. I've got an update to do.
So Leicestershire in the first innings, 273. That was after Durham had made 428. So Durham ended up with a first innings lead of 155. Didn't enforce the follow-on. After they bowled 111 overs and batted all day yesterday, and then have managed just the 2 wickets today. That decision not to enforce the follow-on, fairly understandable after 111 overs, because if they'd then been reduced to a second innings like this, with the track offering very little to the bowlers, they would have been out there for hours and hours and hours. Chavaskis left arm round from the Lumley end. They're crowding the bat again here. The first ball is played back to him by Evans, who's on 68 from 206 balls. Silly point, short leg, keeper standing up, slip quite tight as well. Chavaskis in, defended, rolls back to the bowler once more. Bowls once again, and the ball played back to him. 3 dot balls, all returned to the bowler this over so far. And another dot ball. This time it just rolls out on the leg side. Picked up by Potts, no run. Comes in again. Defended. On off stump. Played out towards the covers. And another dot ball, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden. Chris has just tweeted they've avoided the ice cream parlour for the 3rd day in Thorntonley Dale and gone off in the opposite direction on a bike ride to a pub. Looks like having a couple of real ales. New over from Borthwick, and the first. Oh my, the monitor's gone off. Come on. First ball's gone for a single out to mid wicket. Next one's defended. Ackerman's on 22, but he's at the non-striker zone now after that single. Evans has 68. quick single. Throw to the stumps is a direct hit from Potts. The ball runs on. Batsmen were both back in their crease though, after their ball played out into the covers. Umpire repairs the stumps. 155 for 2. 1.1 so far, and then a dot. Two balls to go, and then in 10 overs time, they can all say goodbye to each other. Ball flick in again. Defended. On the back foot, played up towards mid-off. Ball comes in, and that's cut away behind point for 4 towards the Health Club boundary by Ackerman. He moves on to 26. Evans on 69 will take strike at the start of the next over. 159 for 2. And more importantly, 26 overs to go.
First of those 26 will be bowled. He says waiting for the change. It looks like it's going to be Travaskis to continue. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 5 for Liam Travaskis. Evans, surrounded by close fielders, is forward, playing it down to the close fielder at silly point almost, silly mid-off, just in front of square, who's Keegan Peterson. Bettingham at first slip, Dixon at leg slip. Travaskis in. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that one as he pushed forward, but can play it off the pitch because no turn for Travaskis, who is in and bowling. Back goes Evans to a slightly short of length delivery that dies rather onto the bat. Yeah, there is nothing now in the pitch at all. Obviously, it's not helped by the fact that the ball is the best part of 71 overs old now. In he goes Travaskis. Evans is looking to drive, hits it down into the ground. It hits the pads of Keegan Peterson as he jumps into the air, trying to get out of the way. But he is well padded up, so no harm done. Peterson is in and bowling. Evans is forward, closing the face of the bat, pushing it out to mid-wicket. No run. Short leg goes in as in goes Travaskis, this time turned by Evans slowly out to mid-wicket. It wouldn't have got anywhere near it. It dribbled a pitch or so width towards him, and that is the end of another maiden over for Liam Travaskis. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 5. His figures now. The volume out there is low in terms of encouragement. I think Durham know that they might have one last burst with the new ball as and when. Well, they will, I'm sure. Have a few overs with it, just because you never know.
Ball flick in. Bowling to Ackerman. Ackerman plays it up to Rain at mid-on. Ball flick entertains the punters with a bit of keepy-uppy. Up to the stumps he comes and bowls. Ackerman defends. More keepy-uppy. Only managed about 3 on that occasion. 159 for 2. This one's played to point, no run there. Run rate required 9.97. Run rate currently 2.23. Ball flick in. A lot of airtime on that one, and he thought for a minute he got that through Ackerman's defence. As Ackerman looking to drive, missed times, and it trickles out from the bottom corner of the bat towards short mid-wicket. 2 balls left of the over, and then 24 to go. A sweep from Ackerman, that's away, should go for 4. Down to a long leg, it is going to go for 4. It's got plenty of pace on it. Dragged it round the corner and away.
Enjoyed that little conversation with the football boys. I said, well, Leicester City may not have been able to secure a draw, but Leicestershire, their cricketing equivalents are on their way, possibly to doing so.
In comes Porthwick. Played safely away. No run. Sussex are now 489 for 2 and lead Derbyshire by 158. They are following on, so that one heading to a draw.
Have they lost a wicket?
No.
Oh, still not.
No, they haven't lost a wicket all day. Porthwick in again. Played away to square leg by Ackerman. That is a dot ball. What's happened with Kent? Are they still playing? They're all out. Oh, so Lancashire have a chance to win that one then. So Compton did carry his bat through both innings. Kent all out for 279. So Lancashire need 33 to win.
Gary Bailey on Twitter. Any news on Mulder arriving in time for Thursday? Actually, I will ask Gary at close of play. I don't know what the COVID regs are. He's been in quarantine for a while, 4 days, 5 days now, so Leicestershire must be hoping he will be able to. Find out. In goes Travaskis and bowls. Evans is forward, almost on his knee.
What I found when my wife got the virus at Christmas and I got it in when was it, February, for the first 3 or 4 days the tests come back pretty obviously positive.
In goes Travaskis, defended back down the pitch to him on the front foot.
2 red lines are, let's see very clearly, very quickly, and then by about day 5 the second red line started to look a little bit faint. By day 6 it was hardly visible, and by day 7 it had gone.
Changes to the field. Even more close fielders coming in. Matty Potts is going in at second slip as Travaskis is in. Evans defends on the back foot this time. Seems to have settled into just a purely defensive mode now. He's on 69 off 222 balls. And Travaskis into his 10th over has still only conceded 5 runs, so he can set whatever field he wants, really.
Now then, hang on. Compton didn't carry his bat, he was out the last man out.
I think that's exactly what Brown did.
LBW Balderson for 115.
But he didn't get a century in each innings, that's the difference. Short leg slip, 2 slips as over the wicket goes Travaskis and forward goes Evans, plays it back up the pitch to him. Travaskis is in, Evans is forward, out towards Jones in the covers. Yet another maiden incoming ahoy. As Travaskis is in and bowls. Tall bounces, drops short of her slip. Goodness me, took the edge, it bounced, spat a little bit, took the edge, and Beddingham stuck out his right hand and inches short. That's pretty unlucky for Travaskis. He somehow found something with the old ball in the 73rd over on a deadish pitch, and should really, if there'd been any justice in the bowler's world, have gone to hand. It didn't. 165 for 2. Evans survives. Just.
Where are we now? Now with overs remaining, 7 overs to go, I reckon.
Well, 7 to the new ball. I'm sure they'd have a little burst with it. 23 overs potentially remain.
Yeah, so 7 to 16, and final hour starts.
But then they'd have the new ball. Do you think they'll have a little burst with it?
Doesn't make any difference, does it? Borthwick bowling. He tried to pad up there, Ackerman, and it's gone through him.
Well, he left it and it flicked past the off stump. Goodness me, that was close. I just have turned too much as far as Borthwick's concerned. Going around the wicket.
The new ball didn't do anything this morning, did it?
Didn't really.
Borthwick again gives that some air time. It's turned off towards deep mid wicket for 1 run.
But for form's sake, he might just have 3 overs with it just to see.
Well, they've managed 2 wickets in 74 overs to think they might get 8 in 16. That's going some. I would keep the new corky in the box, save 60 quid. I wonder how much differently the next wicket against Notts will play. 2 down the square from where they are now.
Hopefully a bit. I'm sure that they'll be thinking.
Borthwick round the wicket to Evans. Ball played back up towards the bowler's end, collected by Travaskis coming across from the covers.
Mike Jelf's wondering whether Durham should have sort of declared giving Leicester just the faintest sniff to try and keep them playing shots throughout the day, if you know what I mean. But it's so difficult to judge if it is a really flat pitch.
Evans finds the leg side into deep mid wicket for 1.
And you just wonder, Mike, and everybody listening, whether the extra points for the draw, taking 15 points from a drawn game, make captains less likely. I'm sure they do to take risks in that respect. Durham will be second with 2 draws.
Borthwick in a sweep out towards deep square leg to Jones for 1 from Ackerman.
Which is a pretty solid return from your first 2 games to be second in the table, 30 points. Batsmen have got some good time at the crease under their belts. Beddingham, Dixon, Jones.
That is the end of the over as the next delivery's defended on around about leg stump. 22 overs left.
And I guess the bowlers were...
The new ball is due in 6 overs, and in 4 overs they can shake hands on a draw.
I'll take a little wager if you want now that they will have a little burst with it, but I'll bet you an ice cream at the next next time we're here. I'll buy the ice cream. If they don't, you buy it if they do. Fair enough.
Yeah. Do you want a flake and monkey's blood?
Is that what you call it up here? That sort of raspberry sauce.
Monkey's
In goes
blood, yeah.
Travaskis. Bowls back foot defensive turn of the wrist from Ackerman out towards mid wicket. Evans has to scurry to get home. The throw misses anyway, so he was safe enough.
I don't know why it's called that, but it was called that ever since I was a kid.
Could be to do with Hartlepool.
Possibly.
And their minky.
Maybe.
Who knows? Hartlepool citizens famously hung the monkey. In goes Travaskis, and Evans pushing at it. Might just have got something on it. Eckersley didn't take it down the leg side, but just the reaction of Dixon at leg slip and Peterson at short leg suggests they might just have got a little tickle on it.
Not only that, they voted him for mayor as well.
In goes Travaskis and bowls Fuller this time. And
do you remember that? Hangus the monkey, the Hartlepool mascot, became mayor.
It's pushed back to him. Travaskis is in and bowls. Evans is forward, getting to the pitch of it, out into the offside. It goes. his sunglasses, Travaskis, who bowls. I don't think he ever takes them off, and pushed out into the offside again by Evans, who's on 70 now and shows no inclination of being inclined to score any more. It's going to have to be a rank bad ball for him to essay an attacking shot. Travaskis is in, bowls, Evans forward, and then sinks to his knee, having played the shot out into the offside. End of the over. 75 have now been bowled in the innings. 21 remain were Durham to bowl them all. 169 for 2. Ackerman has 33. Evans has 70. Any other games have finished? Just that Glamorgan Notts game at the moment.
Yeah. The Lancashire will beat Kent in a few minutes, won't they? So.
Just looking at Div 2, really.
Right.
To see where we stood. 1 or 2. Even the faithful wandering away now.
Oh! Opening ball from Borthwick here. And that is a very good piece of leg spin. It's pitched outside leg and gone across, past off stump and into the keeper's gloves. Ackerman on strike there. He's on 33. Borthwick in again. Ackerman forward to this one and plays it to Potts at mid-wicket. Borthwick, right arm round. It's swept down the leg side and it's being chased by Gibson, and I'm sure he's going to be able to cut it off. It's away for 4 to fine leg. Far into the ground.
Dixon at leg slip got his fingers to it, and it hurt. I bet it hurt because he middle of that. It didn't slow it down much. The fact he got his fingers to it, so ouch. Still shaking his left hand.
Borthwick again. He's a very excitable bowler. He gives the impression that he believes every single ball he bowls is going to get him a wicket, doesn't he? The reactions, even when players just defend. Very animated as he bowls. Comes in. That one's played off short on the leg side and just comes to rest on an adjacent strip. Dot, dot, 4, dot, dot in this over. 1 ball left, and then 20 overs to go, in theory. Comes in again, defended. Hands on his head there as he bowls that one. So, 20 to go. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester. It's coming up to... it's just gone 10 to 5, 8 minutes to 5 it is now on this Easter Sunday.
Keep forgetting it's Easter Sunday.
Yeah. Hope you've enjoyed your Easter wherever you may have been and whatever you have been doing.
Over the wicket, Travaskis to continue to Sam Evans. Steps in and bowls. Evans inevitably forward, back up the pitch to Travaskis. Over 8 must be level by now, you would have thought. Still
It's got to
showing
be.
minus.
In fact,
Still
it's
showing
ahead
minus
now.
1. Yeah. Travaskis is in and defends again. Evans on the foot. Mike says difficult to say if changing the points for a draw would have made much difference, but he does think injury substitutes is something that would be a good idea. Travaskis in, gives it a bit of air, but just waits for it in the crease. Evans on that occasion pats it back to the Cumbrian, who's bowled 11.5 overs for just 6 runs. Steps in and bowls. Evans on the back foot this time. Don't know whether he's trying to hurry things along by playing it firmly back to Travaskis, but he has done so on all 4 balls so far. So there is no time being wasted. Travaskis in, Evans forward. Oh, that it is going to have to be picked up by one of the fielders this time. Peterson steps across from Silly mid-on. He's now going to short leg. As Travaskis comes in to finish a rapid over. Bowls and played out into the offside this time by Evans. Rapid as in the time it took to bowl it rather than the speed at which the ball was delivered. 173 for 2. Remains the score 19 now.
They can signal the final hour at 5, can't they? The scheduled play's meant to be...
They should do.
Yeah.
They should turn to the scorers and sort of tap their watches.
So there's 3 overs
pointedly.
left then until officially the final hour begins. It's the last 16 overs of the match. And
well, the speed at which that was bowled, they might just be about right on that basis.
well, they're now having a chat here, aren't they? And they're slowing things down a bit. The batsmen are chatting, the bowlers and the fielders are chatting. 3 overs time, when they can shake hands, is when the new ball would be due.
And who buys the ice creams is the only question of tension now. out there.
Yes. And where did the name Monkey's Blood come from? Borthwick, right arm round from the Finkel end, bowling to Ackerman. Flicks the ball off through mid-wicket for 1.
Do they have particularly sort of purpley blood, monkeys?
Well, it's more raspberry sauce, isn't it, really? Isn't that what?
Well, that's what, yeah, but I'm just wondering whether monkeys, that's why the name was, because they're similar colours or something. Or, I don't know. The chairs have been taken in.
Borthwick bowls. Played into the hands of Keegan Peterson. It's a point along the floor by Evans, who's on 70 from 240 balls. Borthwick in. Catch it, stump it, everything happened there, but it wasn't an edge.
Do you think the fact the chairs is that the sign that the ground staff normally know? They're anticipating getting to work before too long.
Borthwick bowls. Ball deadened on the bounce by the batsman there.
Yeah, he might not want to risk his seamers anymore, really. I can't see any signs of anybody warming up.
Borthwick in. Oh! He's missed the spin there, Evans, and it whacked him in the arm. Last ball of the over.
Over it's +1 now.
Yeah.
Leapt up.
And he comes again. Just played short on the leg side, end of the over. 174 for 2. 2 overs to go to the last 16.
And they will be bowled by Messrs Travaskis and Borthwick, I think it's safe to say. I think the conversations that are going on out there are probably not now too cricket related. What are we going to do tonight? Nothing. We're going to have a rest day tomorrow, I'm sure.
I'm going to have a day off tomorrow for the first time in a fortnight.
Travaskis staying over the wicket to Ackerman, who is turning his wrists on it, pushing it past. Silly mid-on out towards square leg. Dixon pursues it. Single taken. Ackerman on 239. 175 for 2. Evans will be desperately keen not to sort of give it away now, having battled for so long, as Travaskis goes in and bowls to him. He defends.
Paul Bennett's been back on. He says, as it happens, I loyally kept listening while watching Palace with the sound off.
Good man,
So,
Paul.
thanks, Paul.
Good man. Is that not still going on, or is that finished?
That's just kicked off a few minutes ago, I think.
Okay. Travaskis is in. Evans turns it, and it was not so very far from leg slip. Dixon spun as he reached out his right hand towards it. Evans is going to pick up
Paul.
4. Trickles over the ropes at fine leg with Beddingham having lost his hat in pursuit.
Ben Compton in this year's county championship, 129, 104 not out, and 115 at an average of 174. Not bad.
At one point yesterday, Azad was averaging 174, but he's been dismissed twice since, so that's rather ruined that. Travaskis is in, Evans forward, dabs it down, picked up by Peterson. To silly mid-on, no run, very silly mid-on. Rather ruined Travaskis' figures, that fall. Oh, he squares Evans up with that one. He looked to turn the full delivery into the leg side, came off a leading edge, and it's trickling down towards short third. Jones picks up and hurls it rather, and Potts gives him a rather old-fashioned look. Potts was sort of in the way in front of the wicket-keeper, was going to catch it, do his wicket-keeper a favour, but it came in at a rate of knots, and he sort of had to spin as he tried to catch it and wasn't able to do so cleanly. A rush of scoring from Sav Evans, moves on to 76. Travaskis is in, bowls to him, and he's defending that one on the front foot, and that is the end of Travaskis' 13th over, probably his last. 1 for 13 his figures. I'm sure he'll be content with that on a personal basis, if not with the way the final day has panned out. Leicestershire 181 now for 2. I've got an update in about 5 minutes time.
Well, you might be off air when the magic draw happens.
Might indeed. Let us see.
Oh, is this going to be the last over of the game then? Borthwick to bowl it.
Have the umpires signalled the last hour? Have they turned?
Well, they have to when it's 16 down.
Another over.
Borthwick in, bowls swept towards deep backward square leg, cut off by Gibson. 1 run for Ackerman.
$244 loyal souls still watching and listening on the stream.
How many?
I've got 243 now. That's just through this particular one. It could be more watching through the websites.
Borthwick around the wicket, bowls tapped away by Evans, who goes for a little walk towards short leg, having played the ball to Potts at mid-wicket. Borthwick's got bits of mud smeared on his knees, across his white, on his backs of his thighs. Comes in.
Oh,
played a miss there. That was a good ball. And Evans nearly overbalances himself there, nearly falls out of his crease.
He's getting something.
Turned nicely that one, didn't
he? He really is beginning to turn it nicely.
And he comes. Defended. 2 minutes past 5. Borthwick in again. A lot of airtime on that one. Goes off to mid-wicket, no run. Jones picks it up.
1 or 2 balls ago, just seen on the stream, really did spin a long way.
Round the wicket he comes. That skids through low and is pushed off towards backward point for 1.
Now then, what's going to be what? The cap is thrown rather.
What are they doing?
The umpires looking at each other, pointing.
Scott Borthwick's having a chat with.
He's pointing to get the new ball.
Are they getting a new ball?
Ha 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 ha! Ice cream time. Let's see.
He's having a word with Chris Rushworth. I don't think Chris Rushworth looks
doesn't look keen, does he? He does not look keen.
This is futile. What's the point of this?
There's some debate.
Chris Rushworth saying, "Come on, just call it a day."
Nobody's sure. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Hands in Borthwick's hands in pocket. When can we stop? When can we stop?
Call it a day.
When can we stop? Is
there
he
we
going
are.
to shake hands?
Shake
oh,
hands.
the ice cream's on me.
I win the ice cream. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes past 5. It's a draw.
Congratulate. You see, you did get something out of the final day after all. 15 points and an ice cream. Well played at both sides.
So Durham got 30 points, yeah. So they've got the second. Glamorgan on 34, Notts on 29, Durham on 30.
So Evans finishes 77 not out off 254 balls. Ackerman 40 not out off 96. Durham take 15 points and Leicestershire 12, which is exactly what both sides got from their games last week as well. Pitch was the winner really in the end, but a hard-fought game, Martin. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a long day for the players there with nothing doing with the wicket. I had a horrible feeling it was going to pan out like this yesterday, to be honest with you. And the declaration is absolutely of no consequence whatsoever, really, because they just were never going to get the wickets with it.
And thank you very much for your company if you've been watching and listening through the various ways in which the commentary is transmitted. You've made it all a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing Martin and the Durham listeners and supporters and followers when you come down for the red ball game to the Upton Steel County Ground. We'll see you for the white ball games before then, but even so, always a pleasure to come up to Chester Street, and it has been this time. Goodbye to you all from me while I go and update BBC Radio Leicester.
Yes, goodbye from me as well. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll go and get some post-match reaction now, which you can hear on BBC Tees, BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester tomorrow.